We are live at Coletco for Monday, July 28th. May 3rd was about 3 months ago. I don't know why I said that. May. Today's July. If you're curious if it was March, that was a few months ago. Today's July, almost August. And some people say that a lot of people don't know this. It is National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day. A lot of people don't know that. No, it's not. It's not National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day.
We're celebrating.
But we were, because I just ate 2 from Subway. And also my last 5 meals have been subs pretty much. So why isn't this chat working? Over here. There it goes. All right, that's plugged up. Let's get liking and sharing, okay? First thing we're going to do is go over here. There's Otis. He's going to come over here and sing or lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag. And we actually have a mic on Otis tonight, so that will actually be his voice. And if you think I'm joking, then think again. If y'all know me, y'all know that I don't joke around. All right, let's see what's going over here in the shipping department. I see Jill. I see Ed, maybe. No Ed? Ed's already left. We bought another collection. I see it back here. I see Japanese stuff. That's good. Gentleman Black. See them black. No, just that package you saw me open. Well, there was a couple things underneath it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. All right, everybody, a new week has begun, and we have had a great week, an amazing week here at Coletco. Ed sent me the numbers, and I said, holy moly. I think we had more individual customers this past week than we ever have. When you're on and watching, be sure you've hit the like button, the share button, and everything else. I'm about to make another post over in the group to let everybody know, hey, we got other stuff besides Kiss tonight. That always gets overlooked. Everybody's like, just Kiss tonight? And I'm like, no. Not just Kiss tonight. There's a lot more. We got everybody here. John, Paul, and Laura's here. Shipping. We are all Sunday, July 20th orders have been paid and shipped out. There are 592 paid invoices waiting to be shipped right now, and they are starting to pull orders from 1 week ago. So they have got the backlog from 12 and 14 days down to 7, and they are knocking it out. We got Tony here, we got Jack here, we got Jill here, we got Caden here, we got Ed here, we got G here, we got Steve here, and all those people I just listed are physically working on packing orders, and 4 or 5 of them still here right now. And you should see these carts of mail. I'm going to take pictures of them. They are just absolutely just obliterating the shipping right now. So we've set some end of the week goals. I think we can get out a couple hundred packages a day. Right now, 592 waiting to be shipped. And that means 246. That means by the end of the week, they should be pretty much caught up. We're going to try to do a couple hundred a day. That's a lot of mail. If y'all familiar with packing, especially individual stuff, a couple hundred a day, and that's taking 5, 6 people 8 hours all together to get all that out. So everything's looking good this week logistically. Now we just need one other thing to happen. We got to sell a lot. So that's up to y'all and me. It's up to me to bring it to you. It's up to y'all to buy it. So we're going to get that done. There is Japanese tonight. I'm almost done sharing links. I'm almost done with a lot of stuff. I am sharing the YouTube link in the video in the description. Now it's about to go over here to our story. And let me go do that right now. Let's go story. And I'm going to use one of these kiss pictures. They're in the back. Paul's listening to some psych back there. I can hear it. Sounds like some 60-ish psyche poppy stuff. So Friends cassette got sold. Good luck getting through there, John. That's those. What's that? The electric prunes. Okay, the electric prunes is what's on the turntable. Thank you, John. I knew if I couldn't identify it, I knew John or Paul could. John said it's the electric prunes. Perfect for Kiss Night. The Friends cassette got sold. So let's clear some of this off. Let me take pictures of these actually while they're still over here. Because these have all been shown and purged essentially. So, and then I might, I think there's more. Well, I tell you what, there are CDs around here too. Yeah, these are the ones left over from, these are essentially the ones left over from, when was that last night we were doing a sale? Whatever night that was. Yeah, Saturday. Thank you, Tanner. We go ahead, since they're all stacked up nicely, I'm going to hand them to Tanner. And where are we going to put all these? I'll just set them on top of that box right there. Well, that's probably not a good spot. Is this table empty over here? Yeah. Yeah, because we're going to post this finally in the group. I did a crate for noon that Sunday instead of posting these cassettes because I heard there's more. I heard there's more cassettes around here, and we're probably going to do those in CDs. So we'll stack all these up, and then we'll pull whatever gets claimed. And I got 2 more, 3, 5 more towers coming. There's a lot, Tanner. Wow. Let me go ahead and show some of this other stuff. I got Peanuts for $24.99. I've got Michael Myers for $24.99. I got Spock rubber duckies for $11.99. That's a good way to start off your week. A Peanuts figure, Michael Myers, and a Spock rubber ducky. Yeah, those are a little bit more smaller ones. Yeah, those are the Jeep-sized ducks, is what Tanner just made a reference to there. Let me take a picture of these. Let me get the light off of them here. Okay, there's some more cassettes. Let me get that picture a little bit more straight. There we go. All right, Jeff Brindley wants a Spock duck. First sale of the week, a Spock duck. A Spock duck. A Spock duck. Exactly. Here's Paul McCartney. I don't know if Adam Bernardi emailed me back. We'll find out. I got a picture of all these taken. First thing of the night, a Spock duck. A Spock duck. And I got one more duck to show you. We got a Joker duck. Look at that. A Joker duck. Got 2 more towers over here, Tanner. Well, after this one. After this one. John's heading out. Thank you as always. I'll be here. If not, then there's something majorly wrong. And Jeff Brindley got a Joker duck. All right? Jeff Brindley got a Joker duck. He's on a duck roll. Otis, you ever seen any ducks before? And that really perked up his ears. He likes that word. He likes some ducks. Last stack. Table's cleared. Those will be posted at noon tomorrow, possibly with some leftovers, either CDs or other ones as well. All right, here we go. So let's get all this taken care of. I'm going to push this out of my way. And there's the platter packs I was supposed to send Stacy Metternich a picture of, and somebody else, and I still hadn't done that. She probably thinks I hate her. I promise, Stacy, I don't hate you. It's just that I can barely figure out who I am. I don't even know who y'all are, much less me. What? All right, here we go. So we got one duck sold, and let's show those again officially. And Sherry Darnell, I will get you another joker duck. I think I only got 2 Spocks and 1 joker. I do. So let me hand these off to Tanner. One more time on the screen. Spock duck, $11.99. Sold. I feel like there's a lot missing. And then joker duck, also sold to Jeff Brindley. Sherry Darnell on a waiting list. All right, we're good to go now. Metallica's going to play this Fear in Vegas. That's the rumor, isn't it? That's the rumor. If it's true, then, like I said, there goes, there's a trip happening. Probably. I don't know. There's too much big stuff happening all of a sudden. McCartney, Metallica, like my favorites on these crazy tour. So, Ride the Lightning for a while. No, not anytime soon. And it's a 5-digit start. Okay, I've gone ahead and let some people know that I've got an offer for a 5-digit start. So it'll be a while before it's sold, though. But be saving your pennies, Mark. Okay. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get some auctions going. And I'm going to start right here. And we are officially live. And it's a lot more auctions tonight. It's a lot more auctions tonight than just Kiss stuff, too. We got a lot of rock and classic rock mixed in and Japanese pressings, okay? So over here, we have Led Zeppelin. And this was one of the last records left from that Hatchet Ed crate. I think this is the only auction. This is Led Zeppelin 4, a 1975 USPRC Richmond reissue. There is some tape on top of the cover right here. Looks like somebody taped the top of the gatefold, just that part right there. It is EX, and Led Zeppelin's going to go up for a $20 start. This is a box set pending to Adam Bernardi. And just so you'll know, these McCartney box sets, we're doing a deal on this. It's kind of already sold. He bought Flamin' Pie. He's bought Wildlife. He's bought a bunch of them from us. And if you're interested in other McCartney boxes, I have them listed on Discogs. I think I still got 3 or 4 left. They're about a couple $100 a piece. They're amazing. And if you want more information, I can bring them over here. All right. And then we have a sale. One of those Captain Fantastic puzzles. This right here is sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. That's sold to you. $24.99. And we're down at the bottom, and there's Led Zeppelin. Craig's already got the track listing, okay? Let's angle the camera a little bit different. That's a pretty good angle. I like that. Maybe a little higher up. Maybe that, and then tilt it up a little bit. I think I like that right there. And now we need already another empty puzzle. Led Zeppelin's a $20 start. That's now up for bid. And then over here, let's grab another puzzle because I don't like that empty spot back there for the rest of the night. And so let's put another Elton John in its place, right? One Elton John down, another one up. Next man on base. Okay. There's that. And let's see. Here's the singles we went through Friday night. Saturday. What was the last time we did a show? Saturday night. Saturday night. I got to remember that. Okay, I'm going to put these right here. This is something, when I was going through autographs, I found. Pretty cool record here. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and we've had it in our autograph purge for quite some time. because we really didn't know what it. It's on the back. James Taylor's written, and I knew that wasn't his signature, but I wanted to make sure. I was like, well, I know that's 100% not how he signs, but somebody just wrote James Taylor, so they'll know what it is. It's obviously not his signature. And even Dale wrote that probably 20 years ago. He's like, I don't think James Taylor signed this, but it is possibly something he could have signed because it's an advance promo copy of JT. It's an advanced promo copy of the album JT by James Taylor. And this is probably the sleeve it came in from the factory. It's got a gold stamp promo. They wrote the track listing, and then somebody wrote James Taylor on the back. That's obviously not his signature. But that's a $15 start. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $20. Right now, I have no Beatles puzzles in stock, but I do have, what do I have? I have a waiting list going for Sgt. Pepper's, Karen. No guarantee when they'll be in, but I know Jerry Stone's on a waiting list. And Jerry, if you're watching, when I went to order those, they were currently out of stock. So they could be in this week. It could be, as you know, 2 or 3 months. So you just never know about back ordering puzzles. Kind of like vinyl. Sometimes they show up like Ozzy. Hope everybody saw the Ozzy post. I thought it was going to be a month before Ozzy stuff's back in stock. I get on there this morning and look, what do we have? Like every album in print is in stock. And I need to make sure we've ordered plenty of extras too, Tanner. I don't know how many, quote, extras Ed ordered. I'm thinking we need to go ahead and grab another 20 of each, it looks like, because I think we've already sold like another 100 and something Ozzy albums. So there's that. And we probably just go through and order, at least that. I worked a lot here on Sunday. If you were back here, you probably can't tell it. It looks like kind of a disaster, but it's a work in progress. I did a lot of work on autographs, got a lot of my high-end stuff out and sorted. We're going to go get started up here with this crate that's right up front. Let me go grab it. I got some cool stuff for y'all this week. I got some really cool stuff for y'all this week. I found some stuff. I worked on some stuff. I've acquired some stuff. And I'm pretty much going to be able to let you know right now, since I actually have them and I've got my hands on them, that probably Thursday, if I don't do it before, there'll definitely be an official date. I do have a couple of albums signed by Ozzy Osbourne. And I wanted to wait till this week to tell everybody. So they'll be up for sale very soon. I got a signed Paranoid, a signed No More Tears. So just so everybody knows, there'll be some of that stuff coming very soon, okay? Now, here we go. Let me open up my phone. Let's start pulling some comments, okay? And the show in a new week has officially began. Welcome, everybody. Everybody buy records now. It's supposed to be Everybody Dance now, but I've changed the lyrics to Everybody buy vinyl now. Let's jump right over here. And let's see. Let's jump over here to the group and here. And there's this. Let's see. Where's this video at? The video is this. Sorry I missed the 9 o'clock video, but I was a late posting the 6 because I was here, and I was here and working, and it's just, man, Sunday nights and Monday mornings are weird. I'm here doing so much stuff, and I look up, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 6 a.m. It's time for the 6 a.m. video, and I have to go find crates and video it and upload it. And then I left at 9:15, or I left at 8:15, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't have a vintage video ready. And I couldn't drive all the way back out here. I would have been here there would have been more people here, and I would have been here till noon, and I'd be less sleep than I am now. Led Zeppelin's a final call to Jeremy Merck for 15. This is a white label promo advance copy of James Taylor JT from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And it's a final call for a $15 start. Nobody has a bid in, okay? No bid in on that yet, okay? Let's go ahead. We have new everything. We have new everything. New everything. You name it. I have new everything. We have, first, the Golden Doors. I'm looking for Bad Religion, Suicidal Tendencies, The Door, Steely Dan, Fleetwood Mac, Sly, Bad Brains, Iggy, Poison Idea, Tom Petty, Misfits, Aphex Twin, Kiss, Raven, Killers, and Tom Petty and Dawkins, okay? So this first Golden Doors Volume 2 purple vinyl is sold to Christopher Nagy. Thank you, Christopher Nagy. That's sold to you. Here is one extra copy if anybody else wants it. I don't think I commented another Doors comment, so yeah, that is available. Also over here, we have Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. Power Trip is $24.99. Power Trip, Nightmare Logic is $24.99. I've got one of those left. And Suicidal Tendencies. This is the last copy. And Prog issues this week. They hadn't shipped them yet. You'll have to ask me every day about this time until I can say yes or no. Right now, it's I don't know. They hadn't shipped them. Jay Condi on Suicidal Tendencies. That's sold. And I just got kicked out of Restream, so let me log back in right quick. That's unusual. And I have, I actually could stop the sale right now, and everybody I need to call back or text back more so. I probably could be doing that for the next 9 hours. And then James Taylor is a buy now for $15, okay? So no bid on James Taylor, advanced promo copy, Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Final call for a buy now is right now, or that's the first call, $15. Led Zeppelin, you got on at a good time. A 75 USPRC Richmond. EX, there's tape on the back cover. I think Jeremy Merckx had it for $20 for the last 15 minutes, and I've got to sell it. So you can say 21 or more, or you can say pass, but he's had it, and I was actually about to put it in the crate. Let's go ahead and grab this crate of Japanese stuff over here. I'm going to bring it a little bit closer to me, and let's go ahead and get started with some of these, and I'm going to start running Kiss stuff here in just a second, like right now, so be prepared for Kiss stuff coming very soon. One of the first things I have here is, yes, not on 125. This is a Japanese pressing, Owner of a Lonely Heart. Beautiful, near mint minus and pristine. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP. There is the insert. There's the other insert. There's the cover and Obi. Yes, it's a $35 start. Next over here is Thomas Baumhart got James Taylor for $15. Thank you. White label advanced promo copy. Now there's a new bid on Led Zeppelin for $21. And now we have Poison Idea. And Poison Idea is sold to Rebecca Howitt. This is $34.99. There's one copy left of Poison Idea. Also, Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours. Super Drag is on pink vinyl. That is $33.99. That's the last copy of that. And Killers Direct Hits, and that's a 2 LP, $44.99. The Killers Direct Hits, and that is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. That's so do you. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $21. Jeremy Merck, you've been outbid. It's a final call for $21 to Brian Colsar. And yes, it's going once, going twice, looking for a $35 start on that. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Jeremy Merck's back in at 25. Brian Colsar, you're out. Love the Electra singles. Die cut cover, new from Atlantic, $29.99. Does have a corner bump right up here. That's $29.99. Tom Petty Mojo, last copy, does have a corner bump up here. It's on red vinyl, $39.99. And we have Bad Brains. Last copy does have a corner bump right up here. That's $33.99. And then Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open. And this copy is officially sold to Paul Jackson. Thank you, Paul Jackson. That's sold to you. Slayer Hell Awaits is $34.99. Velvet Red Marble Vinyl. Original artwork with lyric photo and large poster. That's $34.99. And then Kiss Asylum. And the last bid that came in, or the first claim that came in on Kiss Asylum, was A.J. Clark. That's $29.99. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. Clifford Umstead's in on yes at $35. So that's going once, going twice. Going twice, going 3 times, going 4, going 5 times, going 7, going 8 times. And now there's a new bid on Zeppelin for $28. Kiss Alive 2 is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It has 1 LP. It has the insert. It has 2 LP. Both discs are near mint minus. It also has the Japanese book. It has the other book that came with it, gatefold jacket, no obi. Fantastic Japanese pressing, just missing the obi. $35 star. Dustin Whitaker on a solemn. That's so to Dustin Whitaker. We have today and tomorrow McCoy Tyner. McCoy Tyner is $34.99. McCoy Tyner is $34.99. I got 2 of those left. I'm going to have 1 Raven left. I know there's 2 in the bin, but one of them's already sold to Colette Whitworth, and that needs to go under Gerald Whitworth. Gerald Whitworth got a Raven. Thank you. There's 1 left. That's a music on vinyl, limited and numbered to 750 on yellow vinyl for $29.99. And then Kiss. This is unplugged, and I still got 1 of those. That's a 2 LP remaster, $34.99. Jeremy's out on Led Zeppelin. Brian Colsar gets that for $28. Yes is sold to Clifford Umstead for $35, and now Kiss has a bid for $35. Thank you, Clifford. Thank you, Jeremy and Brian, for both bidding on Led Zeppelin. A new week has begun at Coletco. That means a fresh invoice has began for you. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. That means this week you can buy 1 record. It's going to be $8 shipping. Or come Saturday night, you may have already bought 100 records. And those are all still going to ship for $8. And then on Monday, a week from today, we will send you an invoice. That's how that works. Noah Colwell on Kiss Unplugged. Kiss Alive has a bid. And then over here, we're going to put up another Japanese pressing. And this is Foreigner. And this is Double Vision. Uh-oh. Here we go. With Obi, Foreigner, Double Vision. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Excuse me, this is Head Games. What am I thinking? Head Games. $35 start. There's the insert. There's the other insert. A Japanese pressing of Head Games. $35 start, now up for bid. That's up for bid. I have a feeling like somebody's been looking for one of those. Is it Gregory Roberts? I think Gregory's looking for one of those. How about the Chipmunks Christmas album? Foil cover, $29.99 for the Chipmunks Christmas. It's on white vinyl. Christmas in July, folks. King Crimson Red, a 200 gram. That's $34.99. And right in front of it is PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love Demos. PJ Harvey's $14.99. Another King Crimson, this time in the court of the Crimson King, $34.99. Here's Paul. I said King Crimson, and Paul shows up. That's always, it's $38.99. What have I done? Oh, are those yours? Oh, wow. Amazing. Fantastic. Paul's already got 3 crates up here. John's got 4 crates, and we're cooking with French fries. Paul was trying not to laugh, but I got him to break. That was a goofy joke. Over here, we have Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. This is remastered, $36.99. Tom Petty is $36.99. And this one is officially sold. And this one is officially sold to, I know somebody wanted one. There was 2 comments for Full Moon Fever, right? Bad Religion, Steely Dan, FM Sly, Bad Brains Iggy, Tom Petty, Richard Dames. No, it's just Paul Jackson, okay? So Paul Jackson gets Full Moon Fever. Thank you, Paul Jackson, on that. Final call on Foreigner. Head Games, looking for a $35 start. Kiss has bids for $42, $42, now $45. We're still bidding on that. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And, hey, let's just go ahead and run another one. You never know. Clifford just bought one. I'm going to go ahead and put another one up. Yes, this is another, 90125. Near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl. Has the insert. 80s, yes, at its best. $35 start. Also, Bread, Baby, I'ma Want You. The Best of Bread, Bernie Grumman on white vinyl. That's $33.99. I have 2 left. Also, Grover Washington Jr. Wine Light. Chardonnay colored vinyl, just the 2 of us. Also, Vader, Litany is $39.99. There's the Tom Petty Unofficial. And this one did get sold over here. Tom Petty Unofficial is sold to Glenn Kesey. There we go. That's sold to Glenn Kesey. All right, and then Kiss is now at $45 with Troy Overmeyer. Mark Overton's out. Foreigner has a bid for $35, and we're looking for a $35 start on Yes. We got Television, and this is Adventure. And Television is a limited edition 5,000 numbered copies, all analog hi-fi for $39.99. We have Sly and the Family Stone, The First Family. And this one did get sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That is sold to you. All right, thank you. And now there's 2 left of that 1967 live Sly concert. Misfits Evil Live is $34.99. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. And Mazzy Star is $36.99. That's still available. The Misfits is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek, on the Misfits. There's that. And over here, we got Dawkin breaking the chains. And Dawkin is sold to Paul Jackson. I got all three of his comments there. All right, so Harold Ackerman, you tied him on Foreigner, so your bid is second. When I come back, or actually after I read through these, I'm going to sell Kiss for 45. It's a Japanese pressing, no condition notes, and yes, looking for a starting bid of 35. We actually just sold one, and there was another one. I figured we'd go ahead and run it again. And now, I think I've pulled everything in here. I'll have to go get the other crate next. But just one more quick read through here. We still got the Doors for 29. Power Trip was 24. Poison Idea 34. Super Drag 33. Love 29. Tom Petty 39. Bad Brains is 33. We have Slayer 34. Still got McCoy Tyner for 34. Ravens 29, which is below MSRP. Chipmunks is 29. Also King Crimson and King Crimson. I'll put those back to back. $34.99 each. PJ Harvey's 14. Morbid Angel 38. The Best of Bread. Grover Washington Jr. Vader Television, Sly, and Mazzy Star are all still there available. I think you had a flip crate, a claim on Bad Brains. I was about to Bad Religion. Bad Brains. You're right. Bad Brains. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about Bad Religion. Bad Brains sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Michael Reed. Yep. And I apologize again for no 9 a.m. video. Like I said, I had got home and I was checking the post for Ozzy to make sure I ordered enough, because the comments were just rolling in. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to make sure I order these before they run out. And then I looked up at the time. I was like, oh my gosh, I got the 9 a.m. video, and I was, of course, 20 minutes away from the store, and I just got home, and I'd been here since the night before. I was like, well, we're going to miss a streak of vintage crates, so I apologize for that. I know people were immediately on there looking for it. So I made a post at 9 saying, hey, guess what? I found out even more Ozzy albums are back in stock. And I made that as the 9 o'clock post, which got a lot of people's attention because people were getting on the chat. They were getting on the group at 9 a.m. to watch that video, and they saw that announcement. So as of today, we had sold probably, well, I don't know, Ed and Tanner was monitoring it while I was sleeping so we could order more copies throughout the day and make sure we had plenty of extras. So Doors have Golden Volume 1. Not available in print. No, that's kind of the first time they've done that. The shipping department is shipping. They're pulling Monday 21st right now. So they're shipping Sunday, July 20th. Whoever just asked, I did that update at the beginning of the show. So they're halfway through the 21st, okay? Pulling them or shipping them? Both, okay. So, yeah, right now they're working on stuff. So they've got from 12 to 14 days back, they've got it down to about 7. And I think if we can stay on this pace, they'll knock out most of that backlog this week. Right, Tanner? We're trying to do about 200 packages a day. And right now there are, at that pace, I think we can get caught up through this week. So, okay, here we go. Let's jump over here and see what happened. Kiss, and this is sold. Has everybody hit the like button for me? Troy Overmeyer on Kiss for $45. You mentioned the vintage crate. I know. As soon as that was over, I started, I've been working on my Neil Young autographs. I finally got them all photographed for the first time and got them ready to sell elsewhere. Just making sure I had nice photos. I listed John Prine autographs and just a lot of different stuff. And I pulled out stuff for this week. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I got to order vinyl. That's the next thing. Time just expired. All right, Foreigner, Harold Ackerman's out, so we'll go ahead and sell that to Tom Kelly, also for $45. Japanese Head Games, that's sold. And now Yes is a buy it now for $35. Yes is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it, okay? So Paul's dropped off 3 crates. John's dropped off 4 or 5. I don't know. Laura's already got all the auctions ready. She may not be back in today. I'm not for sure unless she's coming in later, unless she snuck by me earlier. And then Bob Riger claimed Mazzy Star. You have. I was getting caught up here on comments. I hadn't got to that point yet. There's that. And then Bob Riger on Mazzy Star. Let's do that right now. I see you now officially. Now, what have I done with that crate? It's right here. All right, Mazzy Star sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you. And then Jan Gunther on yes. And we're ready for all new stuff. Welcome, all ready to a fast pace. Fast pace. I never know if the end of the month or the first of the month's the best time for us. I mean, I never know. It's like middle of the month, end of the month. I just never know. They're all about the same week. So there's that. That's sold. And then Lost Boys soundtrack. That's actually about to be put up for pre-order. Okay, that's actually about to be put up for pre-order. First thing I'm going to do is introduce more new auctions. We'll start with Japanese. Do I have any more Japanese Kiss? I usually do. Ooh, some nice stuff in here. Let's go ahead and put up Japanese Led Zeppelin. That's always good. Japanese Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. Man, look at the colors on this album. Fantastic. And the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's that. There's the insert. There's the other insert. Amazing colors on this Japanese pressing. The jacket and everything is just beautiful. Just no obi. But man, if you want a nice copy, that is pretty sweet. $35 start on that. Bob Riger on Mazzy Star. Who did I say? Bob Riger got Mazzy Star. Bob Riger got Mazzy Star. Yes. Bob Riger got Mazzy Star. Okay, now let's go ahead and get started with Kiss stuff, and we're going to go ahead and do this one right here. And I think this is actually something vintage, official, and original. And this is Kiss Superstar, and it's a 1982 Italian, essentially disc one of Kiss Alive, repackaged with Italian audiences. Nice. With book inside gatefold, Kiss is going to go up for a $35 start. Kiss is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the gatefold jacket. It has a book inside the gatefold, and Kiss is now up for bid. So yeah, it's basically half of Kiss Alive 1 kind of as an Italian release. That's pretty cool. A $35 start. Any new vinyl come in today, Chad? Yes. Yes, there will be new vinyl here every day for the next 5 days. Every day there'll be new deliveries of new vinyl for the next 5 days. I think the back part of this crate is some stuff that Laura ordered from the last time. Let's read through some of that. I think a couple of things did sell. Heaven or Las Vegas, the Cocteau Twins, remastered, $33.99. Also, Lana Del Rey, NFR. Lana Del Rey is $46.99. Also, we have Vince Staples, Summertime 06. Vince Staples is $33.99. Also, Carolina Polachek, Desire, I Want to Turn Into You, copper vinyl. That is $29.99. And we have Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly, 10th anniversary on colored vinyl, $49.99 on that. We have 2 Kendrick Lamars left. Title Fight, Shed, that's $33.99 for Title Fight. And Drain, I still got Living Proof, and Drain is $29.99. Still got a couple of those in stock. Romance, Fontaine's DC, that's $33.99. And we also have Clips for $29.99. So over here, Zeppelin has one bid for $35. Kiss has one bid for $35, going once, going twice. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles, Let It Be. Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. And this is near mint minus and pristine. It has the obi. It has a Japanese book. It has a gatefold jacket. It's a superb copy. UK Flag Series number 13, $45 start. This is sold, the Aphex Twins album. That is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. The Richard D. James album. That is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron. There's one left if anybody else wants one for $36. Right in front of that, it's Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. That's $33. Can't believe Kiss just has one bid for $35. Is the chat working? Test 1, 2. Final call, a Japanese Led Zeppelin for $35. The first Kiss auction, both also with one bid. And the Beatles is at $45. Final call on all 3. And then we have Pink Floyd Pulse, 4 LP box set, 52-page book. Pulse, you're going to see that about every week at least once. That's $119.99. $119.99. 4 LP box. In front of that is Tool Lateralis. I've got 2 Tools left. It's a 2 LP. It's $59.99. And Dr. Dre 2001. Still got one of those left. It's a double LP for $39.99. Limp Bizkit Significant Other. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. It's just one of those days. Bad Religion is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. And then here we have Dwayne and Greg Allman, Pre-Allman Brothers recordings. $34.99. Which Kiss album is it? Kiss Superstars. Italian import from 1982. Near mint with book inside gatefold. That's an official release from Italy. An official release from Italy. One bid, $35. We're about to sell it. And then over here is a Japanese. Somebody said, what Led Zeppelin? A Japanese. That's a no Obi, but a beautiful near mint minus copy, jacket, vinyl, and insert. Nothing wrong with that one. One bid, $35, and then Beatles just got introduced. And that's a UK flag series number 13, near mint minus. We're about to sell it. Juanita Gadney picking up Pulse. There we go. There's our weekly sell of Pulse. Let's make a note to order more Pulse, okay? Also, Fleetwood Mac live at the Forum, sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. Right in front of that was Steely Dan, live in Memphis. Steely Dan is sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. If anybody wants on waiting list for any of these, let me know. The Offspring, live in Australia, 1995. That's $29.99. In front of that is Crosby, Nash & Young. No steals on this one, 1972, $29.99. Over here is Smashing Pumpkins, and this is Gish. Gish is remastered, gatefold jacket, $36.99. And then the Allman Brothers live in Painters Mill Music Fair, Owens, Maryland, a 2LP colored vinyl. That is $33.99. I've got one of those left. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish is $46. And then Kiss, the Ritz on Fire. Kiss, the Ritz on Fire, that is $29.99. That's part one, by the way. Part one, Iggy Pop is sold to Rebecca Howard, and that is $29.99. Thank you, Rebecca Howard, okay? So since I've reintroduced those auctions, here's what's happened. Kiss 40, Kiss 40, Kiss 36, Kiss 36, and Kiss 41. No bid on the Beatles. If anybody wants it, it's a $45 buy it now. Japanese pressing, UK flag series number 13. You can pick it up right now for $45 on the Beatles. That is available. All of a sudden, Zeppelin get new bids. All of a sudden, Kiss get new bids. And those are now still up and rolling. Last couple records in here is Genesis for Rhyme and Reason. Genesis is $29.99. That's yellow vinyl, a live unofficial. And then Roger Waters, and this is Berlin Wall Rehearsals, Volume 1 and Volume 2. That comes as a 2LP, $44.99 each. Todd Doris first on the Beatles. Michael Hamburger second on that one. Led Zeppelin's now at 36. That means the first bidder, Sean Thompson. Do you want to bid again? Because now there's a bid for 36, and it's a final call. And then David Hesse has Kiss for 45. Now Gerald has it for 50. Our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing, this time from the old Rolling Stones. And this, we had the Obi with this one the other night. It sold for $50, $60 because I had never seen one too often with the Obi. This one's Obi-less. This one does have the insert in the inner sleeve, though. A Great Stones comp, a $35 start, okay? Now Zeppelin's at 38, and now Kiss is at 50. David Hess or anybody else, if you want back in, let me know. So Zeppelin at 38 means John McPatriot, you've been outbid. Let me make sure I pulled everything from the video. We sold Bad Religion, Suicidal Tendencies, Doors, Steely Dan, Fleetwood Mac, Sly Stone, Bad Brains, Iggy, Poison Idea, Tom Petty, Misfits, Aphex, Kiss, Raven, Killers, and Tom Petty, Dokken. Everything got pulled. There was no waiting list. Thanks, everybody, for watching those videos at 6 a.m. You can actually watch them all. You can watch them anytime, anywhere. Just comment before I'm live, because then I'll pull them live, the 6 a.m., okay? So anybody else, Roger Waters, Genesis, Kiss, Limp Bizkit, Allman Brothers, Smashing Pumpkins, Crosby, Nash Young, Offspring, Dwayne Allman, Limp Bizkit, Dr. Dre, Tool, Earl Sweatshirt, Aphex Twins, Clips, Romance, Fontaines DC, Drain, Title Fight Shed, Kendrick Lamar, Carolina Polachek. This one was Vince Staples, Lana Del Rey, and Cocteau Twins. I'm going to put this crate right over here. And if you're like, hold on a minute, Chad, just hold the phone for a second. Hold the phone. Go ahead and give me everything that's left in there, all of the duplicates too. And I'll be like, dang, what an animal. And then I'll say, thank you. We'll blow their horn, and we'll tag you for everything in that crate, even all the duplicates. No bid on the Stones. I'm looking for a $35 start. Now Kiss is at 51, which means, Gerald, you're out. And now I haven't heard back from John McPatriot. He says he's out on Zeppelin. We're about to sell Zeppelin for 38. What a great price on that. Right, Paul? I don't even know where Paul's at, but I heard him say, yeah. He's somewhere in this building. I heard him say, yeah, the call and response worked. Call and response worked on that one. All right, let me take this crate right over here. Let's go ahead. I think we might go ahead and go straight into John's. See if I can find a check condition crate over here of him. And then we're going to knock out a crate of new vinyl. Oh, my gosh, look at all this stuff over here. Holy mackerel. Oh, my gosh, he's went to work over here. So was Paul. Let's see, that's a near mint crate. That's a near mint crate. Let me put that righty here. What's in this one? That's a near mint crate. We're going to have a lot of stuff to go through. Holy moly, look at all this. Is this a check condition crate? Here's the check condition crate. This is what I was looking for. New arrival sticker price. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Wow, whoa, a lot of cool looking stuff in here. Nice, big titles, easy sellers, no-brainers, essentials. Let's go ahead and bring it over, okay? I think it's time to go down the line here and take care of some business. Here we go. Next. First thing I have is Kiss 51, Zeppelin 38. Zeppelin 38, and that's sold to Sean Thompson. Thank you, Sean Thompson. He's over on YouTube. He has bought from us before, and that's sold to him. Thank you, Sean. $38. See you later. That was Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. Also over here, we got Kiss, and Kiss is officially sold to David Hesse for $51. Thank you, David Hesse. That's so to you. And now the Rolling Stones is a buy it now, made in the shade, a Japanese pressing. You can pick that up for $35 if anybody wants it. Near mint minus, and that's a $35 buy it now on Rolling Stones, made in the shade. If anybody wants that, made in the shade. That's available. Okay, let me put that in a new sleeve right here. Fantastical. Magical, so logical. There's that. And now we're ready for all new auctions. And let's run another Kiss. 50 million Kiss fans can't be wrong. Here we go. And this is very cool. It is a limited edition blue vinyl with poster. This concert took place on the same day that Elvis died, August 16th, 1977. Kiss played at the Cow Palace in Daly City, California. Cow Palace, it's in California. I think that says Daly. And then 50 million Kiss fans can't be wrong. And that's a $75 start. What a cool cover. They did a show the day Elvis died. $75 start on that. Christina Curtis gets the Rolling Stones. Let's sell that to her. What have I done with it? I already put it in the sold bin. Yep, I knew somebody was going to buy it. That's sold to Christina Curtis, $35. How could you go wrong? 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. 50 million Kiss fans can't be wrong. Kiss already has a bid. What's next in the Japanese? House suiting. Look, it's Elvis. This is not a simulation. It's Elvis at Madison Square Garden. It is a Japanese pressing. It's near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. Gatefold jacket, booklet attached. Nice copy. Elvis, a $35 start. New check condition stuff. New vintage arrivals, pre-owned vintage and OG records. Priced as marked, check condition. Let's go ahead and get started. I've got 3 crates of new vinyl. One of them needs prices. I wonder if Tanner's already left. I meant for him to do that for me. I filled it out. Did he already leave? And there's 3 crates of new vinyl, and it's mostly pre-orders. 1.5 crate is 2 titles. So just a little bit of new vinyl because most of it's a couple big pre-orders. Here we go. The Eagles, their debut album. VG Plus, $24.99. It does have some writing on the back, but this is the first jacket. It's the first jacket that flips open as a gatefold and then opens up. Let's see here. How does this work? Maybe it's just a gatefold. Yeah, it's a gatefold jacket. I thought it opens a different way too. Maybe I'm crazy. I hadn't seen one like that. I hadn't seen a gatefold though in a while. That is the Eagles' first album. VG Plus, $24.99. So that is the Eagles' first album there. Gatefold jacket, Waylon, Music Man, and this does have the theme from Dukes of Hazzard, Just Them Good Old Boys. VG $12.99. Final call on Kiss, 1 bid for $75. No bid on Elvis, final call for $35. The Byrds, The Ballad of Easy Rider. That's in VG Plus condition. It's on a Columbia 2i label, $24.99. The Byrds, The Ballad of Easy Rider. Our next auction is Clash, Rock the Casbah. No, which one is this? Nice. Should I stay or should I go? The Clash in the picture sleeve. Very nice. Should I stay or should I go? The B-side is Cool Confusion. The Clash is going to go up for a $7 start. Eagles, so to Sandy Mile. Christina Curtis first on Waylon. And then there's the Byrds, and that is on the first label. Terre Haute 360 Sound. Easy Rider. Big and Dollar Babies. Wow. Alice Cooper, VG Plus condition. And it has the cards, and it has the inner sleeve, and it has the $1 billion bill. VG Plus, $34.99. Paul just delivered more 45s. Are those some good ones? And Tanner said there's some CD. He marked them. He said there's CDs over there from that most newest collection. So I had no idea. Is he still here, by the way? Okay. So there's that. The cards, they're unperforated here, but they're actually still attached lightly, okay? So there's that, okay? There's that, and there's that. Hopefully everybody can stay up to about 1 a.m. tonight. That's whenever we'll start CDs. That's not too far away, though. 1 a.m. is not that far away. Stephen Parton first on Alice Cooper. Now Clash has one bid for 7. Kiss is now at 76, now 80. And we have Buffalo Springfield. This is VG condition, $12.99. Buffalo Springfield, VG $12.99. Also Al Green, that's EX $19.99. Green is blues. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that Al Stewart before. EX $19.99 on that. Ted Nugent Double Live Gonzo, VG Plus $17.99. Free live. Free has the envelope style cover, EX $22.99 on that. And Loverboy self-titled VG Plus $14.99. No bid on Elvis. You can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants that, you can go ahead and claim it right now. Say Elvis, and that means you're buying it. And now Kiss is at 81. Clash has a new bid for 8 with Glenn Butch Road. Should I stay or should I go now? As featured in Stranger Things. Mark Overton on Ted Nugent. That is sold right here. That is sold to Mark Overton. Susie Q on the Elvis buy it now. That is sold to Susie. What is the Clash? It is Should I Stay or Should I Go? How much was the Birds? $24.99. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone. VG Plus $14.99. Let me send out one message right quick. Okay, next is Joe Walsh, The Smoke You Drink, The Player You Get. VG Plus $14.99. Days of Future Past, The Moody Blues. This is VG condition, $9.99. Nights in White Satin. Okay, let's put up another Japanese pressing, and that is going to be a really cool looking compilation here. Chicago, that's a Chicago Golden Grand Prix 30. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a 2LP Chicago Japanese compilation, Golden Grand Prix 30. Gatefold jacket, foil with Obi and book inside of the gatefold. Nice copy. Nice copy there. And now the Clash is Should I Stay or Should I Go? And Cool Confusion. Very nice on the Epic label. Probably VG Plus on the vinyl. It's at 12 with Michael Reed. Kiss is now at 91. And that is 50 million Elvis fans. Can't be wrong. That's live at Cow Palace. August 16th, 1977. The day Elvis died. And then Chicago's now a $35 start. Over here, we have Moody Blues, and that's sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you on that one. Stephen Parton on the Moody Blues. Also, Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. VG Plus, first label, $9.99. Nice. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Whoa. Gimme Shelter, VG, I messed up the lyrics there. That's VG $14.99. Inner sleeve and first label. You might want to consider going ahead and commenting Rolling Stones right now. You can't always get what you want. Sesame Street Fever, VG Plus $14.99. And Blues Image open. Ride, Captain Ride on this mystery ship. Nice. EX $24.99. John McPatriot first on the Rolling Stones. Michael Freiberger second. This is Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. VG $12.99. And then Ninja Pony on Sesame Street. That means Kelly Vladicek was second. Boz Scaggs is VG Plus $14.99. And Eagles, Desperado. George Thorogood still available. Who has the high bet on Elvis? Kiss. Tim Graham. Bill Samus has it for 100. Bill Samus has it for 100. Tim Graham, you're out. John McPatriot on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold. The Clash is officially sold. Should I stay or should I go now? Michael Reed, $12. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. Final call to get a bid in on Chicago. Final call to get a bid in on Chicago. Looking for a $35 start. She's just a small town girl, and this is Journey. Don't Stop Believing. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Over here, Autumn Betts third on Sesame Street. We have Errol Smith, Draw the Line. Property of James for $12.99. It could be Property of You. VG $12.99. EX $14.99. And yes, the George Thorogood is still available. VG Plus $14.99. Also, The Mothers of Invention, live at the Fillmore East, June 1971. VG $19.99. John McPatriot on Aerosmith, Draw the Line. Michael Freiberger second. How much was Desperado? VG Plus $24.99. Ooh, which a woman. How about the Rivieras? Let's Have a Party. A 1964 mono. There is some writing on the jacket. That's one you don't see too often. VG $29.99. Over here, Jason Thomas on George Thorogood sold. Patty, if you say pass on the Eagles, it's sold to Jason Thomas. I'm going to go ahead right now and give it to Jason. Journey has 2 bids, 7 and 7. Patty came in first. He's out on the Kiss. This is sold to Bill Samus for $100. Patty actually does get the Eagles. So the Eagles is sold to Patty Anderson Williams. And that means Jason Thomas, you were second. Nobody bid on Chicago. So that's a double LP. Amazing, beautifully, fantastical Chicago compilation for just a $35 buy now. You can pick that up right now. 3.5, 3.5. Now Journey's at 8. Now Journey's at 15. I got a little stack of picture sleeves over here, and guess what? Paul just brought me a whole box of them. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and introduce the next Kiss. Kiss all night long. You wanted the best, you got it. Here they are, San Diego. This is live at America's finest sports arena in San Diego, California, 1979, November 29th. Kiss played a concert here. Here it is on vinyl, a double LP, unofficial press with a poster, a $55 start on Kiss. $55 start on Kiss. Journey's at 15. We have Atomic Rooster, in hearing of Atomic Rooster. VG $19.99 on Atomic Rooster. And Backdoor, a 73 Jazz Rock, VG Plus $29.99. Our next Japanese pressing. No claims on the Chicago, shocking. No claims on Chicago, shocking. Here's one that I know will get a bid. Otherwise, I'm going to get mad and stop the show. This is Yes, Close to the Edge, a beautiful Japanese pressing, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. Yes, and this is Close to the Edge. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, with lyric insert. There's the nice original inner sleeve, gatefold jacket. Look at the Roger Dean artwork, front and back. Yes, is a $45 start. Michael snared on Atomic Rooster. Kiss has one bid for $55. That means Journey is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $15. Red Rider with Lunatic Fringe, As Far as I Am, VG Plus $14.99. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers moving on over, VG Plus $14.99. Ira and Charles Leuven, that's VG Plus $12.99. And The Doors, Soft Parade. The Doors is VG condition, $14.99 on The Doors. The next single is going to go up right now. Oh boy, this always rustles some feathers. Weird Al Yankovic, Just Eat It. Weird Al going up for a $7 start. Mike Pierce first on Red Rider. Yes has one bid for $45, final call. Kiss has one bid for $55, final call. Wow, just one bid on Kiss. Is anybody from Kiss Army here? I mean, hello? Anybody willing to say that they're here? James Brown, a 1963 mono. Wow, 63 mono. Prisoner of Love, VG, $24.99. And Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. VG Plus, $12.99. And then there was a question on Kiss. Chad, are you selling the Kiss picture discs from a set or individually? I honestly hadn't even seen those. So Laura gets all the auctions ready. I glanced at the pictures, but honestly, I see what you're talking about maybe. All the picture discs are being sold as sets. Yeah, they're being sold as sets. Yeah. Okay, Blues Image is OG Yellow Label. Yes, I will go ahead and say that. And that's sold to Yellow Label Atco, Sandy Mile. Okay, Stephen Parton on Loverboy. Scott Dwallow was second. And then over here is Led Zeppelin, a 75 RCA Club, VG Plus, $39.99. If it keeps on raining, going to California, the Battle of Evermore. Nice. Led Zeppelin. That is now up available, okay? Now we have, let's go back up to the top and do this. Yes. The last bid on Yes, and then a new bid, and then Weird Al. And then over here is Kiss, and then Yes. And then over here we got Weird Al, and then Yes, and then Kiss. And then we have a putback on Sesame Street. Change Sesame Street to Kelly Vlodarchik, okay? Change this from Ninja Pony to Kelly Vlodarchik. So that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik, okay? Thank you on that. And then we have the Stranglers 4. That's a 77 Monarch EX condition. The Stranglers, $37.99. Let's introduce all three auctions right quick. Yes, Close to the Edge, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine. The last bid over here was Stephen A. Young at $50. Stephen A. Young, $50. Yes, Close to the Edge. $50 on that. Over here is Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic, the final call on that, or the new bid is $13. And then we have Kiss. And this is an unofficial 2024 limited edition blue vinyl with poster, San Diego Sports Arena. And it has one bid, and we're about to sell it to Bill Samus for $55. Blue vinyl, Kiss, San Diego, 1979. One bid, $55. We sold that. We sold that. Weird Al, Weird Al. Weird Al has a bid for 15, now 16, now 18. Weird Al's at 18 with Michael Reed. Yes is at 50. Weird Al's at 18. Weird Al's at 18. And then over here, we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, EX Edition, $17.99. Weird Al's at 18, just so y'all know. Electric Flag is VG Plus, $19.99. The Stranglers was sold to Craig Thomas. Thank you, Craig. Nice. And then over here, we got Eagles, The Long Run. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Bob Seger System, Rambling Gambling Man. VG $19.99, but it is a 69 OG. That's always a reissue when I see it. That is a 69 OG, VG $19.99, and then John Prine, a 71 Richmond Phillips press, VG Plus $39.99. A classic. A classic. The Stranglers cover, I would say, is probably VG minus. Maybe VG at best, but yeah, it's got quite a bit of shelf and corner wear. Top and bottom. Front doesn't look too bad. Some ring wear there, but it's mostly the tops and edge. Looks like it was on a shelf for a long time without a sleeve. And then a little bit of a seam. It looks like the seam's about the bust right there. It does have the original inner sleeve. That is the Stranglers 4. Don't recall seeing that one. Let me know if you do want it, Craig, okay? And then Weird Al's at 20. And then Juanita Gagney on the Eagles. In the City. Aha. And that is sold, okay? Now, James Young on John Prine, and that's sold to James Young, no problem. And thank you on that, and no problem, Craig. And now Weird Al's at $22. Now, Kiss got a new bid, and that did get a new bid for $60. Bill Samus, just so you know, you've been outbid. And I think we're done on Yes. It's now a final call. Yes, 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 it's at $50. And it's a final call at $50. And now we got Weird Al, we sold Eagles, we sold John Prine, okay? Now, let's go ahead and read through those one more time. There's a lot of really good stuff still left in here, and guess what? We've almost already filled up a full crate. I'm about to do a big new vinyl pre-order, and we got 3 crates over here from Paul. We got 4 crates from John. This is one of them. So everybody just sit back and relax. And I'm all hopped up on monsters and cosmic brownies and Lunchables. So here we go. Oh, wow. That was a great neck adjustment. First thing we have is the Byrds, the Ballad of Easy Rider, original label, Terre Haute, so a Columbia 2i stereo, VG Plus $24.99, Buffalo Springfield, VG $12.99, VG $12.99, Buffalo Springfield, also Al Green, Green is Blues, EX $19.99, free live, envelope style cover, EX condition, $22.99, and then Loverboy, VG Plus, $14.99, and then Joe Walsh, the smoker you drink, the player you get, VG Plus, $14.99, and Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme, VG Plus, a Columbia 2i, $9.99. All right, so we are done on Yes, and Yes is sold, and thank you on that. One of my favorite albums ever. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $50. Stephen A. Young for $50. I'll never forget my first listen through on this. I was like, what am I listening to? What is this glorious, all this glorious music coming out of the speakers right now? All this just like amazingness, just close to the edge. Just what an incredible, I mean, you got to sit down and buckle up. It's lengthy. It's about 5 different songs in one, but man, I love when just like John Anderson's just like, I've said it before, it sounds like he's almost like rapping or something. It's just like he's just rambling out lyrics to the beat of the music, and it's just like, whoa, what is going on right now? All these instruments and keyboards and guitars and symphonic sounds. It's like, oh my gosh, what is this I'm listening to? Okay, now let's jump back over here to Kiss. That's now at $95. $95. That's with Bill Samus. And then Weird Al, the last time that came up was autumn at 25, and we're about to sell it. Weird Al's catalog is essentially out of print. Very tough to get his stuff, it seems like, over there, okay? No analog productions today. No. It will get, if we get anything from AP MoFi or MOV, as far as new stuff, it will be at least by Thursday or Friday. They only ship to us about once a week. All right, next Japanese pressing. Who you going to call? Ghostbusters. A Japanese pressing with Obi. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start for Ghostbusters. It does have the inner sleeve. It has the cover and Obi. $35 on that. Weird Al is sold to Autumn for $25. He's out on Kiss. Final call to Bill Samus for $95. Bob Skaggs. Lido. Oh, Lido, VG Plus, $24.99. Analog Productions, yes, close to the edge. Yeah, that one's due in. I have them ordered. I'm just waiting for them kind of to show up. So, yeah, that part where John Anderson's going, "Warinka dinka bonka bonka dinka bonka donka donk, warampa dampa beepa bompa dampa deepa bapa bump." That's my best. I don't even know what he's saying, really. I've read along with the lyrics. It's some kind of magical sounding lyrics he's spitting out. We have REO Speedwagon. That's EX condition, $14.99. The Mothers, Fillmore East, June 1971. VG, $19.99. The Rivieras, Let's Have a Party, 64 mono, VG, $29.99. We have Backdoor, a 73 Jazz Rock, VG plus $29.99. George Thorogood, VG plus $14.99. Ira and Charles Leuven, VG plus $12.99. The Doors, The Soft Parade, VG $14.99. If Craig copied and pasted the lyrics to Close to the Edge, it would probably take up a whole screen here. Simon & Garfunkel is first label. Yes, that is So to Sandy. There's that. Ghostbusters is a $35 start. Ghostbusters is a $35 start. James Brown, Prisoner of Love, a 63 mono, VG $24.99. Harold Ackerman on REO Speedwagon, sold to Harold Ackerman. And then Kiss is sold, and Kiss is sold to Bill Samus for $95. Ghostbusters has a bid for $35 with Michael Reed. ST gets The Door, Soft Parade. Great check condition crate here. Led Zeppelin, a 75 RCA Club, VG plus $39.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is EX $17.99. Electric Flag is VG plus $14.99. And Bob Seger System, a 69 Los Angeles, VG $19.99. Also, the Stranglers is EX, whoever just asked. It's EX $37.99. EX vinyl, VG minus cover with shelf wear, original under sleeve, OG 77, $37.99. I knew it. Look how much, look at all the lyrics to Close to the Edge. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he wrote like no wonder it's 20 minutes long. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's it right there. Somewhere in there was the part I was just singing. I think it's right here. I crucified my hate and held the world within my hand. There's you, the time, the logic, or the reasons we don't understand. Sad courage claimed. Yeah, it's like, whoa, what kind of IQ is this? He's reading out. That's amazing. Ghostbusters, final call for $35. Next Kiss. Next Kiss. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. It is a Kiss Alive, the Millennium Concert. Kiss Alive. That's a 2014 first time on vinyl. Sealed. First time on vinyl. Sealed. $55 start. That is now up for bid. That's now up for bid. And then ST does want the Stranglers. That's sold. And then over here we have the Zeppelin cover. Zeppelin, I would say, it's a VG cover just because of ring wear. No rotting, rips, or tears, but it does have ring wear. Gatefold. Let's take a look at the gatefold. Is that cassettes? Yeah. Jeff Brindley just fell off his couch. He just fell off his couch. Really good. Really good cassettes, too. Motley Crue and Megadeth. Say no more. Metallica and Ozzy. Let's just stop right there before my head explodes. Okay, y'all, now it's getting out of hand. Okay, let's just stop right there. And then our next single is going up for $7 start. Corey Hart. I wear my sunglasses at night. A lot of people don't realize this, but I do wear sunglasses when I'm doing these live streams. A lot of people don't know that, but I do, in fact, wear sunglasses when I'm doing these live streams. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, and then over here we have Kiss at $55. Kiss at $55. Tom Kelly says he will take Led Zeppelin. Ghostbusters is sold to Michael Reed for $35. Who's Michael Reed going to call? He's going to call Colecco to get all of his Japanese pressings. Thank you, Michael Reed. That's so due. Tanner, I do have that little half crate to price, please. I thought Ed was still here when I marked all those. It's wherever you're at. They're right there on top of the sleeves. Okay. And then over here is this, and they have this and this. Okay. Now there's that and that. All right. Anybody else? I'm just joking. I'm not actually wearing sunglasses. That was a pun, a joke, a metaphor, alliteration, an automatopoeia. That was an automatopoeia. Next Japanese pressing is Toto 4. And Toto 4 is a Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. And this is now up for bid. The rains in Africa, okay? That is now going up for a $35 start. Toto 4, Tanner, $35 start. Anybody else? We have wore this crate out. It's time for a new one, okay? Great vintage OG stuff there. We sold Led Zeppelin. Kiss has multiple bids. Now it's at 60. Now it's at 65. Corey Hart 7, Corey Hart 7, and then Kiss 68 and Toto 35. I honestly think I do have a pair of sunglasses, but I don't know. I think there's a pair in my Tahoe maybe. I don't think I've wore sunglasses in years. It's against my beliefs, okay? I'm just not a fan, right, Tanner? Whoa! Almost knocked all over the tower of knives over here. We got to get started on that immediately. Okay. Corey Hart. Sunglasses at night. Sunglasses at night. All right, new pre-order in here. Hey, when I heard about this is really cool. This is actually really cool here. And let me check on this. Let me pull up the pre-order. So I have said literally for years since I've been selling vinyl that this man's catalog is 00 print except for maybe one. And MoFi has a record in print. None of his other albums are in print. There's no greatest hits until right now. And this is it. First time I've ever seen anything like this. It's a true new release. Randy Travis now playing, which is essentially a greatest hits. And none of his original albums are in print except for one. And that's through MoFi, so it's a little more pricey. He has a couple, he has a Christian gospel album, of course, in print. And a Christmas album. A Christmas, what I meant to say, a Christmas and a gospel album. Same thing, Christian gospel. And then over here is Now Playing, which has some of his best work on it. Deeper Than the Holler, Forever and Ever, Amen. This is $24.99. Comes out Friday, and we have quite the pre-order for it. So let's start counting these out. Almost all these in here are sold. This is called Randy Travis, Now Playing, only $24.99. We got one for Melissa Bailey, one for Mike Moore, so there's two sold. And then, Paul, you heading out? Yeah. Okay. Also, make sure you Alex record. Yes. It's going to be on tomorrow. Okay. Good one? Yeah. Okay. I hadn't even looked at the pictures, but I will. 4 figures. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, definitely make sure people know. Sweet. We might have we're going to have an air horn then. It has to be. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Sounds good to me. At least one. Sounds good to me. Paul's letting me know we got he's already got the auctions ready for tomorrow, and we have some high-end stuff going up. Wow. All right. So Kiss is at $75 with David Tate. $75 of David Tate. Mark Owen has Toto at $35. Corey Hart's at $8. Toto is at $40, and Corey Hart's at $10. Toto's at $41. Toto's at $44. So Toto $44. Before I get deep into this pre-order, Toto $44. Toto $44, and then over here, Corey Hart, Stacy Brown, $10. And then the last bit on Kiss was David Tate at $75, okay? And so we got Melissa and Mike, and then Jamie McCord and Alex Roman, Jamie McCord, Alex Roman, Levi Hilton and Robert Tomick, Levi Hilton and Robert Tomick, Patrick Boatnight and Brooke Padgett, Patrick Boatnight and Brooke Padgett, Caleb Howell and Jason Fortnerat, Caleb Howell and Jason Fortnerat, Sherry Darnell and Danny Thomason, Sherry Darnell and Danny Thomason, Tim Holloway and Jeremy Dalton, Tim Holloway and Jeremy Dalton, Peter Mazziliano and Michael Ruttman wants 2, so that's 3. Peter Mazziliano and Michael Ruttman wants 2. That's 3. Also, Paul Brothers and Vicky Yoshikawa. Paul Brothers and Vicky Yoshikawa. Brian Thurman and Jerry Stone. Brian Thurman and Jerry Stone. Susie Breedlove and Stephen Parton. Susie Breedlove and Stevie Parton. Stephen Parton. Okay, now we had Toto 41, Toto 44. Todd, was there anybody before Todd on Randy? No. So let's go ahead and give Todd Doris the first one. So did Todd Doris. David Tate got a Randy Travis. Susie, you already got one on the pre-order. And then Harold Ackerman wants one, okay? So that was 3 live claims. Todd Doris, David Tate, and Harold Ackerman, unless y'all already heard your name on the pre-order, which I don't think y'all were. So all those are still available. Just $24.99 tan vinyl. So Corey Hart, there was no other bidders, and Stacy Brown had it for 10. I have not heard back officially from Brandon Lack. Brandon, that whole auction is depending on you. 007 Platinum on Randy Travis. Essentially, a first time ever, a greatest hits on vinyl. And then the last bid on Kiss, I've already set a final call on that. I see 2 outs, so this is gone. So did David Tate for $75. Toto has hit 50. Toto has hit 50. Kenny Stanley says I claimed one before Todd, okay? There they are, Kenny Stanley. I got you. So was there anybody before Kenny Stanley? No. Let me look one more time. No. Okay, so those are all available, all right? There it is. There it is. What's it at? It's at $10. He says he's out. Sold for $10. And this is at $10, and this is with Stacy Brown. Thank you on that. Next Kiss auction. Let's do it. And that is this right here. It's Kiss Dynasty. It's an unofficial on blue vinyl with poster. An unofficial on blue vinyl. EX condition, a $30 start. An unofficial pressing, $30 start on that. And then over here we have Korn Issues, $33.99. I think at this point I'm going to need my laptop, which I got to go up front anyway and get a bottle of water. So let me go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing right quick, because I feel like there was somebody on the waiting list for that. But not before I introduce Japanese Almond Brothers, and I'm going to pet Otis right quick. Almond Brothers, brothers and sisters, a Japanese pressing, a $35. Ooh, this does have the Obi. Never mind. It's just not on the jacket. So I'll still keep it as a $35 bid, but the Obi needs to be put back on the jacket. I actually might can do that right quick. $35 start. I'll be right back. Everybody let me, or actually, go ahead and hit the like button. That's what I really need everybody to do. I need everybody to hit the like button and the share button. I would greatly appreciate that. So thank you. Welcome to Monday night at Coletco. A new week has begun. And what Paul was basically just telling me, he said, hey, we got some serious stuff going up for auction tomorrow. Be sure you hype the heck out of that Billie Eilish record. So for anybody that may be Billie Eilish fans, he said we got a 4-digit Billie Eilish record going up for auction tomorrow. Something fierce. Something pretty serious. Right, Otis? Otis is following me around. He's right next to me. He's a good dog. He's walking right next to me. Very well trained. This dog is so trained, it will blow your mind. And here he comes to the back. I'm shutting the barn door. Literally, we have a sliding barn door. And here we are. This dog, he's pretty dang smart. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hopefully, he was tired this morning, right, Tanner? He was pretty tired this morning. Otis was a little sleepy early this morning when they first got here. I think we've all got a little rest now. There's only one no bid, and this is Chicago for a $35 buy it now, if anybody wants in on that. Kiss has bids for $30, $35, and now $40. And then we have Korn, and that's when I was about to open my laptop. Korn is a 2 LP, and let me check my waiting list for Korn. Let me check vinyl pre-order master sheet. And I feel like there was a waiting list for Korn. We're about to find out. No, there wasn't. All right, so Korn is available. All that just to tell you that there was no waiting list. In front of Korn, though, is a special order for Troy Robinson, Montel Jordan. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Montel Jordan, Troy Robinson special request. If anybody else wants this record, we could order you one. Let me know right now. They are $39.99. $39.99. Also over here, we have Toto, and it's gone. Toto is officially sold, and that's sold to Turby20 over on Twitch. Remind me one more time who you are. Turby20 over on Twitch. That's sold to you for $50. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. Over here, next thing is this. Kiss. So let me make sure I didn't miss any bids. And then we had Kiss at 30, 35, and 40. Billie Eilish, yes. And then I have no idea. We're about to find out, though. Kiss 42, Kiss 45. Put down, that's Tyler Ubry. Thank you. I should know that. T. Ubry. Thank you. Tyler Ubry, thank you on the Toto there. And then Kiss is a final call to David Tate. Buddy Cordova, you're out. And somebody else too, Mark Steele. Y'all let me know. Corn is $33.99. And then here is a restock. I did not expect these in. They've been out of stock for a while. George Strait, Pure Country, 25th anniversary motion picture soundtrack. George Strait, that's $33.99. I had 3 back ordered from 2 different places. And then we have the Sex Pistols. Ever get the feeling you've been cheated? There was a waiting list for that, so I'm probably going to have 1 extra, I think. These come in sometimes in small quantities. Yeah, there's actually none left. Scott Fellows and Mike Massey was on a waiting list along with Brian Arrigo. So how many do I have? I've only got 2 and there's 3 people on a waiting list. So Mike Massey, you're getting 1. Scott Fellows, you're getting 1. Brian Arrigo, you're still on a waiting list. Make sure we have Stacy Brown down for a Montel Jordan. The Allman Brothers is a Japanese pressing with Obi. No bid yet, surprisingly. I'm looking for a $35 start. $35 start. And then over here, we got Corn. Corn is sold to Buddy Cordova. Brandon Jones on George Strait, sold. And then over here, we have Kiss, and this is officially sold to David Tate for $45. We got a request for some of the picture disc. We got a box over here that says high-end Kiss auctions. I have not pulled anything from those yet. We're going to do it right now. This is Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park live, May 19th, 1978. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Here we go. This is the first one out of the Kiss high-end bunch. Limited to 100 picture disc of each member. This is Kiss live at Magic Mountain Amusement Park in Valencia, California, 1978. It's a set of 4. There's Peter, there's Ace, there's Paul, and there's Gene. And they're in their Kiss Meets the Phantom garb. And those, all four sold together, $150 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay, we sold a George Strait right, and then Metallica, Market Square Heroes. Let me figure out who was on a waiting list. These have gotten confusing because now they're split up. We got waiting list for Volume 1 and waiting list for Volume 2. Volume 2 was Mark Morris and John LaBeatty, but I did promise them they would be in. And I just ordered even more last night, so they'll be back in by Wednesday or Thursday. And these are sold, Volume 2s. If anybody wants on a waiting list for a set, an amazing Metallica concert, unofficial, $44.99 for each volume. This is just Volume 2. I can get a Volume 1. You can get a Volume 1 and then decide later you want Volume 2, which is the rest of the concert. Or you can go ahead and say, I'll take both right now, put me down on a waiting list, okay? So those are sold. Now, let's go back to the top, and I'm going to make sure there wasn't a bid on Allman Brothers. I'm going to make sure there wasn't a bid on Allman Brothers. And there's no bid on Allman Brothers, so this can be bought for a $35 buy it now. No bid. Wow, that's a great price for brothers and sisters of Obi. Actually, when I pulled it out, I didn't think it had an Obi. And I already said 35. That probably should have been more like 45, but it's up to you. 35. The Obi's not on the jacket. There's nothing wrong with it. It just needs to be put back on the cover, and it just slides right back on there. I don't want to do it right now. Sometimes it can be slightly tedious, and you don't want to rip or tear anything. You don't want me rushing with that, okay? So that's sold to Melanie Clausen for just $35. Let's get another single, and yeah, we do got quite the cassette hoard over here. Uh-oh. What do I have here? Prince going up for a $7 start. This is Kiss or Love or Money. Kiss, nice. Or excuse me, Prince. Prince, and the name of the song is Kiss, not to get confused with Kiss over here. That is now up for bid, okay? $7 start on that. All right. Here we go. Buddy Cordova wants on Metallica Volume 1, Volume 2. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. We're going to be done with this whole crate before long, and then I've got backup miscellaneous stuff for the rest of the night. Always on Kiss night, there's a lot more than just Kiss, just so everybody knows, as you can see. Here's our second Japanese Foreigner of the night. We've already sold Head Games. Here is Foreigner 4. This one has the Obi too. It just needs to be put on the cover. Another Japanese pressing of Foreigner, this time Foreigner 4, Jukebox Hero, Stars in His Eyes, $35 start. So what do we have left in here? We have the new Randy Travis now playing. First time ever on vinyl. Most of his catalog's out of print. Forever and Ever and Amen, Deeper Than the Holler, $24.99. This is always out of stock when it comes to George Strait. It's pure country. It's $33.99. Michael Hamburger wants one. I've got 4 left, and I've got plenty of Randy's. It's up to y'all. It's up to you. That's what I have. We also got the Kiss. I think everybody bidding already knows what that is. That's the Phantom of the Park picture disc set, unofficial, of course. And now Prince has bids for $8. Kyle Hill, you're out. Okay? Now, we got Randy Travis sold to Brandon. All the pre-orders have been pulled. And let's go ahead and knock out another crate of new stuff, because I think there's another big pre-order. I try to do those as early as possible. And then we'll go ahead and go through a Paul crate or a John best offer crate. And there's some pretty sweet looking stuff over here. Yeah, actually this next crate is nothing but pre-orders, it looks like. Maybe. Restocks and pre-orders. Okay? 1 restock and then 2 pre-orders. Okay? And we sold another George Strait, and we sold another Randy Travis, okay? Here we go. Let's do it. So, one of each of those sold. Yeah, some great country there. I mean, those are big names and not easy stuff to find OGs of, okay? So, we got Harold Ackerman on George Strait and Tim Turner on Randy Travis. So, back over here, if you're done on Prince, let me know. It's a final call to Brandon Lack for 8. Foreigner is a $35 start. I don't see a bid yet on Foreigner. Boy, Kiss is already up to $300, $325, another $325, $350. Okay, $350. And now Susie said she'll take a George Strait. That is sold to Susie Breedlove. George Strait, pure country. Okay, that's sold to Susie. There we have that. I'm going to mute my mic and take a drink of water before I get started with this. All right, Susie said she'll put back George Strait, but Melissa Bailey said she'll take one. Okay? Melissa Bailey, you're going to get Susie's Pure Country. There we have it. All righty. Here we go. This is another big pre-order, and let's knock this out. What am I looking for here? I am looking for this. I didn't search it on the group. I searched it on Facebook. That's going to pull up a lot of results. Here we go. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Okay. All right, so I never did hear back from the first bidder. Always make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. This is sold for $8 to Brandon Lack. I never did hear back from the first bidder. Nobody bid on Foreigner, so that's a $35 buy now. Foreigner is no, it does have a bid. Harold Ackerman, $35, going once, going twice. Kiss is at $400 with Joseph Alves. Kiss is at $400 with Joseph Alves. Kiss is at $400 with Joseph Alves. Foreigner does have a bid with Harold Ackerman, $35, okay? New release that comes out Friday. Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard. Highlights of Elvis's 1972 and 1975 recordings at RCA's legendary Sunset Boulevard studio, featuring a selection of masters and outtakes, newly mixed without overdubs by Grammy Award-winning producer Matt Ross Spang. Includes Burning Love, Always on My Mind, Separate Ways, Trouble, and many more. New Elvis for Friday. First is Levi Hilton on the pre-order. A double LP, $44.99. Somebody also asked me how much was the Metallicas. If you want on a waiting list, $44.99 for each volume. Okay, Don Nicole and Brooke Padgett also on Elvis. And Music on Vinyl is about to reissue a bunch of cool Elvis stuff too. I've got to post pre-order for those. Amy Hutchings and Stacey Metternich. Amy Hutchings and Stacy Metternich, Sandra Martin and Fred Cardnell, Sandra Martin and Fred Cardnell. There's 2 more Elvis sold, Sherry Darnell and another Sandra Martin, so we won't give her 2, and then Julie Roman. So Sherry Darnell and Julie Roman. And now my crate's really full, so let me take my next full crate and stack it right over here. And before I do anything else, I am going to update this KISS auction, and we're going to make it a final call. And we're going to put up 2 other new auctions. So the first thing I have is Harold Ackerman on Foreigner, and this is sold for $35. I'm going to show you the KISS item one more time. I think we found our high bidder and winning auction, but we're about to make it a final call, okay? We've got nothing but KISS auctions for the rest of the night, okay? It's 7:12. There's a good chance at 12:12 tonight, 5 hours from now, there'll still be KISS auctions up for bid, okay? Metallicas are 44. I might have said 49. 44. My bad. 44, okay? Now, over here, this is KISS. It's a live unofficial. It is these 4 being sold together. Gene, Paul, Ace, Peter. It's a live unofficial. Essentially, from Valencina, California, 1978. It's a picture disc set called KISS Meets the Phantoms. KISS meets the Phantom of the Park, not the Phantoms. And that's a final call. The last bid was Joseph Alves at $400. $400. We're about to sell them. Okay? Now, I'm not done with the Elvis pre-order. I'm going to go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that is, oh man, a classic. Sailing. Christopher Cross, a $35 start. $35 start. Near mint minus, insert, cover and obi, and a $35 start. Okay? And then the rest of the Elvis was Clifford Umstead and Scott Corcoran. Also, we have Regina Tabor and Tim Holloway. Regina Tabor and Tim Holloway. Also, Paul Brothers and Susie Breedlove. Paul Brothers and Susie Breedlove. If you want an Elvis, I have 5 left. New for Friday, Sunset Boulevard, 2 LP, $44.99. The pre-order was Levi Hilton, Don Nicole, Brooke Padgett, Amy Hutchins, Stacy Metternich, Sandra Martin, Fred Cardnell, Sherry Darnell, Julianne Roman, Clifford Umstead, Scott Corcoran, Regina Tabor, Tim Holloway, Paul Brothers, and Susie Breedlove. I've got 5 left there if anybody else wants them. That's new for Friday. And then guess what? This is sold. The KISS are sold to Joseph Alves for $400. Thank you, Joseph, on those. Honestly, if that would have got near an air horn, I wouldn't have been surprised. We got close, though. Thank you, Joseph. Let's run some more, okay? That is sold, and then Christopher Cross is a final call for $35. Tracy Tomlin wants an Elvis, and now we have another auction going up, and that is right here. This is Wicked Lester. Oh, boy. Limited edition, numbered. This is the KISS, before they were KISS, the Wicked Lester sessions, limited to 300 numbered copies on blue and white mixed vinyl, numbered to 300, a $75 star. Romulus C on KISS, that is sold, and we got more copies of the new album from Styx, Circling from Above. Styx is $36.99. Let me make sure I didn't have a wait list for Styx, Circling from Above. I don't. So this is new, Styx, Circling from Above. It was out last Friday, I think, $36.99 on that. Wicked Lester, a $75 start. David Tate's in. And this was a special order from James Hicks. Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain, $29.99. If anybody else wants these, let me know, okay? Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain, $29.99. Also new, and I was supposed to have 2 extras. The first week this was up for pre-order, there was only 1 comment. And then I ordered 2 more, and I just looked, and there was 3 comments. So since this has been up, there's been 2 other pre-orders. So I actually don't have any extras. If you do want one, they should be in this week. It's a waiting list, and this is called "This Is Not a Drill." That's Roger Waters live, and that is a 4 LP, $84.99, $84.99, a 4 LP, and there's actually 3 pre-orders, and all 3 are sold. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Roger Waters, an official release, $84.99. There's one for Paul Brothers, one for Charles Owens, and one for Richard Yeager. So All three of those are sold. Paul, Charles, and Richard Yeager. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Christopher Cross has one bid for $35, final call. And Kiss is at $90 with David Tate. Our next auction is Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, a 7-inch single. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start, Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, okay? Anybody else on the new Elvis, $44.99. Anybody else on the new Sticks, $36.99. That is available, okay? I'm going to put those over here with the other new vinyl. That means 2 new crates down, 1 more to go, and we are going to go ahead and go through another crate over here. Let's see, I've done John check condition. I've done new vinyl. Let's do a Paul crate, new arrivals. Paul crate, new arrivals. I think y'all are going to like these. And these are new at sticker price, of course, okay? New at sticker price. So let's get started. New stuff that Paul marked just for today. I think y'all are going to really like some of this stuff. Chicago is sold to Kevin J. Reith for $30, okay? Later tonight, we've got cassettes, CDs, anything we can get to, right, Tanner? Tanner said, right, Otis? That's right, Chad. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to sell tonight. And then over here, we have Christopher Cross, and this is sold to Jackie Ray for $35. All right, and now Kiss is at $95. We got a lot of stuff. Everybody buckle up. It's Monday. Then we got Tuesday. Then we got Wednesday. Then we got Thursday, which is metal night. Oh, man, that's going to be insane. And then we got Friday night. Then we got Saturday night. Billy Idol's up for bid. Kiss has hit 100. It's time for another auction. We've already sold one Obi-less Led Zeppelin. How about we do another Obi-less Led Zeppelin? And that's going to be right over here. That's Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. No Obi. The vinyl's really nice. This one does have a little bit of cover wear, and this is going to go up for a $35 star. Houses of the Holy. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the gatefold jacket. It does have the Obi and the insert, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Let's see what we got over here in this Paul crate. Here it is. This is the soundtrack to Say Anything from Mondo, red vinyl, $39.99. Expanded soundtrack, Say Anything, $39.99. Kiss is at $105. Kiss is at $105. Billy Idol's at $8 of Levi. Pickle, you're out. Led Zeppelin's a Japanese pressing, $35 start. Saturday morning, Cartoons, Greatest Hits. This is a 2019 Record Store Day blue and green vinyl, and that's $49.99. Look at that. Saturday morning, Cartoons, Greatest Hits. Over here is Raphael Sadiq, The Way I See It. 2023 Record Store Day red vinyl. That is sealed $79.99. Brandon Lack on Cartoon. Kiss 105. Kiss 110. No Led Zeppelin on Obi, just like the other one we had. No Obi. The Best of Sade, a half-speed master, $39.99. So right now, the Wicked Lester high bid is $115 with Mark Steele. Billy Idol's at $9, and now we have a final call to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin for $35. Back here was Scott Dwallow on Say Anything, a Mondo soundtrack. Thank you on that. And then next was Jeff Braley next on Cartoons. Sean David, I've already sold it. And over here, we have Lost in Alphaville, and this is the Rentals. The Rentals is on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, Gatefold Jacket, $19.99. Also, Otis Redding, Lonely in Blue, 2013 blue vinyl, and they made it look to where it has ring wear. The jacket isn't actually worn. It was made that way, just FYI. It was made that way, $29.99. I think we're done on Kiss. Mark Steele, I think it's up to one person. It is Steve McGee. Steve McGee on the Wicked Lester sessions. Billy Idol's about to be sold to Pickle for $9. Next in the bin is Run the Jewels 3. What a cool cover. It's got a Marvel kind of related cover. It's Run the Jewels, a 2018 red vinyl 12-inch single, $29.99. Are we sure this is a 12-inch single? It's got a bunch of music on here. It's got a lot of music on here. Also over here, we have Darius Rucker, Carolyn's Boy. Darius Rucker is on lemonade colored vinyl, $29.99. And we have Silver Spun Pickups, Carvanis. And that's a great indie shoegaze album, $29.99. Let's go back up to the top and see what's going on. Billy Idol has a new bid for $10, and then Run the Jewels 3 is officially sold to Ninja Pony. That's sold over here to Ninja Pony. And then Troy Robinson on Raphael. That is right back here. Thank you on that, Troy. And then we have Billy Idol, another 10. John Howard, second on Run the Jewels. And now did Steve McGee go out on Kiss? He did. Kiss is officially sold to Mark Steele for $115. Troy Robinson got Darius Rucker. This is a new arrival crate from Paul. These are all sticker price, and this has so far been an incredible crate. Unbelievably, no bid on No Quarter. No bid on The Song Remains the Same. No bid on the Rain Song. No bid on the Crunch. No bid on the Dancing Days. A $35 buy now for Led Zeppelin, if anybody wants it. Has anybody seen that Confounded Bridge? It can be bought for $35. Billy Idol 11. Billy Idol 11. Time for more new Kiss. We got a lot of requests. We got a lot of requests. Here we go. Here we go. Won't be long for people pay more for ringwear versions. Yep. I'm looking, Chad, I'm looking for a Led Zeppelin that has ringwear on the jacket. I'm wanting one that's actually kind of worn out looking to frame and hang in my office. That's what people will be saying in the year 2235. Josh MFer Jones gets Led Zeppelin for $35. Next Kiss auction. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We got Kiss Alive 2. A 45th anniversary deluxe picture disc, limited to 500. This is Kiss. It's a 2022 official web store Kiss release, not a bootleg. It is a 45th anniversary deluxe, limited to 500 picture disc worldwide. These have sold on Discogs for as much as $700. This is sealed. We're going to put it up for half that. $350 start on Kiss Alive 2. Limited edition, sold out, won't be made again most likely. Can't say that for sure, but there are 0 copies for sale right now on Discogs. How many, you may ask? 0. 0 copies, $350 start. That already has a bid. Billy Idol, the last bid was Rich Krulak at 11. Melanie Clausen, you tied them. So Melanie's also out. We're about to sell that then. Back to the Paul crate. Mumford & Sons Babel. Mumford & Sons, $24.99. Also, we have MTV Amp, a 1998 US, $34.99. A 1998 US with Fatboy Slim and Method Man and Pigeon Head and Jungle Brothers and Adam F. and Propeller Heads and Goldie and Hard Kiss and Air and others, $34.99. And Travis Meadows, Killing Uncle Buzzy, 2021 clear vinyl, limited to 300, $24.99. Well, you may say, Chad, what possibly could you else have up for auction? And I say, you ain't seen nothing yet. Ozzy. This is the other side of Ozzy Osbourne. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We had one of these the other night. It has the insert with it. It even has the photos, which we didn't have earlier in the last one we sold before. There's Ozzy. There's Jake E. Lee. There's Randy Rhoads. Very cool. Complete with Obi, a $75 star. That's now up for bid. Also, the next claim over here is Vladarchek on MTV. That is sold to Vladarchek. How much was Silver Sun? Silver Sun was $29.99. Also, we have Undivided Heart and Soul, J.D. McPherson, $24.99. J.D. McPherson and Edward McCain, Lucky. That's $24.99. Ozzy has bids for $75 and $100. Kiss has one bid for $350. The only copy and the cheapest copy for sale right now on Earth. And it's a final call. It's a $350 bid. I don't know if that is the only copy for sale on Earth right now, but there's none on Discogs. Billy Idol is sold to Rich Krulak for $11. Thank you, Rich. That is sold to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Eyes Without a Face, a big one. Billy Idol. The B-side is Blue Highway. Nice. Billy Idol's a $7 start. Edwin McCain sold to Chris Kirkley. Ozzy's at 100. We got Amos Lee, Dreamland. That's a 2022 blue vinyl, blue dream colored vinyl, $14.99 on Amos Lee. And Chris Isaac, Heart-Shaped World. Chris Isaac's a 2022 Record Store Day white vinyl. Chris Isaac, $49.99 white vinyl from Record Store Day. And Voices of Hip Hop, that's a Walmart exclusive purple colored vinyl, $19.99. LL Cool J, Salt and Pepper, Eric B. and Rakim, Arrested Development, Queen Latifah, that is $19.99. Chris Kirkley on Amos Lee. Now Billy Idol has a bid for $8. And the hammer's up on Kiss. I'm giving it a few more seconds since it's such a big auction and it's such at a great price. It's a final call to John Robb for $350. I'm about to sell it. I'm about to sell it. And now over here, this is the other side of Ozzy Osbourne. It's a Japanese pressing. It's complete with the photo inserts and OB near mint minus. It has a high bid right now of $100. Billy Idol is at $8. Eyes Without a Face. Big song there from Billy. And then over here, does Chris Isaac have Wicked Game? Chris Isaac does have Wicked Game. Yes, those are not in print right now. His catalog's not in print. Retro Class on Voices of Hip Hop, sold to Rydell Martin. Mark Stanley on Silver Sun, sold. And then Vladicek second on Hip Hop. Kiss, $355. Kiss, $360. And now we have Chris Isaac over here. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Over here, this is $24.99. This is Lee Cooks at the Moth Club. Lee Cooks at the Moth Club. May 9th, 2018, $24.99. The Run the Jewels, Paul had that as a 12-inch single earlier. That's what he had on the back. 12-inch single. Run the Jewels, $29.99. It says 12-inch single. 12-inch single. It's got a really cool design on the vinyl. Kill Your Masters, Stay Gold, and then the B-side is an etching. So it's a 12-inch single, $29.99. Right now it's sold to you, and then there was one other person. We have Jurassic 5, Quality Control, a 2015, $29.99. Kiss is at $365. Are we done on Ozzy? So the other people who bid $75, I hadn't heard back from them. David Tate or Tom Kelly, do you want back in on Ozzy before I sell it? And now we also have Jack Johnson and Friends, Sing-Along and Lullabies from the film Curious George. Curious George, $34.99. And Jason Isbell and Amanda Shires, The Sound Emporium EP, 2013, $19.99. And we have Calandolanus. What? Candlebox. It says Calandolanus, though. Candlebox is a bonus disc from the 2023 box set. Wow. $29.99. Kelly Vladicek on Curious George. Never seen that before. Ozzy out, Ozzy out. All right, time to sell Billy Idol. Rich Kulak, you get another Billy Idol for $8. And we have Eric Clapton from the Cradle. This is out of print. A 2014 remaster, $59.99. What Jurassic 5? That was Quality Control, 2015, $29.99 on that. And then we got Candlebox is sold to Craig Ruth. And then Mark says Need to Purr. And then Patrick Lear on Eric Clapton. And then Ozzy is sold for $100. It only took 3 bids, 100, 75, 75, and everybody else is done. Sold to Tracy Tallman for $100. Let's get that in a new sleeve. And are we done on Kiss? It's at $380. Info on Ozzy, unbelievably, it just sold. Unbelievably or believably, that is over here. And then Kiss, the last bid, John Robb has it for $380. We're about to sell it. Okay, and then Mark Stanley wants to put back Silver Sun. Somebody else asked about it earlier. It might be your lucky day. We're going to put Silver Sun in. We're going to take out Jurassic 5. Okay, now next record is Lucero, Among the Ghost, and this is $24.99. $24.99. Okay, and now let's put back the 12-inch single. Let me go back up to the top and figure out who else wanted this. Okay, Run the Jewels. All right. And then the next person on this, who was the next person who claimed this? I'm going to make sure they want it. And let me find it. Run the Jewels up here. Run the Jewels. Run the Jewels. Run the Jewels. Looks like it's got 4 tracks on it. Run the Jewels. Run the Jewels. I don't know who was next at this point. It was way up there. Run the Jewels, Run the Jewels, Run the Jewels. I have no idea. I'm just going to have to put it back in the crate right now. There's been about 3,000 comments since then. I have no idea. But if anybody does want it, it's $29.99 red vinyl, okay? Now, over here, we have Jurassic 5, John Howard. John, if you want this, he says pass as well. Now it's officially cursed. Joan Jett and the Black Hearts Greatest Hits. Red vinyl, $29.99. And then Wesley Schultz, Vengeance. That is a 2021, $19.99. And then Kiss is over here. And this is sold to John Robb for $380. New auctions going up right now. The next auction I have is this. Kiss, Searching, Kill, and Destroy. 1975 studio outtakes and demos. Kiss is limited to 120 hand-numbered copies on green vinyl. Demos recorded at Magna Graphic Studio, New York City, New York, August 75, a $65 start. Autumn Betts on Run the Jewels. Thank you on that, Autumn. Appreciate that. Master of Puppets is a new sealed remaster, $29.99. And then we have Satchel, Heartache and Honey, EX 36.99, a 2022 fluorescent yellow vinyl. Vinvet. I knew it was going to be confusing. That's why I was like, nope, I'm not even going to try it. I just spit something out there. There's Kiss. It's now up for bid. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now as well, and it is a Japanese pressing of Wham! Make It Big with Obi, near mint minus and pristine, and this is going to go up for a $35 star. Shrink wrap, Hype, Obi. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one. There's the insert, Shrink, Hype, Wham! Wake Me Up Before You Go. Kiss is up for bid. If it gets a bid, we'll fly through it. We'll keep selling these all night long. Philip on Master Puppet. Obey your master. Obey your remaster. Anybody need Gimme Feel, Gimme Fire? The Memory Remains. Reload, a double LP, gatefold, $49.99. Also, we have what? We have Silver Spun, another one. VG Minus, a double LP, $9.99. Kristen Driscoll on Satchel. And that was right here, so to Kristen Driscoll. There's that. Kiss, let me tell you the starting bid one more time. Kill and Destroy are studio demos and outtakes from 1975, and that would have been around the Dress to Kill era, based as you can see in their photos. I'm looking for a $65 start, okay? Randy Klein's in. Also, Royal Blood, VG Plus, $19.99 on Royal Blood, and Natalie Merchant. Paradise is there, the new Tiger Lily recordings, a 2015 US VG $24.99. Our next single is going to go up right now, and that next single is this. Is what? It is the Jacksons, Body, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid, okay? There's Natalie Merchant, and RB is sold to John La Rosca, and that was Royal Blood. John, are you a new buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, okay? And then we got Hum. Downward is Heavenward. Hum is a 2019 blue vinyl EX, $44.99 for Hum, okay? $44.99 for Hum. All right. One second, please. Okay, now, Josh on second on Royal Blood. I'll message now. Thank you, John LaRocca. $8 limited shipping. Welcome to Coletco. Kiss is sold to Randy Klein for $65. Over here, can I see JD again? JD. Can I see JD again? JD McPherson. Undivided Heart and Soul. No condition notes, $24.99. Royal Blood's already sold. Nobody bid on the Jacksons. That's a $7 buy it now. Nobody bid on Wham. It's a $35 buy it now. Okay? $35 buy it now on Wham. Make It Big if anybody wants that. Japanese with Obi insert. Careless Whisper. That's now available. And you can also buy the Jacksons for $7, okay? Let's put these right over here. Let's introduce another Kiss auction right quick. And the next one I have is this, Psycho Circus, which is a 2023 US limited 2500 on metallic silver vinyl. Wow, a 25th anniversary. So that is another web store official pressing on colored vinyl, an $85 start, sealed. Welcome our new buyer, John. welcome our new buyer, John LaRocca. And he just sent us his information. We love new buyers. We're going to read through this crate again. Kiss is an official pressing, an $85 start on that. $85 start on that. And then over here, we're going to put up another single right quick. And that is going to be Sade, Smooth Operator. Sade is a $7 start. And the first thing we have is the best of Sade, a 2LP half-speed master, $39.99 with Smooth Operator. That's a $7 start right over here. We have Lost and Alphaville, the Rentals. The Rentals is on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $19.99. Otis Redding, the Deepest Soul, Lonely and Blue, a 2013 blue vinyl, and it's $29.99. And yes, it was made to look like it has ring wear, just FYI. And then Mumford & Sons Babel was $24.99, and Travis Meadows, Killing Uncle Buzzy, 2021 clear vinyl limited of 300, $24.99. And then this is $24.99, The Cooks, live at the Moth Club, The Cooks. Webster J. Vance wants the Jackson 7-inch single for $7. Thank you on that. Right now we just have one no bid, and that is Wham, Make It Big. I'm going to make that a Japanese buy it now. You can have George Michael look at you for the rest of the night, or you can go ahead and buy it. Your decision. Also, we have Jason Isbell and Amanda Shires, The Sound Emporium, 2023 Record Store Day with Etch B-Side. That's $19.99. Also, Silver Sun Pickups, Carvanis, great indie shoegazing note on the back. That's $29.99. And Lucero, Among the Ghosts, $24.99. This is an official pressing of Kiss, Cycle Circus, a web store exclusive silver vinyl, sealed, $85 start. Looking for a $7 start on Sade, no bid on that. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And I might have another surprise over here too. But first, we'll run the Monkeys. And this is the Birds, the Bees, and the Monkeys. The Monkeys is a Japanese pressing, and we're going to put this up for a $35 start. The vinyl's near mint. It has the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Also in this crate, we have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits, red vinyl, $29.99. Over here, Sade 7, another 7. And then Josh is So to Stan McNessie. And that was, I think that was the Josh, let's see, Lucero J, Silver Sun, Jason, Cooks, Travis, Mumford, Otis, Rentals, and then maybe he meant Jason Isbell. Aha. I think Stan meant Jason Isbell. So to Stan. And then Wesley Schultz, Vinvets, Vinvatis. And this is $19.99. Also, this is another silver spun, and this is Danger Bird. It's VG minus for $9.99. Natalie Merchant, Paradise is there, the new Tiger Lily recordings, VG $24.99. Sade's at 8, and then Alan Smith wants Natalie Merchant. That's so to him. And then Hum, Downward is Heavenward. Hum is EX $44.99. And Undivided Heart and Soul, J.D. McPherson, $24.99. What a great Paul crate. There's 2 more like that, and I've got about 3,000 John crates to go through. Not that many, but y'all get what I'm saying. Wow, no bid on Kiss. I buy it now for $85. That is Cycle Circus, silver vinyl, $85 buy it now. Let's see who was waiting to grab it. Got to make sure that Michael, Jeremy, Brandon, who was first? Jeremy Rourke. I think it's up to you on the Sade, and then the Monkeys, a final call. If not, I got another crate of new vinyl to go through. I'm going to go ahead and put these right here behind me. If you change your mind, decide you want anything in there, just let me know. All those are available. You just got to let me know something. You just got to put something out there in the chat that says, hey, Chad, go ahead and give me everything that's left in there, all the duplicates. That looks like a really good batch of records. I'll go ahead and take everything in there. Who's still back there on the tape gun? Oh, it's Tanner. Tanner's back there on the tape gun. We're still packing orders. Amazingly, amazing, fantastically, so logically, magically. Team effort, that's right. We might have, everybody that works here might have a tape gun in their hand before the end of the week. I kind of told everybody, I was like, listen, I really want us caught up on shipping by the end of the week. And they have been back there flying through stuff, okay? Now, let's go ahead and go back over here. First thing we have is Natalie Merchant. Was Natalie Merchant VG? Natalie Merchant was VG $24.99. Yes. Okay. And then T. Bass got Kiss for $85. Michael McCarter was second. Okay. Alan Smith says he wants to put back Natalie Merchant. Yeah. Weird for a modern record like this to be VG. I mean, I guess it's got some scuffing on it. That's bizarre for a modern record like this to be VG. So, but probably because of some scuffing. That's still available if anybody else wants it. I'm going to put it right here, actually. Okay, now, Sade is sold for $8 to Brandon Lack. Oh, yeah, that's one that will get people. I mean, it's so hard on here every night reading names. When you look at that, what would you think? Sade or Sadie, right? It's S-A-D-E. No, it's Sade. You wouldn't know that unless somebody told you. And I guess that's the only way you would know. That's the only way. The Monkeys, a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. The Birds, the Bees, the Monkeys. I'm going to go ahead and get it in a new sleeve. And let's go ahead and put up some more Kiss stuff. And I got some guitars in here. And I've got new vinyl restocks. And we got a lot of other stuff to sell. Let's get started. Did Seth get fired? Seth was here this morning. And I basically said, look, buddy, I just don't want you here much longer, okay? So, first thing we have is Saigon Kick, the Lizard. Another stray copy showed up, and we actually already had somebody on a waiting list, and I just ordered 2 more this morning. So, Mark Steele, Saigon Kick is sold to you, $38.99. There's 2 more that might be here by tomorrow. If anybody else wants one, there's another Saigon Kick, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that another auction is going to happen right now. And that other auction is this. It's a vintage Kiss bootleg. Live without a net. This is actually from 1985. It's a vintage bootleg. Gothenburg, Sweden, 1987. This is going to go up for a $65 start. An unofficial. The vinyl is near mint. There's the Kiss jacket. Very cool. A vintage bootleg. That is now up for bid. That is now up for bid, okay? There's a vintage Kiss bootleg. There's that. And then over here we have Dio, the last in line. $39.99. Dio, the last in line. Dio, the last in line. I told Seth, listen, I know you hadn't been married that long. I know you got a new child and you got a new kid and stuff. But, I mean, man, you just get out of here, okay? Just leave. $39.99. So he packed up his bags and he walked out the door. Dio's $39.99. We have Exodus, and this is Exhibit B, the Human Condition. This is gold vinyl Exodus, $36.99. A double LP. Exodus is $36.99. And Gorgira Magma, $33.99 for Gorgira Magma. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And you may say, what else did you possibly have up for bid tonight, Chad? I mean, come on. Just give us a break. You're just throwing stuff at us one after another. It's only Monday night. And I'm like, listen, it's not going to stop for a while. And we're going to put this up for a $1 start. This is Live Cream Volume 2. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And Live Cream is a $1 start. That's now up for bid. Let's put down Autumn bets on a Saigon Kick waiting list. Autumn, those might even be in tomorrow. Kiss has a bid for 65, another bid for 65, and Ninja Pony wants Gorgira Magma. Sold to Ninja Pony. Autumn bets was second, okay? And then Gorgira, if anybody else wants on a waiting list for Autumn. Autumn, that's the second waiting list there in a row for you. Those will be back in, though. And then we still got Dio. We still got Exodus. And I think I ordered these, and they just now came in. Yeah. I actually had an original this one time, and it's quite hard to find. Coffee. The music score composed by Roy Ayers. Coffee. This is a pretty tough OG soundtrack. I remember having one time. $34.99. Very, very, very cool. The Coffee. It's new and sealed, $34.99 over there. Okay. And then Magma's on black vinyl. And then John Howard on Exodus. This is sold to John Howard. And yes, I'm joking if I ever talk about firing Seth. I'm joking if I ever talk about firing Seth, okay? He would have to do something pretty bad to actually get fired here. Seth is one of my best friends. but I do fire them for the fun of it, jokingly, okay? For those that's relatively new, if I say I'm firing Seth, if he's actually here doing a sale and I go, hey, Seth, I hate to do this, buddy, but you're gone, you're fired. He is actually fired, but he's not, if that makes sense, okay? So we have Cream 15 and then Kiss over here. Before everybody's like, man, have you heard what Chad's doing? He's like on there just like firing people live during a show. That's why I do it. It's the entertainment factor. And then over here, we got Rydell on coffee. Thank you. That's sold over here. There's that. Seth's a pharmacist, yes. Even if I did fire him, I don't think he's going to be hurting for money. Even though he's extremely cheap, okay? He rubs together pennies to start fires. I've seen him do it. Anthrax is $44.99. Volume 8, The Thread is Real. That's a double LP. Anthrax, $44.99. And then Kate Bush. Guy Shard was on a waiting list. Hounds of Love. I'm going to have one extra copy. Guy Shard, I told you it'd be a while, but they would come back, and here they are. One is sold to Guy Shard, thank you. This is Kate Bush, The Hounds of Love, $44.99. I'm going to make that the last record in the crate because we have another full crate. I'm ready for more new auctions. I'm ready to fill up another crate. Just look at all this stuff. We got John stuff, buy it now, best offer. He had 5 crates over here. We've already went through one. That last Paul crate was killer, and there's 2 more over here like that. Goodness gracious. All right, now, what happened over here with Kiss? The last bid on Kiss was Sean Holford at $75. Cream had jumped all the way up to $15. Now Kiss $78. Reload is $49.99. And then over here, Cream's at $15. Cream at $16. Both Anthrax are sold. Jeremy Rourke and Jeff Brindley. If anybody else wants one, let me know. What was that Anthrax? 8. It's available for a waiting list if you want one. Here's Exodus, Tempo of the Damned. Exodus is on natural with yellow and red splatter. And this here, Exodus, EXODUS, the waiting list for Exodus was Chris Bocci. And Chris, there's 2X. This one's sold to you, and if anybody else wants one in here, let me know. That is $36.99. I also have one copy of Gorgira the Link. That is $39.99 if anybody wants that. And Dwarves, I didn't expect this. Rex Everything, the Dwarves is $29.99. I've got 3 of those. And then over here, the last bit on Kiss, I'm going to make sure Sean Holford's out. He is. J.D. Conklin, 78. Cream was a $1 start, and Cream has got up to 18 with Steve McGee. He has it now at $18. And then Ninja Pony also wants Gorgira the Link. Now those are sold. Autumn Bets, once again, on a waiting list for Gorgira the Link. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that other auction is going to be this. Michael Jackson, no, The Police. Every little thing she does is magic. Very nice. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Dwarves is sold to David Smith. Thank you on that. And we have an Exodus I haven't had. The Atrocity Exposition Exhibit A. Silver vinyl 36. And the one we had back here earlier that we already sold was Exhibit B, The Human Condition. So I think that's like a Series 1-2 type deal. And then here's a restock of Mazzy Star. And this was Record Store Day Essential. Let me see if I have a waiting list for Mazzy. There's no waiting list for Mazzy. And this one's $33.99. And this one was She Hangs Brightly. She Hangs Brightly. All right, so J.D. Conklin, you get Kiss for $78. Thank you. And I think we're done on Cream. The last bid was $18 with Steve McGee. Going once, going twice on Live Cream Volume 2. Beautiful Japanese pressing. Just some humidity spots on the cover. And Alonzo wants Exodus Atrocity. This one right here. Now, that one's left, and so is Exhibit A back here, or Exhibit B. That was Exhibit A. Before I show the guitars, let me show you what's left in here right quick. And let's go ahead and put up another Kiss. Let's do something from the high-end bin. Let's do an official release from the high-end bin. Nice. Unmask, a 45th anniversary. This is a web store exclusive. Unmask. And we got the t-shirt with it too. Unmask is, oh, we've already taped it together. Okay. It's a 2025 45th anniversary Kiss Online exclusive, limited to 2,500 copies on Neon Splatter worldwide. It comes bundled with a t-shirt. The t-shirt is XXL. Embossed jacket with neon yellow and red swirl with poster, sealed Kiss. and that's going to be a $95 start. $95 start on Kiss. Next is Jeff Brindley wants one each of the Exodus. Those are now sold out if anybody else wants one. Here's what's left in here. Dio, the last in line, new and sealed, $39.99, import only. Import only. That is not in print in the United States. That's technically an import. The Coffee soundtrack, music by Roy Ayers, $34.99. That's a new reissue. One Kate Bush left, Hounds of Love. It's on colored vinyl. Climbing Up That Hill, A Deal with God. That's on there. Also, Exodus Tempo of the Damned, strictly limited edition with natural and red splatter, $36.99. Alonzo wants on the waiting list for Exodus Exhibit B, The Human Condition. Waiting list for Alonzo on that one. Let's make sure we get that title. The name of the Dwarves album is called Rex Everything. We've sold one. There's two left, $29.99. And then a restock of Mazzy Star, $33. The Police is sold to Brandon Lack for $7. Cream is sold for $18. A Japanese pressing volume 2. And Cream was sold to Steve McGee for $18. Thank you on that. Kiss, $95 start, a website exclusive with t-shirt, going once, going twice, going once, going twice on that. Going once, going twice, okay? Let's jump right over here. Next thing we have is, I only got a couple more Japanese pressings, and I'm going to get into my, what I call bonus auctions, which there is some hard rock, maybe even some, quote, metal over here. But the first thing I'm going to do, I got another beautiful one here in Shrink with Obi, and that's Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Phil Collins, this is a $35 start. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. That's a $35 start. It has the insert. It has the other insert. It has a solicitation card. Studio, $35 start. Okay, so what I've done is I've went ahead and ordered two more of the Randy Rhoads guitars. So let me show you first this one. The Randy Rhoads miniature guitars are $39.99. If you hadn't seen these already, they're very, very cool. I've got two different ones here. Randy Rhoads miniature. We'll first show this one, the polka dot guitar. I've got two. They are $39.99. Randy Rhoads, very nice, $39.99. They come with a stand, and that's his iconic polka dot kind of harpoon flying V there. If anybody wants that, I've got two Randy Rhoads available, and those are $39.99. So those are there. Axe Haven miniatures, okay? And that is the that's technically called the Harpoon, and that is $39.99 for Randy Rhoads. I've got two of the polka dot, and then here is the white flying V, and I have probably collectively sold, I don't know how many dozens of these. Here is what the other one looks like. And we're about to go straight into some vintage. Buy it now, best offer. Kiss is a final call for $95, and Phil Collins is a final call for $35. There's the other Randy Rhoads miniature guitar. That's another Jackson. That's a Harpoon. What do they actually call this one? A white flying V, technically. That other one's kind of like a flying V, but it doesn't have that kind of that round shape at the bottom. And that one's the white with the gold hardware. So those are $39.99 each. Randy Rhoads. T-Bass Energy says he wants one of each. Those are sold and sold. I have now one of each left if anybody wants them. Great display items. I see people putting these up in their music room next to their turntables. Very, very cool, okay? And now Kiss has another $95 bid. JD, you're out. Steve McQueen already bid $95. Let's go ahead and condense these new LPs with the other new LPs over here. And I'm ready for some vintage buy it now best offer. Let's get going. Let's get going. We have all night ahead of us. Lots and lots and lots of stuff to get to, okay? All right, and then Troy on the Randy Rhoads, one of each. Troy, if you're a first-time buyer, just say your last name is pronounced Audit. Is that right, Troy? Audit. And just say, yes, first-time buyer, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of information on how to make sure you're registered with us, okay? And then it looks like we're going to have a waiting list. No surprise. I think John Bobing says he wants a white one. No surprise, we're going to have a waiting list there, so we'll get that going. If anybody else decides they want on a waiting list, let me know. Let me try to put this away right quick. Make sure they have all these properly lined up over here. We'll make sure he's a first-time buyer. And here we go. Let's grab another crate over here and see what we got. Is this check condition? Nope. We'll just do best offer on these. We'll do best offer on these. Let me take a quick flip through them. Oh, yeah. Great looking titles in here, of course. Yes, 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 yes. All right, let me go ahead and bring these over and this over. And these are going to be buy now or best offer, okay? Here we go. BIN or BO. That means you can go ahead and buy them or you can make offer. Correct? First time buyer also. Okay. So thank you. Welcome. So first time buyer, Troy or anybody else, if anybody else wants to go ahead and do this, it depends on where you're watching from. Facebook, you can go ahead and send us a Facebook message. Just click on CollectCo, go to this page, and we need your email address and mailing address. So we do $8 in limited shipping. So right now you've made 2 purchases for this week. The shipping charge is $8. It doesn't matter between now and the next 6 nights I'm going to be here. You can purchase another 100 items. It's all going to ship for $8. You will not get an invoice to that email you sent us. You won't get an invoice until a week from today, Monday. Mondays are invoicing day. So essentially we do an open box for 6 nights. And make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Our private group, Whole Lot of Records, I post new arrivals, pre-orders, videos with claims, recaps, vintage on sale. There's something going on in there every day. And today I posted restocks about Ozzy albums. Blizzard of Oz coming in this week. Diary coming in this week. Bark of the Moon coming in this week. Black Rain coming in this week. Ordinary Man coming in this week. And we've already sold, I think, almost 150 copies of just those. Make sure you're in our group. Make sure you send us that information. And make sure you buy as much as humanly possible for the next 6 nights, okay? So make sure he gets a Harpoon and a White Flying V. And then we're going to put John Bobing on the waiting list for the White V, okay? And if anybody else wants one, I'm always ordering those. And I am going to say thank you. And we're going to take these right around the corner. And I'm going to go ahead and put these on the table in here, okay? I'm going to go ahead and put these on the table in here. Let's start a new miscellaneous pile for tonight. Let's start a new miscellaneous pile for tonight. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, sorry, I'm in a maze over here too. Every time I walk away, I've got to come back. So now, let's see what's going on. So T-Bass got the first Randy Rhoads Kiss 95. What's the Kiss? Kiss 100, Kiss 100, Kiss 100, Kiss 111, Kiss 115. And I think Phil Collins had one bid with Chris Bocci for 35, and we're about to sell it to him, okay? Near mint minus and pristine. That's self-explanatory, no jacket required. Kiss is a official web store exclusive of Unmasked. And Unmasked comes with an extra large t-shirt, XXL. It's a 45th anniversary. The cover is embossed jacket with neon yellow and red swirl. And that is sealed Kiss. And then over here, this is $115 with Steve McKee. Chad, that's a zip-up hoodie. This comes bundled with a t-shirt size XXL. This is a t-shirt, is what Laura says. There's no mention on the back of a zip-up hoodie. Kiss is at $120, okay? Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Uncle Tupelo, Still Feel Gone. 2012, 180 gram, $79.99. Also, Pete Townsend, Scoop. Pete Townsend's a 2 LP, $26.99 on Pete Townsend. Doug and the Slugs, Wrap It. Doug and the Slugs, $14.99. We have Roy Gallagher, Top Priority. Roy Gallagher is $19.99. James Taylor, Shrink with the Shower the People Hype sticker. No condition notes, $14.99. Chris Bocci gets Phil Collins for $35. New auctions going up right now. We got Kiss still getting new bids. We got a bunch of Kiss auctions over here. This is the 6th Monday in a row. A month and a half of nothing but Kiss auctions. I bet we've knocked down, we do about 40 to 60 a night for the last 6 weeks. And I think we're at the halfway point. So I bet we still got another 6 weeks to go for Monday night Kiss auctions. We bought over 800, I think, originally. Kevin Willis on Roy Gallagher. T-Bass was second. The Allman Brothers, nice, $29.99. Their debut album, Yellow Atco label, gatefold jacket, one of my favorites over there. Okay, and then over here, we have next going up for auction. This is Motley Crue, and this is Smoking in the Boys Room. Nice. In the original picture sleeve, crisp, flat, and the vinyl's also really nice. Has the original Target price tag, and the B-side is Use It or Lose It. $7 start on Motley Crue. Next is Rolling Stones' Beggar's Banquet, a 69 OG Waddell pressing, $39.99. Sympathy for the Devil, $39. Wade, you're out on Kiss. Steve McGee has it for $125. I think everybody else is done. We'll just make sure he's done. And then Motley Crue has bids for $7, now $8. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain, $29.99. These are all bought now or best offer. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's a Japanese pressing, and we're going to put up for just a $1 start. This is Ringo's Rotogravure. Yes, a $1 start for Ringo Starr. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert, gatefold cover of Obi. Ringo is a $1 start. That's now up for bid. Kiss Unmasked, so he's out. Steve McQueen. I'm just going to start calling you McQueen. I have to take a 1-second pause in my brain every time to do everything possible not to call him Steve McQueen. Steve McGee. Steve McGee has that, and we're about to sell it to him for $125 as soon as I put on some chapstick. That's what I needed. I got a monster up front chilling in a fridge, and somebody's turned down the temperature of that front fridge up there, Tanner. It's nearly freezing stuff, which I kind of like, especially if you're going to put drinks in there. But I'm about to go get that. But first, I'm going to finish this water. And John Messmore says the hoodie came with the picture disc. There you go. John Robb, you were probably looking at the picture disc entry. This is, in fact, the colored vinyl. All right. We're in the middle of a bot now, best offer crate. Also in here, Ohio Express Mercy, $14.99. Girl on a Swing, Gary and the Pacemakers. That's on the original Lori. Wow, that's one of his albums I don't see too often. $9.99 on that. Also live, the Jay Giles Band. That's a 2 LP, $29.99. Blow Your Face Out. Bulldog is Green Cornrich and Dino Danelli of the Rascals. $14.99. A couple members that went on, that was in the band, the Rascals, on that one. $14.99. Buffalo Springfield, last time around, $34.99. And the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, nice, a 71 press, original inner sleeves, $39.99. $39.99. Over here, Kiss Unmasked is officially sold to Steve McGee for $125. Steve McGee. Over here, Motley Crue. The last bid on Motley Crue is a final call to Jason Thomas for $19. And then Ringo has bids up to $10 with Ninja Pony. Everything in this crate is sticker price. Everything in here is sticker price. We have Argent Counterpoints. This is, this is best offer. My bad. Excuse me, this is a best offer crate. What did we have over here? This is $14.99. I will do $10 on this. My bad. $14.99. I'll do $10 on that. Ringo's at $11. And then over here, we have Motley Crue, a new bid for $20. Join Bing and sing along. 33 great songs. Wow. 33 Bing Crosby. How did they get that on one disc? Is that accurate? Or is this like misleading? $9.99. Also, we have Ring Around the Rosie, Rosemary Clooney and the Hollows, $9.99. All right. So, yes, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Sorry, I saw where somebody made an offer. I was like, nope, it's sticker price. This is best offer. Let me go ahead and put up another Kiss auction. And the next I have is Kiss Alive 2 Winter Tour. This is Kiss, a 2023 limited edition yellow vinyl book live at Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland, 1977. Kiss, yellow vinyl, a $55 start. $55 start. Let's go back to the top and make sure we got Ringo situated. Ninja Pony had it for $10. Then there was a bid for $11. What's on Jay Giles is at OG. Motley Crue $20. Chuck Haley on Gary and the Pacemakers for $7. That was Girl on a Swing. That sold right back here for $7. And then over here, Ninja Pony on the Ohio Express for $10. That was right here. That's on Ninja Pony for $10. Yes, the Elvis came in. And then over here, we have, Chad, just to clarify, it's T-Bass Energy. When you say bass, it sounds like fish. It's T-Bass. BASS, Base, T Base Energy. Okay, and then over here we have Bill Samus at 55 on Kiss, and then another bid for 55 is there a Beggars Banquet left. Kiss 65, Kiss 15, Rosemary and Bean for 15, Kiss 75. Holy moly, let me go back and figure out just what happened. Ringo, Ninja Pony at $12, and then JD put Kiss for 15. JD, did you mean Ringo for 15? And now Bill Samus has this for sure at 75. And then also Motley Crue's moving to a final call. It's a beautiful copy. That's at $20, and that's with William Drugovich, okay? Now, there's about, what else is going over here? Yes, so there is an OG pressing, 1969 Beggars Banquet in here. There's about 5 records in here, and I'm honestly... I'm blown away. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. There's still some of these records in here. Talking about 69 OG Stones. Very nice vinyl of Beggars Banquet, $39.99 or best offer. Okay, so that was asked about. Also, we had an offer on these for $7.50 and $7.50. Sell those to Patrick Johnson. Okay, $15 for both. Also, area code 615, Trip in the Country. That is $29.99. And then Ringo has a bid for 15. Now Kiss has a bid for 70. Also still got Hot Rocks, and I still got the Allman Brothers' first album there. Also Ginger Baker's Air Force, a 1970 Terre Haute. That is $39.99. Mountain, Flowers of Evil. Mountain is $19.99, and 1910 Fruit Gum, Indian Giver, that's $12.99. Motley Crue is sold to William Drugovich for $20. That's sold for $20. Next auction is going to go up right now. What do I have here? Oh, wow. It's Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. A $7 start. Another 7-inch single with picture sleeve nice. A $7 start. Somebody earlier asked about Jay Giles Band. This is an OG 2 LP. It's called Blow Your Face Out. No condition notes. $29.99. They wanted to know the track listing. Southside Shuffle, Get Back to Ya. That's a great one. Shoot Your Shot, Must Have Got Lost. Where Did Our Love Go? Truck Driving Man. Love It's. Intro to House Party, So Sharp, Detroit Breakdown, Chime, Snow Cone, Wait, Raise Your Hand, Start All Over and Give It to Me. $29.99. Over here, Motley Crue 9, Motley Crue 10, The Circle, Neon, $19.99. Motley Crue another 10, New Riders of the Purple Sage, also $19.99. Now Kiss has a bid for 75, J.D. Conklin out. Chris Bocci asked about the Jay Giles. Chris Bocci has first dibs, then Steve Mason. We have BG's Idea, $19.99. Also, we have Showdown with Albert Collins, Robert Cray, and Johnny Copeland. That is $19.99. We have Krabby Appleton. Krabby Appleton is a white label promo, $19.99. Krabby Appleton. Krabby Appleton. That's a great album with Go Now. $19.99 on that. And then It's a Mother, James Brown, $39.99. James Brown, It's a Mother, $39.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Underdog. $9.99, okay? Kiss is at 80. Kiss is at 90. Motley Crue's at 14 with William Drugovich. That's the high bid. Ringo Starr, Ninja Pony has it for 18. J.D. Conklin, you're also outbid on that. Just saying. We have Paul Rogers, Cut Loose, $14.99. So that means Chris Bocci, it's up to you on the Jay Giles. We have an offer for $22. It's completely up to you. And now, Indian Giver, $9. Chuck Haley, let's go back to that. So to Chuck Haley for $9. Gallery, Nice to Be With You. Gallery is $14.99. Also in here, we have The Best of John Fred and the Playboys, $14.99. Mike Conway on ELP for $15. If you're talking about this one right back here, Works, then Mike Conway, that's so to you. JD's out on Ringo. The Kinks, this is Superman. Wish I Could Fly Like Superman. The Kinks is $9.99. Motley Crue is an original 7-inch single of Girls, Girls, Girls. The B-side is Something for Nothing. And then we have Alive, and the last bid of Kiss, Alive, okay? The last bid. Bill Samus was at $90. J.D. Conklin just bid $95. Tyler Hubie on Krabby Appleton, $12. Let me go back for that one over here. I will sell it to you for $15. It is a white label promo out on Jay Giles. So Jay Giles is sold to Steve Mason for $22. Steve, that's sold to you for $22. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, $14.99 on that. D Kong gets Beggar's Banquet for $30. That's right back here. So did D Kong. Now, what's the high bid on Ringo? Ninja Pony has the high bid. JD's out. It's a Japanese pressing, and the last bid was $18. That was with Ninja Pony. Final call. Now Kiss is at $105 with Bill Samus. And then Tyler Ubry says he'll do the Krabby Appleton for $15. The Motley Crue single, the last bid that came in on that was William Drugovich for $18. Roy Gallagher again, this time Blueprint, $19.99. Also Dave Edmunds Band Live, I Hear You Rockin', $14.99. Also The Nice's Greatest Hits, that's $19.99. Also The Firm, self-titled, or with Radioactive, Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers, $24.99. Dave Edmunds Twangin' is $12.99. And The Four Seasons Live on Stage, $14.99. Patrick Johnson on Roy Gallagher, okay? Ringo has a new bid for $20. Ninja Pony, you're out. Kiss is between two people, and that's J.D. Conklin and Bill Samus. Bill Samus, you're out. It's now at $105. And if we're all done on Motley Crue, it's about to be William Drugovich's. It's about to be William Drugovich. I think that I said that was the final call for $18. Okay. 1 second, please. And Stacy, I actually Stacy Metternich, I actually mentioned your name at the beginning of the sale. There was a platter pack sitting right here. I said, I got to send pictures to Stacy Metternich. So don't worry, you're on my to-do list. Okay. Here we go. J.D. Conklin, if you're out there, I'm about to sell Kiss. We have a lot more to go. It's at $105 with Bill Samus. You've also been outbid on Ringo. And then over here, we have Motley Crue, and this is sold to William Drugovich for $18. Okay, again, Leonard Skinner. I saw your comment earlier. And I honestly don't think I said Leonard Skinner, but I'm going to look one more time. I saw that comment, and the reason I didn't address it, because there is no Leonard Skinner in here. I'm going to look one more time for you, but Michael, I wasn't ignoring you. I was, because there is no Leonard Skinner album in here. There was not, I don't think, to begin with. Now, the first thing is, Chad, we've been doing pre-order for the new Bad Company tribute album. Yes. And then the next comment is that a Japanese puzzle in the back or a no bid? That's a no bid. And then Kevin Willis on Showdown for $12. Okay, and that's sold to Kevin Willis for $12. He's out. This is sold to Bill Samus for $105. And now Ringo's at $21. JD, it's back to you, okay? Let's put up another Kiss auction. First, let's take these right over here. Let's read through all those again. And very quickly, some titles. I'm going to say some of the prices. If you need more prices, let me know, okay? Next thing is Kiss, Fancy Mix. Kiss is an unofficial. This is from 1985. This is from 1985. Kiss Fancy Mix. Only about a half of these tracks are actually Kiss. Track A3 is a band called Circus Circus, who later became Wasp. Track A6 is also a band, Tattoo. Track B1 is a small band named US Airwave. Track B3 is a prog band named Zon. All other tracks are Kiss. What a bizarre release. Kiss Fancy Mix, $65 start on that, okay? Now Ringo's at $22. JD says he's out, okay? I don't think you're out from Ringo came in, but I do see you're out for Kiss. You're out on Ringo, never did come in until right now. You saying you're out on both, but you got it. And now Ringo's at $22. Ninja, you've been outbid. Now, first thing was Paul Rogers, Paul Rogers, and then Firm, and then another Firm, and then Hot Rocks, an offer on Japanese, a question about Japanese, and then another question about the Japanese. Holy moly. Let me just pull up a bar stool, and I'll figure all this out. First, we have an offer on Wham. I'm going to sell it for $25. And this is sold to Gerald Whitworth. There's one Japanese no bid, the only no bid tonight. The Birds, the Bees, and the Monkeys, $35. It's available for a bot now. I'm going to put it right there, okay? Now, Ringo, it's up to Ninja Pony and Romelu C. Romelu C has it for $22. Let me find the Paul Rogers album. Melanie Clausen asked first, and then Steve Mason. Paul Rogers is called Cut Loose. It's a solo album from The Bad Company and Free Frontman, $14.99. The other question was how much was Hot Rocks? Hot Rocks, a essential compilation. And this one happens to be an older copy, a 71 Presswell that's in really good condition, especially for the jacket and vinyl, of course. $39.99, okay? There's that. Melanie Clausen, it's up to you. And we have Kiss Fancy Mix, and now we've got a single to put up for auction, and that is a picture sleeve of Michael Jackson Bad. Michael Jackson Bad is going to go up for a $7 start. The cover has a little bit of wear right here. I don't know if that actually come off. It actually might. Looks more like dust right there. I thought it was actually where like maybe it got wet or something, but I actually think I just wiped it on my shorts. Yeah, that just made it look a lot better. It does have a little bit of a wrinkle here to it. $7 start on Michael Jackson. Vinyl's very nice. Melanie, it's up to you on Paul Rogers. We do have a bid. MJ has a bid. He's passing. Let's go ahead and sell that to Steve Mason for $12, okay? There's that. There's the Stones. And now we have Uncle Tupelo, Still Feel Gone, a 2012 180 gram, $79.99. Pete Townsend Scoop. The ones I don't say a price on, if you do want a price, let me know, okay? Doug and the Slugs Wrap It, James Taylor and Shrink with Hype. The Allman Brothers. This is $29.99. Gatefold jacket, textured cover, yellow Atco label. 1841 Broadway. That's definitely an older pressing. So much great music on there. $29.99 on that. MJ's at $15. Ringo is at $26. Michael Jackson's at $18. They're still bidding on that. Any Kiss? Man, we've had a lot of Kiss. And here's one right here for a final call, $65. We've been auctioning Kiss. We've been auctioning Kiss for the last 2 hours. We've got 4 more hours to go. This one does not have a bid. Final call for a $65 start. 0 bids on Fancy Mix. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain, $29.99 on Bob Dylan. Also Bulldog, Buffalo Springfield, last time around, $34.99. Argent Counterpoints, a UK pressing. If you just got on, you've missed 2 hours of Kiss, but there's 4 more hours to go. We got a lot more to sell. Final call on that one. MJ still getting bids. They are having the battle of a lifetime over here on Ringo Starr. Romelu, 25. Now there's another bid for 26. How much was JT? James Taylor Shrink and Hype was $14.99. Gregory Roberts on Uncle Tupelo. I was waiting for somebody to buy that. My goodness. Don't see records like that too often in a John crate. Area code 615, $29.99. We have Ginger Baker's Air Force. That's still available. We have Mountain Flowers of Evil. We have Neon the Circle. New Riders of the Purple Sage. BG's Idea. James Brown still available. It's a Mother, $39.99. It's a Mother, $39.99. James Taylor, who asked the price on that? Peter Haas did. We have Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Nobody bid on Kiss. It's a buy it now for $65. What a bizarre release that is. MJ, Vladercheck, $23. Troy Robinson, it's up to you. Gallery, nice to be with you, $14.99. Ringo has another bid for $28. Our next Kiss auction is going up right now. Holy moly, what do we have here? Kiss Love Gun, a 45th anniversary edition, 2022, 45th anniversary deluxe, limited 500 picture disc with a extra 2XL t-shirt, $150 start. Wow, Love Gun, foil cover, 45th anniversary picture disc with t-shirt, $150 start. Sean Holford gets Kiss Fancy Mix. Thank you, Sean. That's sold to you for $65. Ringo has a bid for $28 and now another bid for $29. And then JT has an offer for $9. I'm going to make sure Peter Haas says in or out on that. Almond Brothers is sold for $24, and that is sold to Ryan Eaton for $24. And now we have a bid already on Kiss for $150. Now another bid for $150. And now Ginger Baker is Ginger Baker's Air Force, an OG 2LP 1970 Terre Haute, $39.99. We got MJ, that is sold to Vladarchuk for $23. Robert Vladarchuk specifically. The Best of John Fred, $14.99. Also, the Kinks, Superman, that's $9.99. Dan Fogelberg, Innocent Age, Dave Edmonds Live, The Nice Greatest Hits, The Firm. There's another Paul Rogers and Jimmy Page on guitar, $24.99. James Taylor. So let me go back to that one. I've already forgot what I had it marked. I will sell this for $10. Where's Romelu? Romelu, just say sold. $10 on that one. And then Mike Conway on ARS. ARS, that is sold to Mike Conway. Now we have Ringo, another bid for $30. Now we've got a new bidder. And now Kiss is at $165. Steve Mason gets the Firm for $17. And the last couple records, Romelu gets James Taylor for $10. Another Dave Edmonds Twangin. And the Four Seasons is $14.99. Bob Riger on James Brown. Nice. Sold to Bob Riger for $30. Kiss $175. Our next 7-inch single is Parliament. It's Parliament. Tear the Roof Off of the Sucker. Nice. That's their big song. We got the funk. Gotta have that funk. That's it. Tear the Roof Off of the Sucker. In the original Casablanca sleeve, $7 start. Ninja is out on Ringo. So now it's up to J.D. Conklin and Peter Mazzoliano. Kevin J. Reed says he's in on Dylan at $25. If that was for Hard Rain, sold for $25. Next, we have Uncle Tupelo was Near Mint. It was very nice. Near Mint. Kiss $185. Parliament was at $8. And Kiss $185, $190, $190. And Parliament $10. And then what is the condition? And then what was the price on Circle? Okay, that was right back here. Don't hesitate to make offers on anything. The Circle, Columbia 2i Mono, $19.99. $19.99. Wow, what a great crate. And guess what? I think there's 3 more like that, plus 2 Paul crates over here. We're about to do a Paul crate next. My goodness. Don't go anywhere. What an amazing batch of records. This is what happens when we get new collections in. New collections, it's just seems like the crates are just full of great titles, okay? Now, over here we have Ringo, the high bid over here. Ninja Pony gets the Circle for $15. What is the high bid on Ringo? At this moment, Peter Mazzoliano has it for $30. I'm going to read these one more time, just the titles. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, Pete Townsend, Doug and the Slugs, Bulldog, Buffalo Springfield Argent. We have Area Code, we have Mountain, we have New Riders, BG's, Gallery, Ginger Baker, John Fred, The Kinks, Dan Fogelberg, Dave Edmonds, The Nice, Dave Edmonds, and the Four Seasons, okay? Which Uncle Tupelo already sold. Ringo 31, Parliament 12, and wow, don't forget about Kiss, John Robb at $201. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I've thought about it. Go ahead and just give me everything that's left in that crate, even all the duplicates. I'll be like, okay, you're a rebel, Johnny Yuma, but I will give you everything that's left in there. I will say the entire crate. Just go, Chad, I'm looking to spice up my life a little bit. Go ahead and give me the rest of that crate. And I'll be like, all right, you're a dog, but we'll go ahead and do it. All right, let's grab this other Paul crate. What is next over here? Oh, my gosh, look at all this. Holy moly. Button up your bootstraps. Here we go. Parliament, 14. Parliament, 15. Kiss 205. Ringo's at 31. Peter Mazzoliano, you're out. We started Ringo at $1. It's had about 70 or 80 bids. Right now, we're at $31. Romelu has it. New arrivals. First thing is My Morning Jacket, a Target exclusive 2021 violet and yellow vinyl, $19.99 on My Morning Jacket. Casey Musgraves pageant material, 2015 pink marble vinyl, $29.99. Parliament 14, Parliament 15, Parliament 16, Parliament 16. Kiss is at $205. Everybody else is out. Gerald Whitworth has it. Also, Mumford & Sons, Wilder Mine, Mumford & Sons, 2015 US, $24.99. These are sticker price, by the way. Sticker price. Kiss Love Gun is the picture disc, the 45th anniversary. It is sealed with a t-shirt, Love Gun t-shirt. It is a size XXL. It is there, and it is now up for bid. It's at $205. Parliament, 1617. Craig Ruth on My Morning Jacket, sold. And then we got Kelly Volachek on Mumford, sold. These are 100% sticker price, yes. These probably should be sticker price plus 25%. Zach said he bid $205 first on Kiss. He did. Zach Shepard has it for $205. Now, John Robb, you're out. And Gerald Whitworth, you're actually out. You're actually out on that, okay? Ringo, Peter Mazzoliano, are you out there? The last bid was the last bid on Ringo. The last bid on Ringo. He's got to sell soon. Romelu has it for $31. Next is The Last Pale Light in the West by Ben Nichols. A 2011 red vinyl, $149 for Ben Nichols. Wow, $149. That must be out of print. Wolfgang, Amadeus Phoenix, $24.99. Parliament, 18, 19, 20, 20. Ringo has a new bid for $33. We're not done on Ringo back there. We have Patton Oswalt, Annihilation, 2018 Record Store Day, $19.99. And no doubt, Tragic Kingdom, Just a Girl, 2014 blue vinyl, $59.99. 2000 blue vinyl, $59.99. Kiss is still getting bids. Another bid, $206. Zach, you've been outbid by Gerald. Pickle, you tied. So now it's at $206. Now Romelu's backing on Ringo at $35. And now we have a new bid on Parliament. Now another new bid on Kiss. And Jason Isbell on the 400 unit, Georgia Blue. That's a 2021 Record Store Day blue vinyl, $24.99. These are new arrival sticker price in this one. I've mixed it up on you. These are sticker price. Craig got No Doubt. Wes Wilt was second. He's out on Ringo. And now we have Lenny Kravitz, Circle, 2018, $34.99. Kiss is at $207. Last bid on Parliament, just so everybody knows, Isaac Elliott at $22. And now Ringo is sold. Ringo is sold to Romelu C for $35. A battle of a lifetime. $35 on that one. Now, let me tell you how I could have sped that up. I'd had some fun with that one. I love putting stuff up for $1 start. It really helps the algorithm because there was a ton of bids on that. Or we could have put that up for a $35 start. It could have got one bid and I could have sold it a half hour ago. So somebody commented on a post the other day and they said, why don't you just start everything at $1? And I was like, well, because we would go through about a third of or a fifth of the auctions every night because there gets, it's going to get to a certain price anyway. We pretty much know within pretty close what every auction is going to sell for, and sometimes we go ahead and speed it up by starting prices at various different levels. So you may say $195, a $50 start. We kind of know where things are going to end up. I do like $1 starts though. It kind of, man, because that really helps the chat. It's like there's going to be a lot of people initially bid. And it really helps. It really helps out the chat sometimes, but not when we're too busy because it can flood with comments. I've put up big stuff before, like $500 records for lower starts, and the chat it almost freezes things up. Lenny Kravitz is sold to Melissa Bailey. Kiss is at $210. Kiss is at $210, and then Parliament out. And then what Kiss? What is Kiss? More about Kiss. We have first Inside Llewyn Davis, the original soundtrack, $24.99, and this is $29.99, and that is Hum Inlet, $29.99. Thanks everybody for bidding on Ringo. He is gone. Parliament, and this is sold to Isaac Elliott. Then thank you, Isaac. That is sold to you for $22 or $23. This is sold to Isaac Elliott for $22. Okay, there's done. And then here is this. One more time, big auction here. Kiss Love Gun, the 45th anniversary, official Kiss web store exclusive. It does come with a t-shirt. It's sealed. It's near mint. Gerald Whitworth tied Wade Lucas. Wade has it for $210. Somebody go ahead and just bid $500 and we'll wrap that up. Realistically, if you go ahead and bid $300, I bet you'll get it. If you want to go ahead and say, Chad, what's it going to take to probably win this Kiss auction? I'd say go ahead and bid $250. I bet that might scare some people off. We'll see. Garrett Seifert. Hum is a 2020 pressing for $29.99. I don't know if that was a claim or a question there. And then the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. It's something though, right, Garrett? $29.99 for 2014. Is that a Cosmic Brownie?
Yeah, only half of
I might actually eat that here in a minute when I go get a Monster. Okay, great. Tanner's eating half of my Cosmic Brownies. All right, our next auction is do what? We have Triumph. Hold on just a game. Triumph's in a picture sleeve. Triumph is going to go up for a $7 start. How cool is that? Now up for bid. Kiss. It's a final call. Hammers up. Wade Lucas has it for $210. Wade's bid for sure came in first. Wade 210. Gerald, you're out. Wade has it for 210. We're about to sell it. Garrett says he does want Hum. There it is, okay? Over here, we have What is the Kiss? We have Khalid, Free Spirit. That's a 2021 Tangerine, $24.99. Kiss has a new bid for $211. Also, 2 people have asked, what is the Kiss? Since I had just answered. There must have been some people. It's that time of the night. Universally, everybody said, you know what time it is? It's time to go walk my dog and use the bathroom. Because there has been 100 people ask what Kiss is. It's that universal time. Everybody said around the world, across America, I better stand up and go walk my dog and use the bathroom. And then they come back and go, oh my God, what is up for auction, Chad? Holy moly, what have I missed? I just stepped away for 1 second to walk my dog and use the bathroom. And now I've missed half of my life has flashed before my eyes. Next. Wow. Pink Floyd, Learning to Fly. Whoa. Don't see that one too often. A $7 start on Pink Floyd, Learning to Fly, 7-inch single with picture sleeve. This is Rustin Kelly, The Weakness. It's on silver colored vinyl with a signed insert, $34.99. Wade Lucas, you have been outbid on Kiss. John Robb, in fact, has bid $211. Kiss Love Gun is a 45th anniversary deluxe picture disc limited to 500 units worldwide, sealed. It is unopened, brand new from the Kiss web store with a 2XL t-shirt, okay? And this is at $211 with John Robb over on Twitch. That's Roxy630. Roxy630, okay? We've got 2 fantastic picture sleeves up for bid right now. Don't blink or you are going to miss a Kiss auction. We've got them for the next several hours, though. Natasha on Weakness. Thank you, Natasha. All right, here we go. Back to this great Paul cake. Wow, Jurassic 5 with lenticular cover, Power in Numbers, sealed, $79.99. I was about to say, I think this is out of print. Power in Numbers, Jurassic 5, sealed, lenticular, $79.99. Jungle Brothers VIP, 1999 UK, $19.99. So now Kiss is at $213. Now Kiss is at $213. Now Pink Floyd is at $18. Now Triumph is at $20. That's where we're at on our picture sleeves back here. That's where we're at back here on Pink Floyd. Look at this, Triumph, and then Pink Floyd, Learning to Fly, Into the Distance. I love that artwork. Very Pink Floyd-ish. Very Pink Floyd-ish on that one. Back here to the crate, Jack Johnson, In Between Dreams. Jack Johnson's a 2022 US $34.99. And Lucero, should have learned by now, Lucero is $19.99. $19.99. Chad, can you get Morris Day and the Time, specifically Jungle Love? I don't think the Time albums are in print. But whoever's watching this sale, Tanner, Jake, G, let's make a note to check on that, okay? I don't know if I've ever really searched that, but I can find out for you. Triumph 22, Triumph 23. Are we done on Pink Floyd? Are we done on Pink Floyd? Nick Bargeron 18 on Learning to Fly. And then Nick Bargeron on JJ for Jack Johnson. Kiss is at $216. I told somebody a while back, just go ahead and bid $250. If you go ahead and bid $250, your chances of winning that auction exponentially increases. $250. Next is the Madonna Immaculate Collection, 2LP, $34.99. Scott Dwallow on Lucero. That is sold. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $20. The Lumineers Cleopatra, a 2016 clear vinyl, $39.99. And Vide Nior by Lord Huron. That is $34.99. Lumineers sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, sold. Kiss has a new bid for $220 with David Hesse. I'm really pulling for that $250 bid, but right now it's at $220. Triumph's at $25. Nick's out on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is Learning to Fly, an original 7-inch single with the picture sleeve. You get Learning to Fly and Terminal Frost. It's an original 7-inch single with picture sleeve from Momentary Lapse of Reason. Now Kiss is at $221. I'm really pulling for that $250 bid. We have Black Summer's Night Maxwell, $24.99. That's a 2LP gatefold. Also, Silk Sonic, Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak. And that is a Walmart Yellow Vinyl exclusive for $39.99. Now Triumph's at $26. Pink Floyd has a new bid. I've already said that one, though, with Paul Jackson at $20. Eric B. and Rakim, Don't Sweat the Technique, a 2018 purple mix colored vinyl for $39.99. And Tyler Childers, Country Squire, $24.99. And the Best of the Cars, Moving in Stereo, that's what it's called. The Best of the Cars, Moving in Stereo, EX $27.99. Now Kiss is at $225 with David Hesse. John Robb, you're out. I'm really pulling for that $250 bid to pop up. Now he's out on Pink Floyd. Peter Mazzolino, I'm assuming you're passing. And now Triumph's at $25. Calvin Ward at $26. We have this, Milo Green. This is a 2012 US, $129.99. $129.99. That is available. And so is Outcast, Speaker Box, and The Love Below. Man, there's some great titles in here. Half of this crate should have disappeared by now. VG Plus, $29.99. David Hesse, that $225 Kiss bid, looks like it's going to win it. Final call, $225. Now, if somebody would have bid $250, that probably would have won the auction. David has it at $225. We're about to sell it to him. Pink Floyd is sold for $20, and that's sold to Paul Jackson. Triumph, the last bid was $26. Paul Jackson, just so you know, you're out on Triumph, okay? Philip Holt gets Outcast. That's sold to Philip Holt. And then next was Amos Lee. That was a 2014 Music on Vinyl, VG Plus $24.99, and Ben Howard, Every Kingdom, Ben Howard, EX $22.99. The Madonna Greatest Hits, the Immaculate Collection, 2LP Near Mint, $34.99. Kiss is sold to David Hesse for $225. Thank you, David. That is sold to you, okay? Triumph is sold for $25. $26 to Calvin Ward. $26 to Calvin Ward. Done. See you later. These last two right here are sold. This is done. And then this is Chris Kirkley, Amos Lee, sold. And then over here, Travis Wade on Madonna, sold. And then Eric B. Info again. That was Eric B. and Rakim, Don't Sweat the Technique, a 2018 purple vinyl, $39.99. Purple mixed colored vinyl. Has some blue and red in there too. $39.99. Over here, Chad, the Hot Picture Show 2 Kiss Love Gun picture disc. Okay? I have no idea, but I will find out very soon. We have filled up another crate. We're definitely going to show these one more time quickly. I have 4 full crates. There's an entire tub over here of cassettes. Back behind me are 4 tubs of CDs. I got to start getting word out tonight. CD people, we might be doing a blitz tonight. I got to hear back from a couple people. Where are they? Are the CD buyers here? I've also got possibly a cassette blitz to do. But first, we're going to put up another single. And that 7-inch single, before I introduce the next Kiss, is this right here. The theme from the Dukes of Hazzard, Waylon Jennings, The Good Old Boys. $7 start on that. That was Travis Wood, not Wade. Travis Woods got the Madonna. Travis Woods got the Madonna. Travis Woods got the Madonna. Eric B. on sold to Gregory Roberts. And Tanner has tagged these crates. They're just right here behind me. They're not in the back. I will have to move about 10 minutes worth of stuff to get to them. Between me and the CDs are 4 tubs of toys and autograph memorabilia that I've been digging through, and I didn't even realize CDs were over there, okay? And then, of course, we have cassettes and CDs for late night for the rest of the week, it looks like. So today they worked on getting some of that stuff ready for me. Okay, let's do another picture disc set over here. Take a look at this. Kiss, tossing and turning in Roanoke. Another Kiss picture disc set. Unofficial, of course, limited to 100 of each member. We have a complete set. I think this is very pricey, just like the Phantom set we sold earlier. $195 start. $195 tossing and turning in Roanoke. There's Paul, there's Ace, there's Peter, and there's Gene. What a cool set there. $195 start. Waylon Jennings is already at $24. And let's read through those again and make sure I didn't miss any claims. There's great stuff in there. Next is check condition, best or more vintage OG best offer. There's another Paul crate down here. Wow, very exciting times. First thing we have is what? Let's go back up to the top. So I did sell Air B, Rakeem, and then Waylon 7, Waylon 7, Waylon 10, Waylon 10, Waylon 12, Waylon 15, Waylon 10, Waylon 15, 10, 10, 10, 15, 12, 12, 15, 13, 20, 24, 17, 14, 25, 28, 32, 30. Wow. Kiss 195, Waylon 35. And what's left in here? Casey Musgrave's patching material, $29.99. Colored vinyl. The Last Pale Light in the West by Ben Nichols, $149.99. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix, $24.99. Also, Patton Oswalt, our Netflix original comedy special. That's called Annihilation. $19.99. Jason Isbell in the 400 unit, Georgia Blue, $24.99. Jason Isbell. We have Inside Llewyn Davis, $24.99. Also, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, 2014, $29.99. Free Spirit, Khalid, $24.99. No bid on Kiss, a final call for $195. I've only got one Japanese pressing left. David, I've already sold a whole crate. I've got one Japanese pressing left. It's Live Cream Volume 2, this time without an Obi. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. White Room, Tales of Brave Ulysses, Sunshine of Your Love, a $1 start on Live. Oh, it does have the Obi. It was hidden. Still a $1 start. There is discoloration on the back cover. The Obi needs to put back on there. VG cover, because of the discoloration and light wear. Final call on Waylon for $40. Also, Jurassic 5, Power and Numbers, sealed for $79.99. Jungle Brothers, VIP, $19.99. Vidae Nior by Lord Huron, $34.99. Also, Black Summer's Night, Maxwell, $24.99. Silk Sonic, Yellow Vinyl, $39.99. Tyler Childers, Country Squire, some great songs on here, $24.99 on that. Cream has a bid for $5. The Best of the Cars, Moving in Stereo, EX $27.99. And Milo Green, EX $129.99. And then Ben Howard, Every Kingdom, EX $22.99. Laura Hearn sold to Chris Kirkley. Waylon sold for $40 to Alicia. And thank you. And then over here, no bid on Kiss. Whoa, $195. And Laura had a note. These typically have sold between $200 and $300. Wow, somebody might be picking up a deal on that Kiss picture disc set. Whoa, $195. Didn't expect that. But it's gone. It can be bought for the minimum bid if anybody wants it. Let's jump over here and pull up another one. I have a whole crate over here. Let's do this right here. This is Kiss, The Summit in Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas, September 1st, 1977. Kiss is on purple vinyl. It's a 2 LP with insert. Houston, Texas, 1977, a $55 start. $55 start. Over here, we have Huron and then Tyler Childers, Near Mint, $24.99, Cream 11, and then over here, Kiss, $195, and then Not Ryan Sanders. What does that mean? And then Wade Lucas gets the Kiss picture disc for $195. Glenn Butch Rhodes, you were second. Jill Whitworth was third. And then Melanie Clausen got the Cars moving in stereo. Now Kiss 55, now Kiss 55, now Cream 13. We have a whole box over here of picture sleeves. That's where I've been pulling all these out of. I have not even thumbed through them. I'm just working. These have all been done literally in order. I'm now officially flipping through them. And here's the next one. This is Sammy Hagar. I Can't Drive 55. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. I Can't Drive 55. 1 foot on the gas and one something something. Dun 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 something 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 with a something. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh, I'm stretching. I'm in Coletco, and I'm stretching. Oh. Okay, that felt pretty good, honestly. My bad, we already have that Cars. We got to put back on the Cars, if anybody changes their mind, a double LP hits comp, $27.99, but we are going to pull Tyler Childers for Peter Mazzoliano. Thank you. Thank you. Whoa, look at this picture sleeve I just found. Oh, my gosh. That's going up next. 55, not on the interstate, golly. I set my cruise to, well, I don't drive that much anymore because I don't have to commute, but my cruise goes on about 85. That's usually what I get my cruise up to, especially if I'm heading to Knoxville on a football game on Saturday. That thing gets set on about 85. All right, here we go. Under 9, you're fine on I-40, okay? Under 9, you're fine. Just remember that. Unless you're instruction or, yeah. There's a couple spots up there through, when you get a little bit further east, it's a little bit slower. You can't do, some of those going to Knoxville, you can't do 85 on some of those turns. You'd be off on one of those mountains. Okay. Well, not in a Tahoe, at least. Not in a Tahoe, at least. Now, okay, or Atlanta. Man, I've drove through Atlanta in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m., like driving to buy collections or just anytime, like 2 or 3 a.m. And it's like, I was doing like 92 and people are zooming past me. I was like, oh my gosh, this is like Talladega. Okay, so we have Kiss, Sammy Hagar, and Cream up for bid right now. Kiss, Sammy Hagar, and Cream. What a concert that would be. I would go to it. The first thing we have right now is I introduced Kiss, and let me pick out a certain point. Okay, Kiss 60, Kiss 61, Cream 14, Kiss 65, Cream 16, and then Sammy Hagar 7, Kiss 66, Kiss 70, Sammy Hagar 8, Sammy Hagar 10, Kiss is at 71, Kiss is at 73, Sammy Hagar 12, Kiss is at 75, Kiss is at 80, Kiss is at 78, Sammy Hagar 12, Kiss is at 80, Kiss is at 100, Kiss is at 83, and then over here is Cream. All right, so the last bid on Cream that came in was a high bid with Kevin J. Reeds at 16, David Johnson, it's all up to you. Sammy Hagar's at 15, I Can't Drive 55, and then over here is Kiss. Kiss is at 100 with Pickle. Atlanta's the wildest driving I've experienced in the U.S. Oh, for sure. I'm telling you, we got to have some locals. Is anybody local in Atlanta? I'm telling you, if you're doing between 90 and 95, especially if there's no traffic in Atlanta, you are going slow, okay? You are going slow. It is, you got to be on your watch. It's probably safer to go fast through there than it is slow, or you're going to be in trouble, okay? Do not take anybody that's not experienced driving through Atlanta. Okay, here we go. These are all new arrivals, best offer. We have Wanted, the Outlaws, Waylon, Willie, Jelsey, Tom Paul, $24.99. Outlaws, Wanted, $24.99. Next is this. We have 3 Angry Poles. 3 Angry Poles is an 86 EBM Industrial, $19.99. This is Harry Belafonte, $14.99. Gerald's a local, Atlanta minimum, 85. Yeah. 85, there you go. 80, if you're you'll get pulled over. Sir, you were doing under 85. Here's your ticket. Next is BT Express, 1980, $14.99. BT Express, 1980, $14.99. Curtis Mayfield, Do It All Night. Curtis Mayfield, $14.99. These are buy it now, best offer. Dave Edmonds, Tracks on Wax, $14.99. Sammy Hagar, Final Call to Solarplex for $15. Pickle had Kiss at $100. We're about to sell it. I got to make sure David went out on cream. He did. This is sold for $16 to Kevin J. Reitz. David, you can go to bed. There's no more Japanese. We sold a whole crate already. It was actually a half a crate, but yeah, we've sold every one of them. There's no, well, except for the monkeys. Unless you want to make an offer on the monkeys, that's the only one that didn't sell. The birds, the bees, the monkeys, $35. I do have a lot of other auctions, though, to do. Over here, we have B.S. Johnson on Twitch. Who is B.S. Johnson? You get the Outlaws for $20. Thank you on that. Travis Wade on Angry. And that was for this one right here, right? The Angry Poles. Thank you, Travis Wade. Joe Salamo on Mayfield. Thank you on that. And then No MoFi tonight. Solarplex gets Sammy Hagar for $15. And next is that's Brandon Johnson. Okay, thank you. Brandon Johnson got that for $20. Here we go. Next thing we have is 123 Red Light, 1910 Fruit Gum. That's $14.99. And more Hot Rocks by the Rolling Stones. Big Hits and Phase Cookies. More Hot Rocks, $39.99. Elvis at $40. Elvis. I don't see an Elvis. And then Redbone Potlatch, 1970, $29.99. Pickle gets Kiss for $100. It's time for new auctions. Next auction, Kiss. This is Peter's Birthday Party. Peter's Birthday Party is on blue vinyl, limited to 500. A complete soundboard recording. Peter Chris's birthday party at Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland, 1977. One side is VG Plus, and that's side C, a $35 start. $35 start. Do you think MoFi Jackson will be in this week? I wonder if our MoFi people know. I haven't heard anything about that shipping this week. Honestly, I haven't heard anything. It's not on my card as of this morning. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy, $19.99. Gatefold. Wow, that's a UK copy. That's one of my favorites there. $19.99 for ELP. And Folk Festival of the Blues recorded live. No price. Let me make sure it's nice. I'll say $19.99. Folk Festival of Blues, Muddy Waters, Buddy Guy, Howlin' Wolf, Sonny Boy Williamson, Another Love Gun. John Robb, I guarantee that was a duplicate era by Laura. I highly doubt there's another Love Gun. There's not one over here in the high-end box, and I doubt there's another one over here. I'll look, but I bet that was a duplicate error of her making those grids. I used to do that all the time. You accidentally click, you forget where you leave off, and you put the same picture twice. There is no other Love Gun picture disc tonight. And this guy didn't have too many duplicates, just saying. All right, here's our next picture sleeve. Rush, The Big Money. How cool is that? And then Red Sector A Live. Look at that. I already have it. Trust me, I'd be keeping it. But I hadn't seen one in a while. Rush, The Big Money. That's a great song. $7 start. $7 start on that. Now we put up Kiss, 35, 50, 35, 35, 60, 60, 50. And then over here, Paul Jackson on Emerson Lake. A beautiful UK copy. Thank you on that. And we have Kiss at 45, and Kiss at 65, Rush 15. Argent Encore, $29.99 for Argent Encore. Elton John Jump Up. This is a best offer crate. Some great titles in here. Elton John available. Ooh, Linda Ronstadt, Canciones de Mi Padre. These are usually pretty pricey. Yeah, $59.99. This entire album is sung in Spanish by Linda Ronstadt. It does have the original on her sleeve. The cover does have some damage. Does have some damage there. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And I'm about to go over here and see what else I have in this crate. But first, here's Rat Dance. Nice. Rat is going to go up for a $7 start. And Dance, and the B-side is Take a Chance. Dance and Take a Chance. $7 start on that, okay? There's that. There's that. Next is Frank Zappa. And this is, whoa, $99.99, a 1968 MGM press, early stereo press, contains several edited bits not on later versions with insert $99.99. I told y'all every once in a while we'll have a rare Zappa album come through. This one's $99.99. We're only in it for the money. Beautiful disc, and it's a 68 early stereo press that contains several edited bits not on later versions with the Sgt. Pepper's replica insert. $99.99 on that, okay? Now we have Rat and we got Rush. I've realized I've made a mistake. I've got Rat and I've got Rush, okay? Make sure you spell those out for me, please. Rush is already at $22, and then Rat looks like it's already got bids for $15. And then we have a request for track listing on Kiss. I can do that. J.D. Conklin has it for $75. Track listing is I Stole Your Love, King of the Nighttime World, Ladies Room, Firehouse, Love Gun, Let Me Go, Rock and Roll. That's a good one. Making Love, Christine 16, Shock Me, one of my favorites. I Want You, Calling, Dr. Love, Shout It Out Loud, God of Thunder, Rock and Roll All Night, Happy Birthday Peter, Detroit Rock City, Peter Comes Out and Sings Beth, and they close with Black Diamond. That is the track listing. Double LP, Peter Chris's Birthday Party, Largo, Maryland. Largo, Maryland, okay? So we got Rush and Rat. Thank y'all for spelling those out. Rush is still at $22 with Calvin Ward. Rat is now at $20 with Gregory. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Kiss is now at $95. Roseanne Cash, Rhythm and Romance, Shrink and Hop, $9.99. Mountain, Nantucket Sleigh Ride. It does have the photos and the poster. Sometimes these are mastered by Bob Ludwig. Sometimes they're mastered by Lee Holko. Sometimes they're mastered by both. It is mastered. Sterling, Lee Holko, Bob Ludwig. These mountain records always sound incredible, mostly because of that reason. Also mastering on side 2, LHLR. That's a good one. Now, it's also complete with the photos and the poster. $26.99. Kiss, $105. Rush, new bid, $25. Rat is at $23, it looks like. Next is Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. $24.99 on Charlie Daniels. And Air Supply, Lost in Love. Air Supply is $9.99. Amazing Rhythm Aces, Stacked Deck. That is $12.99. And the Hollies, Hottest Hits. The Hollies is a 2LP, $29.99. And Willie and the Poor Boys is $24.99. Some interesting stuff in here. Kiss is at $115. Rush is at $25. That's up to John Bobing. And then Rat, the last bid that came in on Rat, the high bid was Melanie at $21, it looks like. Yeah. So Gregory, it goes back to you and also a couple other people. Joe Salamo on Air Supply. And right before that was Elisha S. on Charlie Daniels. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Let's go ahead and show Party Rock. A 25-track #1 hit box set. Early rock and roll and pop hits of the 60s. Nice. $24.99. Kiss is now at $125. John's out on Rush. Let me go over here and start finding out what's in my backup crates of auctions, which is all completely unadvertised, and it probably will be great titles. This is stuff we call supplemental for the Thursday night sales. And, oh, yeah, I got some cool stuff in here. I got some Ozzy and Black Sabbath stuff. Let's go ahead and kick it off with some Black Sabbath. This is essentially a Black Sabbath greatest hits. It's called We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll, and it's been out of print. It's been out of stock for a while. I think it's still in print. This happens to be the green vinyl Walmart exclusive. It's sealed for just a $25 start. We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. That's now going up $25 start. Rush is officially sold to Calvin for $25. And then Rat is up to Melanie, and that's sold to Melanie for $21, okay? So now Kiss is at $130, and Black Sabbath is sealed, a $25 start. Steve Mason, the Hollies. Let's go back to that. Steve, I will say that for $25. Next is how much was Redbone. Potlatch was a 1970 press in $29.99. Joe Salamo says he'll take the monkeys for 28. So did Joe Salamo. Black Sabbath has bids for 25, 25, 25, 30. Kiss 140. Next is Glass Derringer, Rick Derringer, 19.99, and the Best of Mountain with Leslie West and Felix Paparotti. Mississippi Queen, 19.99 on that. Our next picture sleeve. Ooh, this is always a cool one. We Are the Champions by Queen. $7 start. The sleeve does have a split at the bottom, a little bit of fraying at the top. It does have some writing, but that's always cool with the robot. Very cool display piece if you just want to put that out. $7 start for Queen. Bottom seam is split. We Are the Champions. Should be We Will Rock You too. Yeah. I've paid my dues. $7 start on that. All right, JD's out on Kiss. Bill, that's looking very good then at 140. Queen is a $7 start. $7 start, okay? There's that. And let me see what's going on over here. And let me open this up. Okay, over here we have Ray Charles, A Man in His Soul. Ray Charles is $34.99, and right in front of that is Ray's Moods, Ray Charles and His Orchestra, $19.99. If there's anybody new watching and you want to get in on this action, it's very easy. Very easy to get on this action. We've already had 3 new buyers tonight, and we need a lot more. Our collect code continues to grow. That's thanking to all of our regulars that tune in every night, and every week we have a slew of new customers. We did this week because of great pre-orders, the Megadeth picture disc that came in. We had more invoices this week than we've had all year. It was a really big sales just in overall, like just gross sales, but we had more individual customers this week than ever before. It was pretty remarkable when they had told me the total number of invoices. I went, good gosh. And most of that's because of all the pre-orders. Some people pre-ordering stuff and getting new buyers seeing the Megadeth picture disc and the all the other stuff that came in this week. I forgot. There were so many pre-orders. I don't even know anymore. They all kind of start to blend in together. But thank you. And it's $8 shipping. All week, you can jump in anytime, okay? They're still bidding on Black Sabbath and Queen. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. I've also got Mike Oldfield Amadon for $14.99 and Linda Ronstadt Hasten Down the Wind, $9.99. Emerson Lake and Palmer Tarkus, very cool, $19.99. And Mylan Lefevre and Broken Heart, Sheep in Wolf's Clothing, $14.99. And Johnny Winter, The Progressive Blues Experiment. This has an audition copy promo stamp on the back, $19.99 for Johnny Winter, Imperial. All right, so over here, Kiss is sold then to Bill Samus, 140. We got a lot of Kiss stuff still to put up. This is Kiss night, Monday night. That doesn't mean we have nothing but Kiss. That means we got a lot of Kiss-related stuff, mostly auctions, and mostly live unofficials and web store exclusives that are out of print. Queen is officially sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $10, and then Black Sabbath is with Glenn over on Twitch at $40. Going once, going twice. Next, this has always been a cool Kiss record. This is the glow-in-the-dark Creatures of the Night. Take a look at this. An official release, glow-in-the-dark. This is a 1995 U.S. limited edition glow-in-the-dark vinyl in shrink VG+. Some in near mint have sold for as much as $653. And right now, the cheapest one you can get is $225. I feel like we should start this thing higher. Hopefully, everybody bids to where it needs to be. It sounds like it needs to be about a $195 start. We're going to start at $125. Kiss, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $125 on that. Still at Steve Mason's Hollies at $10. I'm still at $25. It's marked 30. You offer 10. I'm at 25. It doesn't look like we're going to make a deal. Redbone, $20. That's sold to Michael Hamburger. Pickle, your bid on Queen came in late. Black Sabbath out. Looks like we're about to sell it to Glenn. Can you let me know who you are, Glenn, over on Twitch? Final call to you. Petula Clark's Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Downtown, as featured in Seinfeld, $9.99. Kiss already has a bid for $130. And the Kinks presents a soap opera, $19.99. Also, Jerry Lee Lewis, Memphis Beat. Jerry Lee Lewis is $14.99. And Harry Chapin, Short Stories. Harry Chapin's $9.99. And Badfinger, this is a white label promo. Somebody's colored over the promo sticker or something. $29.99. Glenn Kesey says he is Glenn Kesey. That's Glenn. Okay. Well, you get Black Sabbath for $40. Thank you. Romelu, I will counter your Petula at a price I'll determine in 1 second. Hold on a minute. Where was I? Nice. I wanted to show this before I walked away. Blind Faith, $34.99. Okay, Eddie Bruce on Badfinger. Thank you, Eddie Bruce. And Petula Clark, I'll sell to you for $8. $8. Our next auction is Queen, another one. This is a kind of magic. That's going to go up for a $7 start. It's actually not bad, just a little bit of wear along the top there. Now, Kiss is at $135, and the Beatles, Hey Jude, also known as the Beatles Again. Let's see what the label says. The Beatles Again, yeah. So it's known as, it was originally going to be called The Beatles Again, later titled the Hey Jude. Almost said Hell Jude. Hey Jude, take a sad song and make it better. Next auction. Okay. Wow, look at all the stuff we got ready for future auctions. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go ahead and pull this out right here. Aerosmith, Not in the Ruts. Aerosmith is a 1979 USOG Terre Haute original sleeve VG Plus. We're going to put that up for a $15 start. It's a 79 USOG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve, $15 start, okay? Now, over here, Petula, 10, 6, 8, 7, Kiss, 135, and then over here, Romelu said he would do $7. Sell that to Romelu for $7. And then over here, we have Elton John, Ice on Fire, $19.99. Donna Summer's Greatest Hits on the Radios, Volumes 1 and 2, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. And Prince and the New Power Generation, whoa, 1992, 12-inch single, $29.99 for Prince. Okay, Kiss is at $150. What condition? Laura's graded at VG+. It's hard to view this. Yeah, it's hard to grade colored vinyl like this. Boy, it looks nice to me. She's probably just being conservative because it's so hard to see. It is. It's really hard to see the grooves on this thing. Boy, it looks perfect to me, but who knows? And there's Kiss, and that's glow-in-the-dark vinyl from 1995. And the cheapest one for sale right now is $225. The high bid on this right now is $150. Queen's a $7 start, no bid. Aerosmith is a $15 start, okay? And we sold we're about to sell Donna Summer to Todd Saw for $15. Thank you, Todd. That's so due. Welcome back, Todd Saw. Todd, I watched your unboxing video yesterday. Todd goes live and unboxes his orders over on YouTube. So you might want to go over and check out. He's on Facebook right now. Maybe, Todd, if you switch over to YouTube and comment, everybody can. But I love when Todd, he'll go live. I get to see people actually unboxing their orders. And some people post that like in the group too. They video them unboxing their orders. But that's always fun to see. The final result of all of our work finally making it to somebody's house where they're unboxing it and literally putting it on their turntable and archiving it and filing it into their collection. So that's always fun to see. I was working last night. It was about a 30, 40-minute video Todd had posted. I clicked on it. I had it playing in the background on my other monitor while I was pricing and ordering vinyl. Prince. Let's see what's going on. First thing we have is Kiss. It's a final call. I got to hear back from one person. Chris Frazier. Aerosmith does not have a bid. How much was the Beatles? The Beatles was $44.99. No condition notes. Clean copy, $44.99. Okay, first thing is Amanda Darby on Party Rock for $18. Sell that to Amanda Darby for $18. Thank you. And now Troy Prince was $29.99. I will sell this to you for $25 if you want it. 1992 12-inch single, okay? Kiss is still getting bids. Michael Freiberger says Jerry Lee Lewis 10. JLLL 10. Sell that to Michael Freiberger for 10. There's Beatles. There's this. This is a buy it now best offer crate. I'm not going to go through these in detail. I'd rather go ahead and bring over the Paul crate. And we've got, I think, 2 more John crates after this. But first, nobody bid on Aerosmith. That's a $15 buy it now. 1979 OG Terre Haute VG Plus. Aerosmith, $15 buy it now. Prince is sold to Troy Robinson for $25. Here's what's left. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. Kiss 156. Kiss 160. Nobody bid on Queen. It's a $7 buy it now. A kind of magic, okay? Nowhere was there a bid on Aerosmith. I'll put those both over here. First thing we have is MT Mac got Aerosmith for $15. Thank you. All right? If you did a price, let me know. We have, this is Harry Belafonte, BT Express, 1980. Chad's about to cough. Okay. Over here, we have Dave Edmonds, Tracks on Wax, 123 Red Light. Rolling Stones, More Hot Rocks. Also over here, Folk Festivals of the Blues, Muddy Waters, Buddy Guy, Howlin' Wolf, Sonny Boy Williamson. Argent Encore, Elton John, Jump Up, Linda Ronstadt, Mothers of Invention, Roseanne Cash, Mountain, Amazing Rhythm Aces, Willie and the Poor Boys, The Hollies, Rick Derringer, The Best of Mountain, Ray Charles, Mike Oldfield, Linda Ronstadt again, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Mylan LaFever, Johnny Winter, The Kinks, also Harry Chapin, Blind Faith, Can't Find My Way Home, Elton John, and Linda Ronstadt, okay? There's that, and then we had another claim on Aerosmith, and now Kiss is at 161. That means Chris Frazier's out. That means that T-Bass Energy's out, and Scott Williams is out. A lot of people out then. T-Bass has it for 161. Excuse me, T-Bass has it for 161. The Folk Festival was $19.99. No condition notes, okay? Here we go. Next auction is going up right now. I have this right here. It is called, ooh, what is that one right there? Aha. Ooh. Ah. I'm oohing and on over here. Over what? When Doves Cry. Prince. When Doves Cry. Nice 7-inch single. $7 start on that. The Elton John's Ice on Fire was $19. Same price for Jump Up. Okay? Everything in here is BINBO. BINBO. And let's grab another auction, okay? I have all kinds of different stuff over here. This is actually supposed to be whenever we go live on Thursday, just in case I need some stuff to throw up. But also, so there's like a lot of hard rock, but also there's stuff, what I call supplemental, like nights like tonight where the whole auction block is Kiss, and I got to have something else to sell. So here's the best of the Grateful Dead. An 80s Warner Brothers white label reissue, EX or better, really nice, close to near mint, a $20 start. And then Prince is a $7 start. Let's go through this over here. And Kiss 165, 165, 175, 176. And the Rudd is at OG. It's already sold. Aerosmith, that was already sold. Yep, somebody already grabbed, 2 people already grabbed it for the buy it now price. Okay, and that's where we're at. Let's go through this crate right over here as soon as Chad does some stretching. Oh, getting too old to this. Whew. I'm squatted down here taking a peek in this Paul crate. Yeah, some interesting stuff in here. These are going to be sticker price. Let's go through it. And I think, yeah, I still got 2 more John crates after this one for best offer. So you're about to get exposed to a lot of vinyl probably over the next couple hours, not counting the auctions. As soon as we're done with all the new stuff, we're immediately going to start hitting some discount bins and best offer and half off and closing some stuff out. Right now, we're in our brand newest arrivals. Paul marked these today. They are sticker price. No ZZ Top in that crate. No ZZ Top in that crate, okay? Over here, we got Kiss at $200. That's more like it. Prince has 2 $7 bids. Stacy, you're out. Michael Freiberger's bid came in first. Nobody's bid on the Grateful Dead. I'm looking for a $20 start. Skeletons from the Closet. Anybody else? Anybody want to make an offer on anything in there? Just let me know, okay? If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Let me check on something right over here. Sorry. All right, and then let me open this up. Okay, there's that. So, I'm ready. These are new arrival sticker price. This is Bohannon, Alive. Let's Start to Dance Again, Take the Country to New York City. An 81 German import, $19.99. Also, That's Soul 2, Nonstop Soul Dancing. A 1968 German import, a little bit of cover damage down here, $9.99. Also, so you want to go back to Egypt, Keith Green, a 1980 U.S. gospel rock album, $14.99. Thank You for the Day We Met. And this is sealed, $29.99. This is Holland. And this is a private press, folk, country, gospel, unknown year, $29.99. We actually got 2 of those sealed. Mary Clayton, Emotion. Mary Clayton, $14.99. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mary Clayton is doing the backup vocals of Gimme Shelter on Rolling Stones. Gimme Shelter. I may be wrong on that, but I think that's who that is. And then what's the B-side on Prince? 17 Days and When Doves Cry. Stacey Brown has it for 10. What is the Grateful Dead? It's a white label, 80s Warner Brothers reissue, EX or better. And Darren Crispin is tied with Peter Mazzoliniano. Peter's bid came in for 21st. Now Kiss is at $206. Vita Moore, Sheltered in the Arms of God, a gospel funk album, $9.99. That looks interesting. Also, Ron Wood, Give Me Some Neck, $14.99 for Ron Wood. Speaking of the Rolling Stones. And Eddie and the Falcons, this is Wizard with Roy Wood, a 74 UK, $14.99. And then N.G. Reynolds on Soul. And that was that Soul right back here. That's sold to N.G. Reynolds over on YouTube. Yeah, Mary Clayton, she's doing the Whoa, Children, It's Just a Shot Away. That's the Mary Clayton there. That's one of her solo albums. So you can imagine how great the vocals are going to be on that. Holy moly. And then Christina Curtis on Ron Wood. That is sold. And we have the Hollies. And this is $14.99, self-titled. And this one has... I think this one has The Air That I Breathe. Yeah. All I need is the air that I breathe. That's on that one. Also, we have Hometown Album, Project Number 2 by Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is a 1982 Go Vinyl Milwaukee Local Artist Compilation. Milwaukee Local Artist Compilation. Very cool. 1999. Prince has a new bid for 12. Are we done on Kiss? T-Bass. T-Bass, boy, that's going to be hard for me to remember. T-Bass is at $206. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $206. $206. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl. A rare pressing from 1995. Near mint copies have sold $600, $700. I've had copies I've sold for air horns before. This one is severely underpriced. I figured it'd bring $300 or $400 when I seen it in the hype picture. I recognize that sticker. It is right now at $206. I'm about to sell it. And then Grateful Dead. It got one bid and it sold to Peter Mazzoliniano. I'm going to go ahead and sell that for $20. Prince is still getting bids. Bill Samus got Mary Clayton. And Kiss is on the clock though because we got a lot more to get to. Orville Stober. Orville Stober Songs is a 1971 U.S. folk rock. That's $9.99. Beethoven, the Ninth Symphony, Philadelphia Orchestra, $9.99. Not done on Kiss. Now there's $207. Somebody go ahead and bid $350 and we'll wrap this thing up. Rick James, Stone City Band, come get it. Rick James is $19.99. Our next auction is Prince, $14. And what else do I have over here in the picture sleeve collection? What else do I have over here in our picture sleeve collection? How about we do Tears for Fears, Head Over Heels. Let's do Tears for Fears, Head Over Heels. This might be an original price tag. I'm going to see if it's going to peel off, though. It might make it look a little bit better. I think it's going to, yeah. Perfect. Tears for Fears, Head Over Heels from Songs from the Big Chair. $7 start on that, okay? There's that. Next is Pickle, 2.7. We got Prince, 14. Prince, 15. John Bobing on M Home. M Home was Milwaukee Home. You're talking about the Milwaukee, right? John Bobing. If not, then Garrett Cypert wants it, okay? Also, we have Silver Stevens, Dusty Rhodes. 72 U.S. Folk Rock, Country Rock, Dusty Roads by Silver and Stevens. Looks like they're a duo, $14.99. Kiss is at $208. Kiss is at $208. Prince is still getting bids. The last bid on Prince was Stacy at $15. Tim Voldness, you're out. Tears for Fears is a $7 start. Delaney and Bonnie, Genesis, $14.99. Also, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, the second the second classical record of the band. That's $9.99. And Stephen Cohn, and that's a white label promo for $9.99. Also, Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen with the fold-out original top sleeve. VG condition, $14.99. Now Kiss is at $210. Now Prince is at $16. Now Tears for Fears is at $7. Elvin Bishop, Let It Flow. VG Plus, $14.99. Blue Oyster Cult, Secret Treaties. EX, $17.99. Now Kiss is at $210. Somebody just go ahead and bid $350 and we'll wrap this thing up. Over here is Prince is at $16. Stacey Brown, you're out. The Long Rider soundtrack, music by Ry Cooder. VG, $9.99. Final call on Tears for Fears. There's one bid for $7. Steve McGee on BOC. We have Freddie Hubbard, Liquid Love. That's VG $9.99. And we have Light, and that's an 81 US Prague, VG Plus $14.99. Sandy put parentheses 7 OU 12. There must be a cat walking on our keyboard. Now Kiss is at $211. How about somebody bid $250 and we'll wrap it up? How about somebody bid $250 and we'll wrap it up? How about Confunction, Electric Lady, Shrink and Hype, VG for $9.99, and the Controller, Stay. This is EX $12.99. Tears for Fears is a final call. Tim Voldness gets Prince for $16. And then Shelly Mann, Bill Evans with Monty Budwing, Empathy, VG $19.99. Either Sandy's cat is walking across the keyboard or she has fell asleep and her head is laying on the keyboard. I have seen somebody actually do that before. And then we have Hot Chocolate, VG Plus 14, Hot Chocolate. This is You Sexy Thing. It's on there. Also, we have Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot in Shrink, Kmart price tag, VG $9.99. Dang That Cat. And then $7. This is sold to Kevin Walker for $7. And then Kiss, $2.15. Trust me, I see cat language when I see it. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I can read cat. Okay? And this said, "Hi, Chad. This is a great auction. Thank you for providing this service every night. My name is Cat, and I would like to introduce myself. Also, everybody that watching are great people, and I'm glad to have everybody on here joining with me every night. Thank you, and welcome to Coletco." Wow, that was a great message from Kat. Next auction is this. We have a copy of what? We have a copy of Led Zeppelin 3. Led Zeppelin 3 is a 5-digit 1977 reissue VG++. That is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start. Kiss is still getting bids, and now we got Led Zeppelin. We have a flag. We have a flag. There's 2 bids on Tears for Fears for $7. Michael Reed said he bid $7 as soon as I put it down. He did. This is going back up. Tears for Fears is at $7 with Michael Reed. That is going once. That's going twice. Kevin Walker tied him. Kevin Walker tied him. Kevin, you're out on Tears for Fears. Okay? You're out on Tears for Fears, Kevin Walker. We need a bid more for $7, or you can say out. Now Kiss is at $215. Now Kiss is at $216. How about somebody go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap it up? We got to expedite the bidding on Kiss quickly. Go ahead and start bidding faster. And now we have, these are sticker price, okay? Led Zeppelin's now up for bid. Tears for Fears, $10.12. Also, we have Tina Britt, Blue All the Way, 1969 U.S. Soul Funk, VG Plus, $19.99. Delaney and Bonnie, D&B Together, VG, $9.99. The last bid on Kiss, it is going once, it's going twice. T-Base has it for $216. T-Base has it for $216. I'm looking for somebody to bid $250 on Kiss. It's still a bargain. And then Aloria, Boso Rio, this is a VG Plus, $11.99. Now Tears for Fears 10 and now 12. He's out, sold. See how fast that was? Done. Led Zeppelin, final call. We have one bid for Led Zeppelin for $20 with Peter Mazzolino. Yes, this is a reissue from 1977. Peter, it's a $30 start. $30 start on Led Zeppelin. $30 start on Led Zeppelin. You're out by 10 bucks. Now we have a new bidder on Kiss at $220. I'm looking for somebody to bid $250. Go ahead and bid $300. We're going to get there either now or in about a half hour from now, so it's up to y'all. We have Bobby Hebb, Love Games, VG Plus, $14.99, Bobby Hebb, Love Games, and Sly and the Family Stone, there's a riot going on. VG, $12.99, there's a riot going on. VG, $12.99. Now Kiss, $220, now Kiss, $222. Somebody go ahead and bid $250. Somebody go ahead and bid $250. Led Zeppelin, another bid for $30, another bid for $30. William Meadows wants to know the price on Hot Chocolate. Hot Chocolate's VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Souvenir of Japan, Songs and Melodies, Popular and Classical. A Japanese import, Souvenir, Year Unknown, EX, $17.99. We come from the land of the ice and snow. Led Zeppelin's at $30 and now $34. Our next single, Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, $7 start. Now Kiss is at $225. Somebody go ahead and bid $250. We'll wrap this thing up. It's at $225. Over here, Michael Freiberger on Sly and the Family Stone. That is sold to Michael Freiberger, a classic. Also, the Chipmunks see Dr. Doolittle. What an interesting, never seen that before. VG $9.99. Survivor has a bid for $7. William David Meadows is sold on Hot Chocolate. You Sexy Thing. That is sold. What was the Light album? Light is right here. Light is VG Plus, $14.99, 1981 U.S. Prague. Vloddercheck on the Chipmunks. Since I've Been Loving You, Led Zeppelin. Kiss is at $226. New bid. Let's go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap this thing up. $250. Let's go ahead and wrap this thing up. Now we're at $226. Led Zeppelin's at $32. Also, we have Wild Ones, and this is a 1975 U.S. Wisconsin Private Press Rock EX, $17.99. Now there's a bid for Kiss at $228. Nashville Tigers in. T-Base, you're out. Go ahead and bid $250 T-Base and we'll wrap this thing up. Buffy Santa Marie, I'm Gonna Be a Country Girl Again. EX $12.99. Final Call on Survivor. One bid with Jeremy Rourke for $7. Led Zeppelin's now at $32. Michael Hamburger was already at $34. We have Leonard Bernstein, Tchaikovsky, Swan Lake Ballet Suite. That is EX for $12.99. Also, we have Al Green, Full of Fire. Al Green, VG Plus, $14.99. And Rufus Thomas, Crown Prince of Dance. Rufus Thomas is VG Plus, $14.99. Kiss is at $228. I'm waiting for T-Base to bid $250. He has bid $229. Nashville Tiger, go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap this thing up. There is only one bid on Survivor, and that was sold to Jeremy Rourke for $7. Thank you on that. Now Led Zeppelin's at $35. Michael Hamburger, you're back out. What a great Paul crate. I think I might read through those titles one more time and see what's going on. Nashville Tiger, go ahead and bid $250 on Kiss and we'll wrap this thing up. T-Bass has it for $229. T-Bass, T-Base, T-Bone. Doesn't matter to me. Now Led Zeppelin's at $38, $36, now $40. If you need a price, let me know. I'm going to read these titles one more time. Somebody go ahead and remind you the price. A lot of interesting stuff in here like Bohannon. Bohannon Alive. That was the first record in there. Brett Mutzel wants the Shelly Manne, Bill Evans Empathy album. I know where that is. That was right here. Shelly Manne, Bill Evans Empathy. 62 US stereo. VG $19.99. Kiss is at $232. It's all up to T-Base, T-Bass, and T-Bone. $232. Somebody go ahead and bid $250. We'll wrap this thing up. And then Led Zeppelin over here is at $40. Buddy Cordova, I think it's up to you. Also, we have Keith Green. So you want to go back to Egypt. We have Holland. We have Vita Moore, Shelter in the Arms of God. We have Eddie and the Falcons. We got Hollies, The Air That I Breathe, self-titled Hollies. Orville Stober, Songs. Beethoven, The Ninth Symphony. Over here is Rick James, Stone City. Now Kiss has a new bid for $233. Somebody go ahead and bid $250. We'll wrap this thing up. Now Led Zeppelin's at $41. Chris Frazier wants a George Strait Pure Country from the last crate. George Strait Pure Country. I've got them in stock. That was a new surprise restock for tonight. Also have the new Randy Travis Now Playing, which is essentially a Randy Travis greatest hits. Let me find those Pure Countries. They're over here behind me somewhere. I've got to do a little crate fandangling. And I have George Strait. We have one left if anybody else wants one. $33.99. Now Kiss is at $233. How much was Bohannon? Bohannon was right here. This is a 1981 German import, $19.99. Tim Volness wants the Japanese record. That was right here, the Japanese record. Sold. Led Zeppelin out. What is the high bid on Kiss right now? $235. Now, somebody just go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap this thing up. T-Bass Bass, you're out again. The last bid on Led Zeppelin that came in was Michael Hamburger at $41. Silver and Stevens, Dusty Rhodes, not the wrestler, $14.99. Delaney and Bonnie, Genesis. Also, Beethoven and Mozart Condition. Beethoven, the Ninth Symphony, no condition notes, $9.99. And then there was another one up here. There was there another classical record? Or was there one before that one? There's this one right here. No, it's right here. Yeah, here's Mozart. It's also $9.99. They're back to back. And then Bob Panasiak. These are sticker price. These are new arrivals, sticker price on this one. VG Plus, $14.99. All right, and then T-Base is out. Kiss is sold to Nashville Tiger for $235. If you would have bid $250, you would have won the auction. $15, and that cost you the Kiss auction. $235 sold to Nashville Tiger. Okay, we have got to kick Kiss auctions in high gear. That one threw me off by about 45 minutes, okay? We've got to go through these next ones fast to get caught up. That one was up for like 45 minutes. Now I'm behind on the count. Let's go through these other ones fast. So I'm about to do a speed run on some Kiss, okay? The first thing I have is Kiss Superstars of 1977, live in Sealand Arena, Frisco, California, 1977, limited to 500 on clear vinyl, a $55 start. So live is $14.99 if you want it. Bob says he will take it. Thomas, I've already pulled you the Bohannon ride, and I sold the Japanese. I pulled that for you, right, Thomas? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I've already pulled that for you. Or did I? I guess I didn't. Hold on a second. But first over here, these are sold to James Young, the two classical records. Let me find that right here. That's sold to him. Kiss has a bid for $55. Going once, going twice. I'm about to sell it. Led Zeppelin over here. We have this sold to Michael Hamburger for $41. We've sold every Japanese pressing already. Stephen Cohn, white label promo, $9.99. Kiss, final call for $55. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, VG $14.99. Now Kiss has a bid for $60. JD Conklin, you're out. Elvin Bishop, VG Plus $14.99. The Long Riders, music by Rod Cooter, VG $9.99. Freddie Hubbard, VG $9.99. Doors is still available. Yes, I have one left. Confunction, Electric Lady, that's VG for $9.99. And the Controllers, that was EX $12.99. Booker T and the MGs, Tina Britt, Delaney and Bonnie. Also, Alegria, Bossa Rio, Bobby Hebb. JD Conklin has bid $65 on Kiss. That means, Glenn, you're out. And then Wild Ones, Buffy Santamarie, Leonard Bernstein, Al Green, and Rufus Thomas. Next auction is going to go up right now. I have up for bid. Let me see what else I have in here. Van Halen, Dance the Night Away. $7 start. The top of it does have some fraying. There's Roth. Dance the Night Away, Van Halen, a $7 start. Okay, and then over here we got Kiss 65, now 75. I like this. Fast bidding, big jumps. Fast bidding, big jumps. That means we're going to get to the bottom of this quickly. And then over here, Ramniak on Bishop. Ramniak on Bishop. 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 Sold to Ramniak. Kiss 75, Van Halen has a bid for $7. The goal of an auction is to win it, not to get it for the cheapest price possible. That should be your mindset, okay? You should think about that bidding on auctions. I'm going to go in with this auction thinking I'm going to win it, not trying to get it for the cheapest price possible. That's also my best sales pitch to you, okay? That's me also trying to be a salesman. Go in with a winning mentality. No one's going to outbid me. I'm going to win this auction. Let's get it done. And let me find those doors records for Nashville Tiger. There should be right over here next to me. There's only one no bid so far tonight, and this is Queen, A Kind of Magic, a $7 start if anybody wants it, okay? Let's go ahead and find him a doors. That means you need to, I like these jumps when we start making $50, $100 jumps at a time, $200, $300 increments. All right, this here is sold. And the doors is sold to Nashville Tiger. We sold Bishop, Kiss 75, Van Halen 7, Van Halen 7, Van Halen 10, Van Halen out, and then Kiss. So it's up to one person. Glenn has it for $75. And it's up to J.D. Conklin if he wants to bid again. And he's asking you, Glenn, were you at that show? Okay? Now, let's bring over another crate, and this next one's going to be New Arrival's best offer, okay? Van Halen's at 10, and that's a final call to Melanie Clausen. And I've got more auctions to put up all night long, just like Lionel Richie. Now, this next single, there's going to be a rule, okay? Do not put Kiss. If you want to bid on this, put 45. It's going to be a $7 start. It's an original rock and roll all night Casablanca single. It's got the live cut and the studio cut in the company sleeve. A $7 start. $7 start. Van Halen has a new bid for 11. Kiss is pending. It's between JD and Glenn Butch Rhodes right now. Glenn has it for 75. All right, I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next crate. I'm going to go ahead and condense a couple of these Paul crates right quick. Man, fire truck just drove by and scared me to death. They didn't cut on their siren until they were right up next to the store. Okay, there's that. And let's do some condensing over here. Condensing. It's about time for Chad to go get his Monster and Cosmic Brownie. Monster and Cosmic Brownie. Monster and Cosmic Brownie time almost. All right. He's out. Kiss is sold. That is sold. And that is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $75. Next Kiss auction. That was quick. I like that one. Here's another one. Here is 4 shows in a judo arena. Budokan, 1977. Kiss, limit of 500. 100 were on blue vinyl like this one. Live at Budokan, April 4th, 1977, a $55 start. By the way, Van Halen's at 13, and if you want to bid, on the Kiss single, put 45, and that is a $7 start, okay? $7 start, $7 start, $7 start. We got some, sounds like we got some potheads in the chat. Some cosmic, got a few potheads in the chat. Let's go ahead and grab this next crate over here. There's like cosmic brownies. No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about the ones with the little things on the top of them, the little candies, and they're made by Little Debbie. Not the ones where a natural herb has been embedded into the fibers. Okay? We're talking about different stuff here. All right. And I've kind of boxed myself in, so let me do some organization over here. I'm about to walk by this auction crate. I have empty crates. I got this. I got that. Let me move these somewhere else. I'll put them right there for right now. And here we go. All right. Step up front right quick. I got to seriously get something to drink and a cosmic brownie. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. Bump, bump, bump. What you gonna do? Time's caught up with you. You know it's no. Dun, 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 burn. You know it's no return. This is the cosmic brownies I'm talking about. Boy, that's Tanner just left me a half of one. That's just enough to make me mad. That's just a couple bites. That's one bite. Whew. So, I think the Vlodder sent us a Little Debbie variety pack, and I opened the Amazon box, and I was like, dang, I hadn't had a Cosmic Brownie in a while, and then I wiped out that whole box in like 24 hours. So, oh man. I knock out Little Debbie's by the box. Not by the pack, but by the box. Pink Floyd puzzles. I don't think so. Maybe Division Bell, but we're restocking them by the end of the week. There'll be a restock by the end of the week. Let's see here. Well, I got the Naked Girls poster, or they're not naked. Well, they are naked, but it's their backside, not the front side. The one where they're painted on the back. So, okay, sorry. Here we go. We're back to business. I'm getting my health in. I just had a brownie, and now we're about to have advanced hydration, electrolytes, reduced fatigue, increased concentration, vitamins B3, 5, 6, 12, coconut water, and biocontonicals. Biocontonicals, everybody. That's what we're looking for, okay? That's what we're looking for. Now, Kiss. When I left off, it had boy, there's a lot of stuff going on. Okay, so when I left off, Kiss Judo Arena opened at $55, okay? And then Van Halen was at $15 with Pickle. And that was almost 6 minutes ago. That's at $15 with Pickle. Then the Kiss single got bids for $787, $798, $12. Kiss got a new bid for $60. The Kiss single got a new bid for $10 and $10. Kiss got a new bid for $65. And then Kiss got a new bid for $11. And then Kiss got a new bid for $55, $65. And then the Kiss single got a new bid for $15. And then $15, then $16. And then this Kiss got a bid for $68 and then $70. This one got a bid for $18. And then $18 again. Then $20. And then over here, we got how much is the Van Halen single? It's at $15 and it's a final call. And then we have the Kiss at $21, then $22, then $23. And then over here, we have Kiss at $70. Okay, so Kiss, Budokan Hall is at $70. Dance the Night Away, nice vinyl, about a VG or VG Plus sleeve. A little bit of fraying up there on the top. And then over here, Rock and Roll, this Kiss single here, Rock and Roll, one side live, one side, you know what I'm talking about. You know the thing. You know the thing. And then John Durden has that at $23. So he has Kiss at $23, Van Halen at $16, and this is at $70. John says 23 was an accident. I thought it was for both. Okay, so he's at 16 on Van Halen. That means the Kiss single is with Pickle at $22. Okay? Because Rich Krulak had bid 20, John 21, Pickle, so Pickle $22, okay? Now 25, now 25. That means Pickle, you're also out on Van Halen, and Kiss is a final call. New vintage stuff, best offer. Let's get going. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, $34.99. These can be bought BIN or best offer, okay? $34.99 on that. Also, Ides of March, World Woven. 72 Indianapolis, $19.99. Ides of March. Easy Street. Easy Street is $14.99. Also, Jorge Santana. He is somehow related to Carlos. $19.99. Van Halen, $18. Rich, you're out on Kiss. It does have a bid for $25. And we have Kiss, the album, Buddy Cordova at $70. And he had outbid. Who had it? If he has it at $70, who did he outbid? J.D. Conklin already bid $70. We have a tie for the last 5 minutes on Kiss. That's why J.D.'s not bidding again. Now Gerald Whitworth has broke that tie. A third new bidder. That is $75. $75, okay? Also, Barabbas, Heart of the City. $14.99 for Barabbas. Also, the best of Tim Harden. In shrink, a 69 white label promo. $24.99. J.D. McPherson. That might have got sold, but I will look. And then Just We Two, Eddie Layton and Buddy Morrow. $14.99 on that. And Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $9.99, if not for you. All right, so Kiss is now at $80. Van Halen's at $20 with Pickle. John Durden's out. Sold to Pickle for $20. Now, what about Kiss? It's up to Mr. Krulak. Pickle has it for $25. Pickle has it for $25. Guess what I have? Oh, man, there's no record in it. I wonder if it's in here. Shoot. I don't see this one too often. I'm going to sell it with another one, though. You can find the record. It's got damage to it either way, though. But I don't see that picture sleeve. I see that one we just sold, kind of. I see this one often, and another one I have. But I don't see the Hot for the Teacher picture sleeve that often. I don't know why. I just don't see that one as often. It does have a rip on the top. We're going to put that one. There's no record in it. Is there something down in it? Hold on a second. It's a jukebox strip. Nope, it's a jukebox strip with Foreigner Jukebox Hero. So that goes down in there. There you go. And then let's make sure this is Panama then. It is. Clean copy, nice sleeve. So $7 start. You get a free picture sleeve with it. A bonus picture sleeve. A $7 start on Van Halen. Kiss is still getting bids. Pickle, you're out. And this Kiss is still getting bids. Barbarous is at 11. Barbarous is at 11. And that was this right here. And let's sell that for $11 to Diego Sanchez. Thank you. Next is Gracella Oliphant. The grass is greener. Speaking of grass, this guy has some grass. It's a 67 mono. I don't know what kind of grass, but it's $29.99. $29.99. Eurythmics Touch is $19.99. Eurythmics Touch, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 12. Kiss is at $19, and Pickle, it's up to you on the Kiss single. Rich has it for $26. Also, Genesis Abacab. I love some of the music on here. Man on the Corner, another record, $19.99. $19.99. So the Kiss album, Gerald Whitworth has it for $95. Once, twice. Rich, you're going to get the Kiss single for $26. Van Halen's at $12 right now. Man, do we have a lot of stuff to go through tonight. We got this crate, another crate of best offer. We're going to start doing vintage discount. I've got Vixen picture sleeves on deck. Yeah, Vixen, like the female, Vixen. And then we've got, what else? We got stuff. We got lots of stuff. Also, I have Ohio Players Graduation. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Of course, it's another risque PG-13 cover here. I guess PG-13. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Air City Records. Anybody ever else sell them? I've never seen this Ohio Players before. $34.99 Graduation. I didn't recognize that label either. 1984. That's a little bit later for them, I guess. Interesting. $34.99. Okay, also we have Ricky Skaggs Country Boy, $9.99. John Durden stepped away for 1 second, and he almost missed another Van Halen auction. You better not go anywhere tonight. Blink and you're going to miss something. Panama, 1984, and an empty Hot for the Sleeve Teacher. No record, just the picture sleeve. That is right now at a high bid of $15 with pickle. $15 with pickle. And then over here, we got Lou Christie Lightning Strikes, $9.99 on that. And the Connells, Bowling Heights, $19.99. Van Halen at $16. Kiss is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $95. All right, let's do another one. I'm on a speed run for Kiss. Try to get caught back up. And what do we have here? More Metal Mayhem. I think this is a vintage one. Yeah, this is an actual vintage Kiss bootleg. This is more Metal Mayhem, black metal, or excuse me, black metal. Do you imagine Kiss cutting out a black metal album? Gothenburg, Sweden, October 27, 1984. I mean, you know, they probably did inspire a lot of black metal bands with their face paint, you know. More Metallic Mayhem. This is actually a vintage original bootleg, recorded Gothenburg, Sweden, 1984. That concert pops up quite a bit. Gothenburg, 84. Must have been a great recording because I see that one bootlegged a lot. Never had this particular version, though. $65 start on that, okay? Van Halen, 16, 20, 20, now 25. And you get Panama and then an empty picture sleeve there, okay? And then this is the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. And we have Caldera, $14.99. Chad Danes to the top. But yeah, I was about to say, it's probably where, I mean, those black metal bands, I mean, Kiss was really the first to do that. So that's probably the tie for the inspiration there, I'm sure. All right, we're right in the middle of a great check condition bin. Let me go over here to our other bin and see what we got going on. Let's put up a Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits here. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits is a 74 OG. It's a Pittman press. It's an around VG condition. It's Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. $15 start on that. $15 start, okay? The Van Halen single is at $25. Kiss has one bid for $65. Caldera, Diego gets that for $11. Thank you. Billy Vare and the Beaters by request. That's $9.99. Also, The Fix, Saved by Zero. And that's a promo 12-inch single. The B-side is Outside. That's from their album, Reach the Beach. Yeah, Reach the Beach. White label promo, $14.99. Final call on Kiss, a vintage original bootleg. Gothenburg, Sweden. More Metallic Mayhem. One bid for $65. Van Halen's a final call to Pickle for $25. Alice Cooper's at $15. David Essex, Rock On, $14.99. These are buy it now best offer, new vintage arrivals. Gloria Estefan, nice. Shrink, Hype, no condition notes, $14.99. $14.99 on that one. And Eurythmics, Here Comes the Rain Again. That's actually a 12-inch single. 12-inch single, $12.99. Cock Robin, that is $14.99. And we have the Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, $16.99. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and somebody described the music of Cock Robin as esoteric rock. Esoteric rock. That's how they defined Cock Robin, $14.99. Travis Wade on the Eurythmics, Here Comes the Rain Again. Kiss has a new bid for $70. Alice Cooper hammers up to Robbie for $15. Sieg on David, and that was for David Essex. Thank you. And then Van Halen is sold, and Van Halen is sold for $25 to Pickle, $23.69. $25 on that. And then Jay Giles and Kiss still getting bids. What was J.E.? Gloria Estefan, yeah, Alan Hagen, that's sold to you for $10. Thank you. Also, ELO, A Symphony for the Electric Light Orchestra. ELO is $19.99. Colonization by the New Colony 6, that's $19.99. And Olivia, $9.99. Our next single is Vixen. I don't know if I've had this one before. Edge of a Broken Heart. Vixen, that's from their big self-titled album, which has never been reissued, by the way. Pretty nice. Very nice. $7 start on Vixen. Now what for bid? Could you do Kiss first, please? Yeah, there's one left in the high-end bin. I'm actually going to do that one next, and then I will find Kiss first. I will find that, but there's one left. Well, not really. They're all kind of high-end, but there's one in the 95 and up start. Okay, and I'm going to do that one next before it gets too later. I will find whatever first Kiss is. I don't know really. Are you talking about their debut? It's actually a picture disc. It's an unofficial picture disc, if that's what you're talking about. And I got another Wicked Lester. We already sold one of those, so cool stuff tonight. Okay, Vixen 7. We have Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island, $19.99, and we have Eurythmics, Would I Lie to You? Eurythmics is $12.99. Genesis, self-titled, Illegal Alien, Just a Job to Do, That's All, Home by the Sea. So many great songs in there, $19.99. And J. Goss Sanctuary, Shrink, $19.99. Over here, we got Kiss is at 70, J.D. Conklin is at 75. So Cordova, you're out on that one. And Alice still just got one bid for 15, right? Robbie Wood, so do you for $15. Thank you. And then Travis on Eurythmics again. There's another one for Travis. And then over here was Eagles Live, a 2LP, $39.99. Has an original on her sleeve. It has another original on her sleeve. It's the Epic Live 1980 Eagles album, $39.99. Vixen's at 9. And we're going to make sure Buddy Cordova's done on Kiss. Caldera again, Sky Islands, $19.99 on Caldera. And Brain Salad Surgery by Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Let's step right over here and grab another auction. Even though there is some Japanese stuff over here. I've already told David the Japanese stuff has been sold. Let's do another Alice Cooper. How about Killer in shrink wrap? A 1976 U.S. Winchester with the Warner Brothers label EX or better. Alice Cooper's a $20 start. Wow. So it's a 70s. It is a reissue, but a nice copy and shrink. For some reason, I see a lot of Alice Cooper Killers. It's not a rare album. They don't come through too often, but if they do, they tend to be beat to death. It's just one of those weird anomalies in vinyl. Certain albums are just always low grade. So that one's a reissue. It's a vintage reissue, but it's nice. There's 4 debuts, okay? Well, one of them I'm talking about I'm going to run next, and then we'll figure it out. Next over here is Sieg on Genesis. Great album there. That's sold to Sieg. Thank you. Now Kiss is at 80. Now Kiss is at 83. Now Vixen 9. Now Vixen 10. Now Vixen 11. Kiss is at 83. Buddy Cordova, you're back out. Vixen is still getting bids, and Alice Cooper is now officially up. Nice. With the hype sticker, the Georgia Satellites debut, $36.99. Keep your hands to yourself. I got a little change in my pocket. It's going jingle-ling-a-ling. Jay Ferguson, $10. That is sold to Gregory Roberts, Thunder Island. Over here, Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. Hey, I listened to this the other night. I had never played this before. And there was one up front in a bin. This is near me at $34.99. But I flipped it over and I looked at the track listing. Badge, one of my favorites, Roll It Over, Presence of the Lord from Blind Faith, Pearly Queen, After Midnight, and they're doing Jimi Hendrix's Little Wing. And I saw that track list like, wow, I've never listened to that before. It's actually a really good live concert. And that's with Pete Townsend and Ron Wood, Eric Clapton, Rick Gretsch, Jim Capaldi, $34.99. Vixen's at 12. And the Ohio Players album from earlier was $34.99. The one I'd never seen before, Graduation. Satellites is nearly a top copy. You probably could say this is. Shrink Hop, Near Mint Minus, yes. If you don't want it, William David Meadows does. Alice Cooper was, what did I say, 20, 25? We'll say a $20 start. I either said 20 or 25. We'll go for the lower. $20 start on that. And what happened to We Are the World? Did I mention that earlier? I think I do have a single over here, yes. William David Meadows, you do get Georgia Satellites, okay? Next is Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. Nice. An OG 69 Pittman 2i stereo, $49.99. Johnny Cash makes an appearance. He's out on Kiss. This is sold then. J.D. Conklin, $83, okay? $83. Thank you on that. Let's put that back on its sleeve. Another Kiss gone. By the way, this is week number 6 of Kiss auctions. Counting tonight, the last 6 Mondays, we've done nothing but sell Kiss records here from almost 6 o'clock-ish to midnight, and we probably can do it for another 6 weeks. So, and when all of them's gone, I'm going to be very sad because maybe by then we'll find another collection, but this one's quite impressive. 800 different Kiss records. That's pretty incredible. To get a collection like that, you got to have variants or bootlegs, unless you just got a lot of duplicates. But Pretty amazing. I think we can do this at least for another solid month, and I bet even longer than that. So there's that. Over here is Alice Cooper and Vixen, okay? Vixen is at 14 with Rich Krulak, a 7-inch single, Edge of a Broken Heart. Alice Cooper has two $20 bids. Here's one of the Kiss I was talking about, and this one is Kiss. Congratulations, sold out 3 days, Cobo Arena. Just a hype, huh? It is a 4LP blue vinyl with poster. It's missing a book, but it is a 4LP blue vinyl, a $95 start. And it looks like it's got Cobo January 25th, the 26th, another 26th, and the 27th. All right? And it has poster. It's like in a, it almost looks like a Kiss Originals jacket, like a folder with the flaps. That is the last high-end 95, and I will put the Kiss Laura sticker with that one. Even more Kiss auctions. There we go. And you get a little doodle from the front of the crate that was that Laura had identified there for me. So that's that. A $95 start, okay? All right, let's keep going through this best offer craze. Looks like, yep, wow, with hop sticker. I like that. ELO's greatest hits, telephone line, Evil Woman, Turn to Stone. When you are gone, I turn to stone. Inner sleeve, too, $22.99. Alice Cooper's at $22. MT Matt, you're out. And we have, is it the first run for Rainbow? So I'll take it for $32 if that's good. Rainbow, this here. Yeah, I think that was the first label for this one. RSO. I think that was always on RSO. Yeah. 73. Yeah. Very nice, too. Sell that to Corey for $32. MT Matt's out on Alice Cooper. He's out on Vixen. Looks like we got new auctions. But first, here's Elephant's Memory. Excuse the nudity there. They're all nude, especially her. $34.99. This is on Buddha Records. $34.99. Elephant's Memory. And then ELO, Corey Lawson. I'll do that one for $20. Such a nice copy. Sieg said he was going to do it for $22.99. There you have it. Wow, the Embers burn you a new one. A 1967 in shrink, $39.99, and out on tour with Emerson, Lake and Palmer, a 77 promo, $29.99. So Corey, ELO's yours if you want it for $20. If not, I'll give it to Sieg for $20, who was going to pay $22.99. Vixen is sold for $14 to Rich Krulak. Alice Cooper is sold to Alan Hagen for $22. Final call to get a bid on Kiss at $95. Going once, going twice, okay? Corey said he will take ELO for $20. So to Corey Lawson. Next is Joe Cocker. Nice. With a little help from my friends. $29.99. There's Jimmy Page. I think he plays the guitar on at least, I think he plays the guitar on a lot of these tracks. Maybe for sure on a little help from my friends. Either way, $29.99. There's Steve Winwood. Kiss does not have the book. It does have the poster. So Laura said the book, the 76-page book is missing. It does have the poster, blue vinyl, 4LP. And that just got a bid for $95, okay? Great Joe Cocker album there. First label. And now we have, what is this right here? Okay, I probably need to scan that. That's a White Stripe single. I thought that looked familiar. Okay, let's see what else I have over here. I've got, we got Van Halen Jump, okay? This sleeve has a little bit of a fraying spot right here. Right here. There's the disc. The bottom seam split. Jump, $7 start. Kiss all of a sudden get new bids. I did not see your bid of $15, Diego. That's sold to Diego for $15. Diego for $15. Cheap Trick Lap of Luxury, 1988. That's $29.99. Nice. Simon & Garfunkel. I bet this is a 2-eye label. In shrink, it is. Beautiful copy with a Sears price tag, $16.99. And Simon & Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence. This is a 66 UK. It does have cover damage, but that's $26.99. All right, so Scott Williams, you're out on Kiss. Van Halen's at 8. Excuse me. And let me grab this right over here. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is going to be a copy, an OG copy. Let's see who's paying attention. An original press of Ozzy's first solo album, Blizzard of Oz. And this is a nice one. Nice jacket, front and back. The vinyl is EX Plus. Blizzard of Oz has the original inner sleeve. $35 start. An 81 US OG, EX Plus or better, OG, the real deal, high grade, $35 start. Ozzy's now up for bid. Van Halen got bid for 7, 8, and 10. Sandy Mile on Simon & Garfunkel. Wednesday morning, you got it. The B-side of Jump is House of Pain. Ozzy has a bid for 35. Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. This is a 70s reissue for $14.99. Also, Santana Abraxas. This looks like a foreign press. It's a 1970 Holland gatefold with a #1 in USA sticker. Beautiful vinyl, $34.99. And the Fix Phantoms is $24.99. Are we done on Kiss? Buddy Cordova had it for $100. Scott's out. Nobody else had bid. Sold to Buddy Cordova for $100. Okay? I have officially, with that, filled up another crate. So what I'm going to do first is say that Ozzy's already at $50. Now Van Halen's at $11. And Alonzo Breezy said he wanted to do 7 on that one. As soon as I find it. Oh, great neck adjustment. This one here sold to Alonzo for 7. Now my crate is extremely full. So let me figure out where to put these. And I have made a mess of... Well, first of all, they brought me like 1,000 cassettes and 1,000,000 CDs. And inconveniently stacked them up all right next to me. They try to trap me in here every night. Right before I go live, they'll start bringing me stuff, which is actually stuff I need to sell, but it also traps me in over here, and then I have to take 10 minutes to dig my way out, literally. Thank you, Paul and Tanner. I'm going to take all these sold records here. We're about to start a new tower. That's stack number 1. There's a bar stool. All right, now this crate's full. Now I got a clearer path through here. That's good. All right. And Ozzy CDs. No, we're going to be doing CDs tonight. Evidently, there's some back here behind me, new ones that I didn't know about. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 16 tubs, and it's evidently full of CDs, toys, and miscellaneous collectibles. And Tanner said if I can get to at least one tub and dig them out whenever it's CD time, then y'all will probably want to stick around for that. And I was like, okay, I'll let everybody know. Okay. So let's see what's going on over here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we sold Olivia for 7, Van Halen 11, Ozzy 60, Van Halen 12, Ozzy 65, Ozzy 80. Okay, Van Halen, Pickle has it for $12. John Durden, you've been outbid. Ozzy is at $81. Nick Bargeron, you're outbid. This is an 81 US OG Terre Haute EX Plus, super nice jacket, Blizzard of Oz, okay? 81 Van Halen is at 12. John Durden says he's out. That tied Michael Reed. My bad. So what happened was Michael Reed bid 12, then Pickle, then John Durden had already said out in between those bids, and then Pickle bid 12. So yeah, Pickle, you're out. You're out. You're out of here. But you can get back in the game for just a $13 bid. What we're going to do, I think there was a question about a record in here, but I'm also going to read the titles because there was some pretty good stuff. Just the titles, so it's going to be a fast recap, and then I've got another one, okay? Pickle's the second person, bid 12. Right. So they're tied, and Michael Reed has it, and now Pickle has bid 15. And now Nick Bargeron, I'll lose Nick a bunch. He's been outbid on Aussie. It's pretty much up to him if he wants to keep this Aussie auction going. Michael Hamburger has it for $81. Okay? That's where we're at there. What's the next kiss? John Robb is on the edge of his seat, dying to know what the next kiss auction is. Sounds like I got to delay it another 5 minutes now. That's another 5-minute delay then. I'm actually in the process of trying to find an empty crate. Here's one right here. I'm throwing a flag. That's a 5-minute delay on the next kiss auction. He's on the edge of his seat. There hadn't been one up for 2 minutes, and he's like, hello, Chad. What is the next kiss auction? Okay, I've got an empty crate. Let's do this right here. This is Kiss, a 2019 reissue unofficial picture disc. So it's a bootleg picture disc of their debut album. It's a $35 start. It has a very nice jacket. It says limited edition. It's an unofficial $35 start. Ozzy still getting new bids. Ozzy still getting new bids. Van Halen is sold a Pickle for $15, okay? Ozzy now has a bid for $85 and another bid for $85. That means Michael Hamburger's out, and that means Nick Bargeron, you're still out. Kiss is a $35 start. There we have it. I promise I won't leave it empty back there any longer. There will now be one up there simultaneously. There will be no more 60-second breaks. Otherwise, we get some people start getting panicky. Our next auction is this. The White Stripes Conquest. It is a sealed 7-inch single. The White Stripes Conquest, $7 start. That's now up for bid. All right, and then here's what's left in here, and I'm going to go through another one. First thing is Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, Ides of March, World Woven, Easy Street, Jorge Santana, The Best of Tim Hardin. We have Just We Two, Eddie Layton and Buddy Morrow. We have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, Graciela, Oliphant, The Grass is Greener, Eurythmics Touch, Genesis Abacab. These are all buy it now best offer. Ohio Players Graduation. Also Ricky Skaggs Country Boy. Lou Christie Lightning Strikes. The Connells. Bowling Heights. The Long Distance Voyager. Billy Vera. The Fix. Jay Giles. Cock Robin. New Colony 6. And we'll pause there at ELO. Electric Light Orchestra. A symphony for the ELO. Now, final, what's happened since then? Kiss 35, Kiss 40, Kiss 45, Ozzy 86, Kiss 45, White Stripes 11, White Stripes 12, Ozzy 88, White Stripes 7, White Stripes 13. The White Stripes is at 13. The White Stripes is at 13 with Jeremy Bryant. Ozzy's at 88. Oh So Adventure, excuse me. Where did that come from? Scott Williams, Ozzy 88. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Nick Bargeron, you're out. And then the Kiss, he says he's done. Kiss, the Kiss, J.D. Conklin, $45. We're about to sell it to him, okay? Next is Jay Giles Band, Sanctuary. The Eagles Live, a 2LP. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. Elephant's Memory. The Embers, Burn You a New One. On Tour of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Joe Cocker of Little Help from My Friends. Cheap Trick Lap of Luxury. Simon & Garfunkel Sounds of Silence. Simon & Garfunkel Parts Lady Rosemary Time. Santana Abraxas and Kiss. It's got a new bid for $47. The last record is The Fix, The Phantoms. Ozzy, he's out. Hammers Up. OG Ozzy, 81 Terre Haute. High grade album. Nice. $88. White Stripes is at 14, now 15. And we have 2 out, so we're about to sell it. We're about to sell it. Kiss is still getting bids. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 more auctions to go. Okay? And I'm kind of looking through here. There's some pretty cool stuff. Looks like some stuff John Robb might want to bid on. I see some official pressings in here. I have a feeling John Robb's going to stick around for it. I hope so. I have 2 or 3 right here on deck. And then I might read what's left here in just a second. And we'll go from there. Ozzy has a new bid for $90. We're not done on Ozzy. Looks like we're done on White Stripes, though. Joe Cocker, A Little Help from My Friends is $29.99. No condition notes, clean copy. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Tour and Abraxas info. Superstar Radio Network presents On Tour of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. This is a WORJ FM 107 promo, 1977 promo, $29.99. I think that's an interview with ELP. And we have Abraxas, was a Holland, a 1970 OG Holland press with gatefold, beautiful vinyl, $34.99. With a #1 in USA, #1 in USA sticker. This I will sell to you for $24. $4 bump and it's yours. Kiss. Chris Frazier, $48. Scott Williams is back in on both auctions. White Stripes is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15. Thank you on that. Eagles is $34, I believe. Okay, let's take a big flip through this entire box of singles over here. So what did I have left over here? I might bundle. We got a lot by the same artist, and some of those I hadn't put up yet. So yeah, let me do a bunch of these together. We have, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Here we go. All right, so I've got 15 singles by the same artist. Olivia Newton-John. Olivia Newton-John. Twist of Fate. Xanadu. Toughen Up. Totally Heart. Don't Stop Believing. Landslide. Tied Up. Make a Move on Me. Something Better to Do. Please, Mr. Please. And Grease. You're Not the One That I Want. And then there's empties of these 3. These are empty sleeves. Another Please, Mr. Please, another Xanadu, and another Living in Desperate Times. So those are Olivia, a $15 start. There's 15 there, $15 start. Joe Cocker is sold to Stephen Parton for $22. Eagles was $34. This is OG Holland, Abraxas. Yeah, 1970 is the released. It's made in Germany. It's a Holland press, or it's a German press released for Holland. Now, Kiss is sold to Scott Williams for $50. Where are we on Ozzy? The last bid on Ozzy was $93. George Sherry, you're outbid. George is back in at $95. Scott Williams, you've been outbid. Ozzy's still getting bids. Now it's at $95. Those Olivia Newton-Johns are up for grabs. Next is Ozzy has a bid for $100. Here's the next Kiss auction. The next Kiss auction, let's do another Wicked Lester. It's pretty much early Kiss. It's Wicked Lester, limited edition yellow vinyl, numbered 135 of 350. And Wicked Lester, Kiss before they were Kiss. Unofficial, limited of 350 on yellow vinyl. Recorded at Electric Ladyland Studios, spring of 72. These are a mix of an album cut and demos. And Wicked Lester is a $55 start. All right? We've already sold Joe Cocker. And then Abraxas, Henry's Choice. I will sell that to you for $28. $3 bump and it's yours. Josie Sink Bell has all the Olivias for $15. Going once, going twice. It must be storming outside because I hear the roof popping. It sounds like somebody's walking on a roof. That's the wind. At least I hope it is. Or we have gremlins like on that episode of The Twilight Zone with William Shatner. They thought he was crazy. He wasn't, though. There was really gremlins. All right. So Wicked Lester has bids. George Sherry, you're out on Aussie. Scott does have it for 100. All right, let's change out crates. I'm also going to walk up here and look outside right quick. I'm back here in a concrete blocked, no window building. I don't know what goes on outside. I've got security cameras back here where I can see them, but not good enough to know exactly what's going on. So, let's see what's going on out here. Oh, yeah. It feels like it's 100,000 degrees, and it is hot, and the wind is blowing. That's probably not good. I don't think it's severe, but man, it is brewing up a storm outside. Holy moly. Yeah, that didn't sound good. That didn't feel good or look good out there. It's hot and the wind is howling. Okay. There's that. Living in John still getting bids, and we got another best offer crate. Did Henry's Choice get this for 28? Come on, Henry's Choice, $28. You'll be very happy with it. You'll be very happy with it. He said he'll take it. That's what I wanted to see. It's hot, it's thundering, it's humid. It's pretty wild out there from what I just seen. I mean, it felt like I walked outside in the oven, and it's pitch black dark, so. No, I don't think there's any music on the Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Contains a previously unreleased track. Yeah, there is. I think it may be interview and music. I bet it has all musical selections. Yeah, it has music. It's probably where they're interviewed and then it plays some music. I've listened to ones like that. But yeah, there's definitely music on here. So, yeah, they played a big, there's some footage on YouTube. Man, when Emerson, Lake and Palmer was at their peak, they sold out some stadiums. Have y'all ever seen some of that footage? There's a concert I've watched before on YouTube. It might be up there in Montreal or whatever. It is like 80,000. It is a stadium. It is like, you wouldn't think, I don't think about Emerson, Lake and Palmer playing in arenas like that, but they did. They were huge. All right, here's another best offer bin, new arrivals, and I just did a quick flip and I saw some great releases, so let's do it. Okay. Reload is new and sealed. You can actually buy it right now. It's a new sealed copy, $49.99. Give me fuel, give me fire. The memory remains, okay? Looks like we're still bidding on Ozzy. Looks like we're still bidding on Kiss, and we're still bidding on Olivia Newton-John. So let's do a quick recap. And this is Monday Night Kiss Night. Monday Night Kiss Night is a Kiss auctions. We usually get started about 6 o'clock with them. And we've got at least another hour or an hour and a half to do before they're all sold, okay? There's about a dozen left, and that takes it's probably going to take about another at least hour to do those. I've also got a crate behind me of surprises. And we've pulled out some pretty cool stuff. These are unadvertised, and I have boxes now that they've brought me full of 45s. Mostly picture sleeves. That's what we're looking for first. And there's that. The Emerson, Lake and Palmer is still available. Unless Henry has dibs. Henry has dibs if he wants it. It's priced at $29.99 or best offer. Ooh, what a lucky man. I've seen Carl Palmer, he opened for John Anderson when I just seen John Anderson on this most recent tour. John Anderson of Yes, that is. That was amazing because what he's done when Carl Palmer plays, he's got video screens with Greg Lake and Keith Emerson, and they've got it synchronized where he can play live with them. So he's up there playing his drums, and they're on the screens doing live with them. I don't know if anybody else has seen that, but it's pretty cool. And it's like they're on stage up there with them. And he does have a band come out there with them sometimes, but they have synced it where they're playing live they've muted his drums and he's playing the drums live. So it's pretty cool. And for his age, he still rocks on the drums. I think that's him. I think that's definitely Lake, I think. I don't know, they look a little different there. I think that's Carl Palmer. $22.99, Henry's Choice. Thank you. All right, there we go. Here in September. Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. You'll like that. So, like, those screens are huge, and, you know, it's just like, for the Ryman, they took up, like, most of the stage. You know, the Ryman's a smaller venue and smaller stage. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. He does a drum solo. How old is he? 70-something? He's got to be. Okay, here we go. Boz Scaggs hits. Greatest hits. No condition notes on any of these. They should be really nice records. 1999. Boz Scaggs hits. 1999. Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise. Linda is $9.99. Let me pause right there, right after I show you Neil Diamond Classics for $14.99. Wicked Lester. J.D. Conklin has this for $65. Everybody else is out. Ozzy just got a bid for $115, and Olivia Newton-John. Chuck Haley had all these for $20. There's 15 in there. That's a final call to him. Don't think I've actually made that a final call, but now I have. Also, The Outlaws Ghost Rider, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $22.99. Also, Yes Drama, Tammy Marie Baker wrote her name on the cover. That's unfortunate, but the vinyl has no condition notes. $16.99. Josie was one of the other bidders on Olivia. She just bid $21, so Chuck Haley, you've been outbid. The Aussie really is up to George Scherer. Yeah, George Scherer, that's up to you on the Aussie, and a lot of people on the Wicked Lester, but I've got to sell it soon. J.D. Conklin has it for $65. Unless he's tied somebody, yeah, it's up to Scott Williams, and he's out, I think. Maybe not. No. Okay. Also, we have Elton John Blue Moves. That's a 2LP, $24.99. Man, this Neil Diamond has some great tracks on it. Cherry Cherry's on here. Shiloh, Kentucky Woman, $14.99 on that. Just saying, I love his early stuff. The Ruthless People soundtrack. Jagger, Billy Joel, Kool and the Gang's on here. $19.99. And the Raiders Greatest Hits Volume 2. Tammy Faye. Actually, that's the first thing I thought of when I started reading that. Tammy Marie Baker. That's the first thing I thought. Probably that's why she put her middle name. Now, Wicked Lester has a new bid for $67. And now we're about to sell Ozzy. I got to make sure George Scherer's out, though. The hammer's up. The hammer's up. Cheap Trick at Budokan. I want you to want me. It does have the booklet with it. Cheap Trick. $24.99. He's out. All the Olivias are sold to Josie Sinkbell for $21. Nice. All right. I've got some other stuff like that to do. But first, here is a 60s classic, Daydream Believer by the Monkees. The picture sleeve does have some fraying across the top. It is a little split at the bottom, so VG minus on that. Vinyl doesn't look too bad. That is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. We have Jerry Lee Lewis. She even woke me up to say goodbye. $9.99 on Jerry Lee Lewis and Rare Earth Ecology. Rare Earth Ecology. No condition notes on these, so all the discs are going to be nice. $19.99. And Lena Lovitch. This is Hotel Blue. Never seen that before. An 82 Italian press. That's probably why. All right, we got to go ahead and sell Ozzy. So Scott Williams, thank you. That is sold to you for $115. That is Blizzard of Oz. Right here it is. Crazy, but that's how it goes. Millions of people living as foes. Always, for the longest, I always thought he said, millions of people live in this world. I always thought that's what he was saying, but it's living as foes, evidently. Maybe it's not too late. Okay, and then Lena Lovitch sold to Travis Wade. Thank you on that. Also, the Water Boys, $14.99. The Water Boys and Screw Tractor. A 1993, that's alternate rock, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Final call on the Monkees for $70. Wicked Lester's at $70. Scott Williams, you're out on that. And, whoop, that's the same record. And this is the Highlander Emotional Overload 18. And then a 1999 German Terre Haute, $19.99. Wicked Lester's at $75. 75 with Scott Williams. They're still bidding on that. All right, let me go back over here to my crate of surprises. What's in my crate of surprises? I have The light in the window is the crack in the sky. Something like that. No more tears. Tears. It might be one of the last Aussies I do tonight. I got some more possibly tomorrow. I might do it. Depends on how well this auction goes. And this is a 2021 Canadian Record Store Day limited edition picture disc. So this was Record Store Day for U.S. and Canada. It has the original plastic. Mama, I'm coming home. Aussie's going to go up for a $25 start. Okay? How could it be a German Terre Haute? Oh, it says Germany Trance. I said Terre Haute. Look, that's me making up words. Germany Trance, I think is what he wrote there. Trance music? Is that what happens? You get put in a trance? The Highlander, emotional overload. I guess so. Nice catch there. So, Germany Trance. I think I said German Terre Haute, didn't I? There is a Terre Haute, Germany. there's also one up there in Indiana. There's also one over in Germany as well. Highlander is Soda Kelly Vladerchek. All right, Wicked Lester's at 78. Scott, you're back out. Aussie, no more tears. So this is an official Record Store Day picture disc, okay? This is official Record Store Day picture disc. Of course, OGs of that album are pretty rare based on from the era it came out. Ozzy is sold, or excuse me, the Monkees is sold to Michael Reed for $7. There we go. We have Alien, self-titled, 1989 Hard Rock Gold Stamp promo, $29.99. Alien, $29.99. And the 77s from 1987, $39.99. Some interesting titles John slipped in here. Stuff I don't normally see him mark. Ozzy's at 31. And then Wicked Lester, as usual, a battle. Scott Williams, just so you know, you're back out. JD has it for $78. And we are still battling over some Kiss stuff. Let me do a quick flip through my singles over here. Here we go. I might... There's some I'm still going to do individually, but there's some I can bundle. Oh, I have another pink for if you missed out on the... Here's another one if you missed out on the first one. Learning to Fly. Into the Distance, A Ribbon of Black, Pink Floyd, Learning to Fly, Pink Floyd, Terminal Frost, and Learning to Fly. We sold one of these earlier, and I just said I don't see it too often, and now here's two, but y'all know that doesn't come through too often. $7 start. Yeah, there is no Terre Haute, Germany. I was, of course, joking. But yeah, that's me. Sometimes I read stuff, and I add words to it. You know, y'all see me do that all the time. I'll read something and be like, yeah, that says this. Okay? And then Aussie 35, Aussie 40, Aussie 40. And then he's out on Wicked Lester. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $78. There's another Pink Floyd single, $7 start. The last one did really well. And then we have the best of Minnie Riperton. That's in shrink, $39.99. This is the last crate of new arrivals. Then I'm going to start doing best offer and half off, okay? We have the Huevos Meat Puppets. Wow, what's that doing in there? $44.99. Alternate rock, of course. That's usually an auction record. Whoa. Inner sleeve, Meat Puppets, $44.99. Heretic AD, that's now $9.99. And ELO, Face the Music. Ooh, Evil Woman, $19.99. Aussie is at $45 with Chris Gardner. Scott Williams, it goes back to you. That is our next Kiss auction is going to happen right now. And our next Kiss auction is this. Kiss, Far, Far Away, Kiss on Japan Tour, 1995. And unofficial, of course, white vinyl. This is Kiss live in Budokan, at Budokan in Tokyo, January 30th, 1995, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. Meat Puppets is sticker price. Yes. And Steven, it's yours if you want it. If not, Eddie McKenna says I'll take it, okay? And then Aussie's at 48 with Michael Hamburger. There's our next Kiss auction. Wow, Pink Floyd, just one bid for $7. Learning to Fly, Into the Distance. Final call, one bid. He's going to pass, so Meat Puppets is sold to Eddie McKenna. Don't see that in a bin too often. Nice. Meet the Beatles. And this is an Apple reissue from 71, $34.99. Of course, the originals would be on the Capitol Rainbow. Apple eventually reissued all those other Capitol records right there in the early 70s. That is not bad. There is a little bit of cover wear and writing, $34.99. We have Screaming Blue Messiahs, Smash the Marketplace, an 86 UK, $12.99. It's a 3-track, it looks like. Whoa! XTC Murmur. This is in VG condition, $14.99. XTC Murmur, and that's a full album. VG, $14.99. And Mahogany Rush, Strange Universe, $19.99. A Random Check Condition record got mixed in there. There is that, okay? And then, so we sold Meat Puppets, Ozzy, 48. Now Ozzy's at 50. Kiss has a bid for 55. That's a final call. And nobody else bid on Pink Floyd. Sold for $7 to Juanita Gagney. Wow, great price. I think the last one we just sold for what? 23, 32? It was something like that, I'm pretty sure. That's sold to Juanita for $7. And then Ozzy Ozzy is at $48. Now $51 with Chris Gardner, okay? And then we have Kiss at $55 of J.D. Conklin. Did you auction Kiss Alive outtakes? I've got Kiss April Fool. I've got Kiss Love Gun demos. I've got Kiss Animalize, an official original. I've got Kiss Rock and Roll California. I got Kiss Reunion outtakes. I got Kiss Live Panty Raid. Kiss Destroyer Resurrected. I've got Kiss Olympian, Sweden. That one looks pretty good. I've got Switzerland 83. I've got Asbury Park 75. Orpheum Theater. Alive outtakes. I still got that one and whatever this other one is. I'll run those next. Okay? And then, I can't believe no one's claimed XTC, honestly. And then Screw Tractor. Screw Tractor is right back here. And Screw Tractor is a $19.99, 1993 gold stamp promo, okay? I'm pretty confused on Kiss and Ozzy, honestly. I think some bids have gotten out of order, and I've got to make sure I have all this right, okay? So, of course, Ozzy's official U.S. and Canada Record Store Day picture disc. I'm showing Michael Hamburger at $60, okay? Michael Hamburger at $60. Michael Hamburger at $60. That is for the Ozzy. And then since then, the bids have went down, okay? Michael Hamburger has it for $60 over on YouTube. The Kiss auction is an unofficial, live in Japan, 1995. And to my knowledge, this just has one bid with J.D. Conklin for $55. And we're about to sell it, okay? We're going through a new arrivals being best offer. New arrivals being best offer. That's where we're at right now. Okay, now, in the meantime, I've got a twofer from the Police. Every little thing she does is magic. And Every Breath You Take. Wow. Kind of popular songs there. $10 start for both. Nice. Every Breath You Take. There it is. Back to the crate of best offer. Bronco Country Home. A 71 Scranton, $24.99. The Best of Carly Simon. In shrink wrap, $9.99. At one time married to James Taylor. Johnny Rivers, Realization. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Kansas Leftoverture. Carry On, My Wayward Son. Original inner sleeve, first label. T1 in the dead wax. You know what that means? Terre Haute. There they go again. Terre Haute pressing. Now, Ozzy, 65 with William David Meadows. Michael Hamburger tied them. Police 10, Police 10, Police 12. Ozzy, 75. Police 15, Police 19. And then we have Brogan Sconce on Kansas. Carry on, Brogan. And now Kiss, no other bids. It is sold to J.D. Conklin for $55. The Police is at $19. And next is Kiss Alive, the outtakes. Numbered to 500, number 335, purple vinyl. This is a $75 start. 45 minutes of previously unreleased outtakes from Kiss Alive, recorded during various stops during the U.S. Dress to Kill tour. Wow, that sounds pretty cool. $75 start on that. 75 on that. Police 18, Police 19, Police 20. Scott Williams, you were second on Kansas. Todd, that's why I mentioned that about James Taylor. I saw where you had your trivia on James Taylor, the wife of Carly Simon. Yes, at one point. And then also The Doors, Strange Days, a 2017, $34.99. These are vintage pre-owned records. They're priced as marked or best offer. It's actually up to you. The Kinks, Kinda Kinks, $14.99. Melissa Douglas wrote her name very largely on the back. And then we have, the Savage Young Beatles, a 65-second press. This is actually a pretty complicated record to look up. $49.99, Savage Young Beatles. And then over here, we have Atomic Rooster. Atomic Rooster, don't see that one too often. $36.99. Ozzy over here is at, okay, Ozzy, the last bid on Ozzy, man, there's a lot of bids. Michael Hamburger, $75. Now Kiss is at 80. Okay, so O for Ozzy. Let me make sure there's nobody before him. Michael Hamburger, $75. Kiss 80. And the last two bid on the Police singles was Michael Fairchild at $20. He's about to get both of those, okay? And then Vanity 6. That is an 82 Winchester press, $34.99. I always thought You're So Vain was about Mick Jagger. We got Saga, Wildest Dreams, a gold stamp promo. Saga is $14.99. $9.99, the biggest prize in sport, a 1980 Keel press, $24.99. And then Screw Tractor is sold for $14. That's sold to Bob Panozniak. And then Santana Moonflower, $29.99. I'm gonna check on my Beatles. Is Savage Beatles? I'm trying to figure out. I know I have that, but I don't know if I have that particular variant. And then Kiss is at $78.85. Alonzo Breezy on Saga. Y'all don't usually see me buy stuff live during the show, but I think I just did. Green on Red, a 1982 pressing, $39.99. And Mick sings backup. Okay, maybe that's what I thought about Mick. I knew Mick Jagger had something to do with that song. This is Morticia's Lovers, and this is a 2002 Canadian, $19.99. Okay, now back up here, man, tons of bidding going on. Kiss 75, Kiss 78, Ozzy 76, Kiss 85, Alonzo Breezy got Saga. What are the songs on Kiss? Saga has an offer now, and then Michael Fairchild on the two Police for $20, okay? Those are sold. And then Level 42, Hot Water, that's a 12-inch single for $9.99. And Pink featuring William Orbit, Feel Good Time. And this is the theme from Charlie's Angels, Full Throttle. Pink, as in 2003, $14.99. And Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush is $19.99. Ozzy has a new bid with Michael Hamburger for $80. Kiss has a new bid of $85 with Joseph Alves, okay? Over here, Simon & Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park. That's a 2LP, $19.99. And we have Deep Purple Burn, $29.99 for Deep Purple Burn. That is on the Warner Brothers label, $29.99. And Bing Crosby, a legendary performer, Bing Crosby, $9.99. Neil Diamond, Touching You, Touching Me. Neil Diamond is $12.99. The Four Seasons, the second vault of golden hits, $12.99 on that. And Bruce Springsteen, The River, $34.99 on The River. The Beatles, Magical Mystery Tour, 1967 mono, $124.99. No condition notes. And Prince, Pop Life, $19.99. Kiss has a new bid for $90. Ozzy's out. Final call on Ozzy for $80 with Michael Hamburger. And Kiss is with Steve McGee for $90. Wow, there's so many great records left in here. I mean, there is a lot of stuff left in here. I can tell it's 11:45 going through new arrivals. There is a crazy amount. McGlitter got Morticia Love. Prince is sold to Michael Freiberger for $15. I'm going to take this out. I'm buying stuff. I told John not to mark Beatles records. It kills him not to. I've asked him probably, I probably remind him once a week, please don't put out Beatles records for sale. I think he's marked 5 today. He told me one day, he said, dude, what are you going to do with all these back here? I was like, John, just don't worry about it. Do not put out Beatles records. Kiss is at 95 with Joseph Alves, okay? And then Ozzy, the last bid on Ozzy was Michael Hamburger at 80. We're about to sell it. What was the Waterboys? I think he tries to, of course, get stuff out and clean up the back room. I was like, listen, I'm not selling many Beatles. We probably have 10,000 albums in the back by the Beatles. I'm like, I just don't want to sell them. Over here, we got What Are the Waterboys? Let me go back and find that right quick. I probably have more than that now. I mean, I collect them. I hoard them, okay? So don't judge me. I have a problem. I'm willing to admit it. That's the first step. But we probably have a tractor trailer full of Beatles albums. I'm about to pull that one out if no one buys it. And then over here, what was I looking for? The Waterboys? The Waterboys. I'm about to find it. I honestly remember saying that, but he says it's toward the front. Yeah, right here. Okay, this is $14.99. It's called the Waterboys, and this is the Waterboys, $14.99. Waterboys, $14.99. Yeah, y'all should see the 45 stashes I have and albums. I mean, I mean, to me, it's just like. It's like every time I see one, I'm like, this is this is a work of art, okay? It's like, every time I show a Beatles, I could go into a full spiel like I do a Laura Crate hop sticker, but that would get annoying. I'm sure you don't want to hear that every night. So every time I hold one, I'm like, this is like important. This is an important relic of history here. And every time I just see them in the bins, if they don't get grabbed, if John does slip them by me, I usually just go ahead and pull them out, and then I put them away. I was like, no Beatles for you. If y'all don't buy them right now, no Beatles for you. Okay, so last bid on Kiss is this, Joseph Alves at $95. I've already said that once, and it's about to sell. I don't know who else is bidding, but they must have fell asleep. And then Ozzy is sold to Michael Hamburger for $80, okay? Now, there is so much stuff still left in here. There are some people that definitely went ahead and ate supper and took their coffee break during that crate. That is like so much stuff still left in here. So let's go over here to this. And that's about to sell, so we can do some more, okay? And here we go. First thing we have, first thing I have is Kiss at $95, okay? And then, first thing I have over here is Patrick Johnson on Waterboys. Patrick Johnson on Waterboys, okay? And he is claiming that, and I think that means Travis is passing, okay? There's that. There's that. Billy Joel, he hasn't put out an album anything close to a Beatles album. Next thing is Boz Scaggs Hits, $19.99. Boz Scaggs Hits. Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise, $9.99. And then we have a question, price on Vanity, and then a claim for Vanity, okay? And then over here, we got Vanity 6. This is Vanity 6 and 82 Winchester, $34.99. If you want this, it is yours, Christina. If not, it's sold to James Hicks, okay? And then this is sold, and this is sold to Joseph Alves for $95. That is done, okay? Also over here, we have Outlaws Ghost Riders. That's in shrink with hype, $22.99. Elton John Blue Moves is $24.99. XTC, I think, was a U.S. press. I'll check right quick. XTC Murmur, VG Condition, $14.99. VG Condition, $14.99. Neil Diamond Classic, The Early Years, $14.99. And Ruthless People, $19.99. Also, the Raiders Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's in shrink for $9.99. Yes Drama. Tammy Faye Baker wrote her name on the cover, $16.99. And Cheap Trick at Budokan, that does have the booklet with it, $24.99. James Hicks gets Vanity. And then over here, we have Jerry Lee Lewis, that's $9.99. Now James is passing on Vanity. Now Vanity's back in the bin. Rare Earth Ecology, $19.99. Our next auction is Kiss. If you could have guessed it, you would have been a millionaire. This is Kiss. Limited to 130 copies, black and white marble vinyl, numbered 27260, a full soundboard recording from Paris, France, 1980, a $75 start. Paris, France, 1980, $75 start. All right, we're recapping this being for best offer. We got Raiders, sold to Chuck Haley for $7. Sold to Chuck Haley for $7. Our next single is Prince, and it's called Kiss. $7 start. Prince, Kiss. $7 start. Not the band. That's the song by Prince. XTC sold to John Kaiser. Now Kiss has a bid for $75. Okay, and then over here is our next auction. And you may ask yourself, that's like the Talking Head song. You may find yourself watching a Coletco stream. Over here is a David Bowie, Ground Control to Major Tom, Space Oddity. It is on the original orange label from '72 for this U.S. release, but it is a reissue. Indianapolis, it does have the lyric insert. It's around a VG copy, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start, David Bowie, that's now up for bid. Okay? Prince is a $7 start. Also in here, we have Alien, 89 Hard Rock, Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. The 77s from 1987 is $39.99. The Best of Minnie Riperton, $39.99 for Minnie Riperton. Heretic AD, 1989 Alternate Rock, that's $9.99. ELO, Face the Music. Some great songs on here, including hits, Evil Woman and Strange Magic. That's $19.99. We're about to sell Prince for $7. Bowie is a $15 start, and Kiss is at $87 with J.D. Conklin. Also over here, we have the Beatles, Meet the Beatles, and this is a 71 Apple press, okay? A 71 Apple press. So that's an original or a reissue. The original came out in '64, $34.99. Now Kiss is at $90. Now David Bowie has a bid for $15. The Screaming Blue Messiah, Smash the Marketplace from 1986. That's a 3-track, $12.99. Mahogany Rush, $19.99. Bronco, Country Home, $24.99. Now Bowie has a new bid for $20. Johnny Rivers, Realization, $14.99. And the Best of Carly Simon and Shrink, $9.99. Also, we have The Doors, Strange Days Have Found Us, a 2017 180 gram, $34.99. Prince has a new bid for $8. That means Jeremy Rourke, you're out. That means Kiss is at $90. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Scott Williams, you're out. Buddy Cordova has it. James Hicks, you're out on Bowie. Do I have a Beatles Blue album? My answer to that would be yes, but no. Yes, but no. Bowie has went back down. It's already at 20. Kiss has went up to 93. The Kinks, Kinda Kinks is $14.99. Atomic Rooster, $36.99. 999 is $24.99. Also, Santana Moonflower is $29.99. Green on Red, a 1982, $39.99 for Green on Red. Level 42 is $9.99. This is Charlie's Angels, Full Throttle theme, and that is pink. Pink, $14.99. Now Bowie's at $21. Now Bowie's at $25. Now Kiss is at $95. And Prince is up to one person, Jeremy Rourke. It's at $8 right now. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush is $19.99. And we have Simon and Garfunkel, the concert in Central Park. Double LP, $19.99. Deep Purple Burn is $29.99. The Mahogany Rush is right here. Strange Universe. Strange Universe. No condition notes on the vinyl. Cover does have ring wear. $19.99 on that. Also, Bing Crosby, Legendary Performer, $9.99. Prince is sold for $8. And that was sold for $8 to Ryan Ennals. Neil Diamond is $12.99. Touching You, Touching Me. Four Seasons with Sherry Baby and Big Girls Don't Cry, $12.99. Kiss has a new bid for $100, and Bruce Springsteen, The River, is the Gold Stamp Promo 2 LP, $34.99. It's up to one person on Bowie, James Hicks. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and I'm looking through here. I'm looking through you. When did you go? Dun something pop. Dun 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 dun. You don't know different than you have same. I'm looking through you. And I deserve a standing applause for that. Okay, here is our next singles. Rick Springfield, 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 Rick Springfield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including duplicates. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Kiss is at $100. And then Bowie is at $26, and then another $26. And now a bid for $27. Kiss is at $100. Kiss is at $100. And then we have over here, we have what? We have MF. 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 That could stand for a lot of stuff. MF question mark. You might have to fill me in on that one. And then over here we have Heretic AD Info. Heretic AD Info. That's right here in the middle. Okay. That was right here. That is a 1989 alternate rock, $9.99. No condition notes. That was a song from the album Rubber Soul. If I'm ever in a Beatles cover band, I'm definitely singing the Ringo songs. Me and him have similar, talented voices. It is time for me to stretch, which is what I'm doing right now. And now it's time for a discount crate or two while we wrap up auctions and slowly transition into, man, we still got a bunch of Kiss auctions. Some of these have been knockouts and dragouts. I'm talking about 2 or 3 people bidding on every single one of them, and some people that refuse to say, I'm not losing this auction. And we still probably got a dozen still left to run. So I told y'all it's going to take till midnight to sell them. We're at 105 on this one. The Rick Springfield lot's at 20, and the last bid that came in on David Bowie was Ryan Ennals at $28. And he had tied Stephen Parton, who already bid $28. So that means Eric Van Leuven's out, and that means that Ryan's out. It is at $28, okay? And now Kiss is at 105 with Scott Williams. The next bidder was Buddy Cordova, and he just said out. So we're about to sell that for 105 then. Got about another hour of Kiss auctions. At some point, I'm probably going to keep the Kiss auctions going while we do discount bins, and we're going to try to transition over to CDs and cassettes. Somebody said, did I have any more cassettes? Yeah, I've got hundreds, thousands possibly, it looks like over here. They've brought me tub after tub. So when are we going to get to them? That is an excellent question. The first thing I'm going to do is find us a half-off crate to do. It's that time. It's that time. So let me see what I got over here. Let's do this one. Some of it's probably from a little while ago, and some of it's pretty recent, but I'm okay with it. We're going to try to fill up another. We've almost got this one filled up. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to fill up several more crates, and we can do it with these half-off LPs, no problem. We're about to do it with these half-off LPs, no problem. Okay. All right. And Denise said, Chad, please see my question about the Beatles album. All right. Denise, on the Beatles album, does the Apple say manufactured by Apple or manufactured by Apple? Okay. The other two records I pulled out of the crate, they might be for sale at a later date. Those are the other two I pulled out are almost auction worthy, just saying. You're talking about, what did I just do with that one? Is it this? What did I do with that crate? It's right here. She's talking about this right here. I should have already pulled it out and said it wasn't for sale. Manufactured by Apple. Meet the Beatles. If you were to look this album up right now, there's probably, what, 570 variants all over the world and different labels and pressings. It's got to be up there. There's got to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different ones of these. I mean, just the OG pressing in the U.S. probably has 50 variants. Very complicated. Okay, over here we have Kiss at 105 with Scott Williams. He went out. This is sold to Scott Williams for 105. The high bid on Rick Springfield lot right now is $26 with Josie. And then Bowie. Ryan had it for $29. And Steven went out. This is sold to Ryan for $29. Okay, and who was the next on Rick? Dan Popovich, and he says he's done. Looks like we found our high bidder. Next is Kiss. If you were to guess, you could have just won $1 million. Kiss Olympen. Olympen Lund, Sweden, May 30th, 1976. This is a limited of 50 with an HD side, 50 on black vinyl. Sweden, May 30th, 1976. And it does have an etching on side D with their signatures. Very nice. Gene Simmons custom label. That is a 2 LP. Does have a inner sleeve and an inner sleeve. And Kiss is now up for bid. A $65 start. Josie Sinkbell gets the Rick Springfields for $26. Thank you, Josie. All right, moving right along. That's our next Kiss auction. Here we go. And before it gets too late, I'll go ahead and make this part of it. Laura did make a Kiss auction. This one looks like it would match up pretty good. Black and gray. Snoopy channeling his inner space ace. And there's tonight's Laura crate sticker. And to get that one, you got to be the winner of this auction. There you go. There's the Laura crate sticker of the night. I'm going to put it right in here. Kiss auction crate sticker. Okay. Let's see what else happened over here in this other crate. And then the rest of the singles to run. We got Triumph. Here we go. Allied Forces, a great one. An 81 US OG VG Plus. A little bit of wear on the cover right over here. Just a $10 start on Triumph, Allied Forces. Okay. We're going to go through a crate here. And this is going to be a half-off crate. No more, no less. And I hope everybody's ready. We're about to start a half-off crate. So I hope you're ready. Let me do a couple things over here. I'm going to make sure some of the new buyers have reached out to us. About that time to check. Okay. Let's see here. Let me check Square messages. A lot of people's reached out to sell stuff too. That's good. We've had a lot of messages here lately. I think Paul, did he buy some stuff? I think Paul might have bought some stuff. Yeah, he bought a collection on Sunday. That's why he didn't do a show. Over here next to me, I forgot. Yeah, there's 16 crates approximately of vinyl over here. Maybe 12. No, that's 16, I think. Either way, he bought a great collection on Sunday. So, all right, here we go. 1104 Kiss auctions. Other auctions still to do. And going to do a couple crates of half off. Get to my sales quota I like to hit. And probably start transitioning over into some of these CDs and cassettes for miscellaneous. Tootsie soundtrack. Price $13.50. This crate's pretty easy. The price I'm telling you is the final price. No further discounts any other way you look at it. What I'm saying is the final price. You may see them later for more. You may see them later for less. But right now, it's the half off price. This is Golden Archive Series, the Everly Brothers. The Everly Brothers is $10, and Fever Tree. Fever Tree is $12.50. That's on this MCA label. I think it was originally on Uni. This one's on MCA. That's $12.50. Kiss is at $90 with Ryan. And now Triumph has one bid for $15. We're about to sell it. Now Kiss is at $105. Ellington Showcase. Duke Ellington's a 1955 mono. $12.50 on Duke Ellington. Jerry Rafferty, Snakes and Ladders. Jerry Rafferty is now $10, Snakes and Ladders. Also, this is Eddie Rambeau sings Concrete and Clay. That's now $10. Triumph's at $16. And we have Raspberry's Best, $13.50. Are you saying if we offer more, you will not take it? That is what I am saying, yes. So that record I just showed was $13.50. If you ask me, would I do $20 because you feel bad about paying $13.50, I'll say no. It is $13.50, and that's it. If you feel bad about buying it for that cheap, you know our address, and you can send me Little Debbie's to make up for it, okay? And I will gladly take those and shorten my lifespan. Here is another lot, okay? And, well, let's not really do duplicates here. Let's do, I'll just do these later or something. Here is a lot of 4 survivors. This is 4 survivors. They survived. Is This Love, High on You, The Search Is Over, and from Rocky IV, Burning Heart. Those 4 for a $10 start. Triumph is still getting bids. Ryan's out on Kiss. Steve McGee has it for $115. Everybody else is out. J.D. Conklin, I think you're the last person standing. Okay? We have the Duke Ellington Collection, 20 Golden Greats. Duke Ellington is now $7.50. Also, Pat Metheny, Bright Size Life. Pat Metheny is $20. Gene Vincent and his Blue Caps. Blue Jean Bop. Gene Vincent, $10. Noah has the Survivor singles at $10. Mongo Santa Maria, Working on a Groovy Thing, $10. Michael Freiberg on the Duke Ellington. That is sold to Michael. Donna, you're second. There's another Duke in here that didn't get claimed. And that one is the Showcase, the 55 mono. This is a half-off bin, no more, no less. Renaissance Prologue. Renaissance is $5. Triumph's at $25. We have Kiss at $120 with J.D. Conklin. Guess what? We're not done on Kiss. And that means Steve McGee, you've been outbid. And now Steve McGee's bid $125. You've been outbid, J.D. Conklin. And now Triumph's at $25. And now Survivor's at $11. You've been outbid, Noah Colwell. And then Jean-Michael Jarre, Oxygen, $5. Also, Rick Derringer Live. Derringer Live is $10. And Jose Feliciano Sings. That's in shrink, $5. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Volume 1, $10. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer Love Beach, $6.50. Also, Jose Feliciano Alive O, $7.50. Now the 45s are at $15. Now, Patty, you've been outbid. Travis, you have Triumph for Final Call at $25. It's up to J.D. Conklin on Kiss. Steve McGee has it for $100. $125. Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin is $7.50. At home with that other family, that is $7.50. It's some kind of comedy album with some cosmonaut and Khrushchev there on the cover. Also, we have Derringer. Derringer is $10. J.D. Conklin is back in on Kiss at $130. That is now with J.D. Conklin. That means you've been outbid, and he's right back in at $135. And now Triumph is sold for $25 to Travis Woods. Let's get another auction going. They're still bidding on Survivor there. They're still bidding on Survivor. Scott Williams on Steve Martin. Let's tag that for Scott Williams, okay? Give me 1 second. I got to do one more thing over here on my phone. Okay, now, Survivor. Patty's out. These four are sold to Noah for $22. Kiss is live in Sweden, 1976, with the Lower Crate auction Snoopy hype sticker. Okay, this is a final call to J.D. Conklin for $130. Steve McGee's been outbid. Steve McGee bid $135, and now J.D. Conklin's out. So it's a live unofficial. It was pressed. The record was actually pressed in 2018. It's from a concert in 1976. And that is a final call. The high bid is Steve McGee at $135. The Rick Derringer's $10. We're doing a half off crate, no more, no less. Les McCann, Hustle to Survive. Les McCann's $15. The Earl Scruggs Review, $10. And the Tonight Show Band with Doc Severinsen. Doc Severinsen, $7.50. Another Derringer. If you weren't so romantic, I'd shoot you. Derringer is $10. Let me step over here to the, quote, surprise auction bin, end quote. And the next thing I have is this. It is a reissue, but it is Sweet Child of Mine, Paradise City, Welcome to the Jungle, Appetite for Destruction is a 2008 worldwide pretty much reissue, near mint with the inner sleeve, a 2008 $25 start. We're not done on Kiss. Patrick Mathis has bid $140. We're not done on Kiss. Steve McGee, there's been a new bid, $140. We're doing a half off bin. We have Shadowfax, Wyndham Hill Records. That's $5. It's a promo. And then condition on Eddie Rambeau. Eddie Rambeau over here. Let's go back to it. Eddie Rambeau. That was right here. Concrete and Clay. $10. Dino Voice Records. No condition notes. Has a stereo sticker. It's actually not that bad. VG Plus cover. Guns N' Roses has a bid for $25. Diodato 2 is $7.50. And Moods, the Three Sounds. And this is a 1975. And this is a Blue Note. It's $15. Now, Patrick, you're back out on Kiss. Now Guns N' Roses is at $30. Dino says she'll take the Eddie Rambeau. And then we have Carl, what is this? Karabi. Joseph Premis sings Calypso. This is a 1957 mono, $13.50. And then over here we have another auction lot. Let's see what else I have in this box. We're probably going to group. We might do this one by itself. This one's probably worthy of an auction by itself because it's Mr. Who? Tom Petty. Jamming Me. Tom Petty's going to go up for a $7 start. What's the condition of 45s? They're all VG Plus or better. Some of these I just kind of glance at. They're typically in these picture sleeves, they're usually okay. So VG Plus or better. Some of them have never probably been played. I see that a lot. There's some that's near mint. Next is, where did I leave off? Right here. Kiss is at 150. Now Guns N' Roses at 40. Tom Petty's a $7 start. We got Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air, $7.50. For example, Tom Petty here, Jammin' Me. Looks like it is probably, it hadn't been cleaned. These hadn't been cleaned. It has a 80 Rabbit jukebox strip down in it. It was at least EX. And by the way, none of these have been cleaned either. So they're just ready to go. Or they're just, however I find them. Up to you if you want to clean them or not when you get them. Guns N' Roses is at 40. Kiss is at 150. He's out. We're about to sell Kiss for 150. Blues with a Beat with an organ. Buddy Emmons, a 1965 press, that's $15. Doc Watson, that's a 1976 pressing, $25. Vanguard and Shrink Wrap, that's $25. And the Bellamy Brothers Country Rap. The Bellamy Brothers is $5. Cat is a 1970 pressing from RCA. The price is now $15. Guns N' Roses, a final call for $45. Kiss is sold to Patrick Mathis for $150. And Tom Petty has one bid for $7. I repeat, has one bid for $7. And we're about to sell it. And then over here, we've got Tom Petty or Guns N' Roses at 45. Ryan says he's done. Neil Diamond Moods is $6.50. Mama Yancey Sings, Art Rhodes Plays the Blues, Ver Folkways. That is $12.50. Our next auction is going up right now. It's Kiss Love Gun Demos. Kiss Love Gun Demos is an unofficial, limited 100 on blue vinyl. Demos of the songs that eventually became Love Gun, VG Plus, a $35 start on that. Guns N' Roses is at 45 with Josie Sinkville. And Noah Colwell gets Tom Petty for $7. Noah, that's so to you. All righty. And then over here, we got Coco Taylor, the Earth Shaker. Coco Taylor is now $10. And we have, it's all Balcone's Fault. $5. Cover is in shrink wrap. Guns N' Roses sold to Josie for $45. And then right there is our next Kiss auction, Love Gun. It is in VG Plus condition. Love Gun Demos, a $35 start. And Ryan's in at $40. Ryan's in at $40. Let me refresh my browser over here and get an update. Still got 221 viewers on. That's fantastic. Edwin Riviera on Jose. There's actually two. There's Jose Feliciano Sings Edwin. It's $5. And then there was the Jose Feliciano, the Alive O, which is $7.50. Del Rey and the Blues Gators from 1985, that's $7.50. Yipes was $7.50. Also, For You, For Me, Forevermore, the Anita Kerr Quartet, $5 on that one. And Fresh Air 2 was $7.50. He wants both Jose Felicianos. Those are sold to Edwin Riviera. Next auction is going to come from right over here. And you may ask, Chad, what else could you possibly be putting up for sale right now? I'm like, just hold the phone. Stand back in the middle of my room. Over here is Cheap Trick, a Japanese pressing, live at Budokan, a 1979 USOG, and wait a minute. So what's going on here? Oh, is it Frankenstein or something? A 79 USOG Pittman, American printed Obi, gold wrapping with large band Japanese text. What the heck is going on here? Manufactured by Epic, New York City. What have they done? So this is a U.S. pressing that they made an Obi for? I've never heard of such. Looks like a Pittman printed Obi with Japanese text. So this was made for the United States with the purpose of looking Japanese. Why does it have 3 books with it? What is going on here? I've never heard of that. Did they make a U.S. pressing to make it look like it was from Japan? I've never heard of such. Is that what I'm reading into over here? I mean, the Obi does say manufactured in New York. Huh. And why is there 3 booklets with it? This is a mystery to me. It's a U.S. jacket. It's a U.S. Obi. I mean, this Obi's like made in the United States. I didn't know they did that. So they made a U.S. version with an Obi to maybe look like it was Japanese because it's live at Budokan. Anybody ever heard of that? I've never heard of that. But it's all U.S. markings on everything. The Obi, the label, the jacket. Never seen that. Okay, Kiss is at $45 with J.D. Conklin. And Derek says they did it in the U.K. Really? So, yeah, I mean, that was obviously a big concert. Japan, Budokan. So, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what, I've never heard of such, really. That's all new to me. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Interesting. Okay, I'm back. All right, now, final call on Cheap Trick, looking for a $25 start, right? Is that what I had it tagged as? I think so. Okay, and now Kiss is sold to, no, Ryan has it for $50. Ryan has it for $50. J.D. Conklin, you're out. $50. Sorry, I had to mute my mic for a second. Over here is, where did I leave off in the half-off bin? I left off right here with Sneaker, and that is $5. Cheap Trick has a bid for $25. New Heavenly Blue, and this is a 70 Rockaway for $10. Also, Sea Wind, Window of a Child, $7.50. Koinonia, something like that, $5. And Long John Silver, which is Jefferson Airplane, a 1972 with the humidor type jacket. This literally folds open into a cigar box. I mean, you can literally assemble it into such. It is $20. Very nice, usually not there. And then Cheap Trick's at $28. Is that a Japanese Cheap Trick? That is a trick question for me to answer if that's a Japanese Cheap Trick. Yes and no. Okay? And then I've got to make sure J.D. Conklin's out on Kiss. It's a final call to Ryan Annals for $50. He's out. Ryan Annals gets that for $50. All this is U.S. manufactured. The Obi was made in the United States. The jacket was made in the United States. The vinyl was made in the United States. And it comes with 3 books. And that's a high bid right now of Todd Saw for $30. What a bizarre thing. So they evidently made one for the United States that looked like it was Japanese, but it wasn't. We have April Fool, Kiss at the Agora Ballroom, 1974. A limited edition picture disc, live in Cleveland, 1974 on April Fool's Day, a $55 start. Henry's Choice on Jefferson Airplane, sold to Henry's Choice, now Cheap Trick 32, now Cheap Trick 35. Okay. Also, we have Lita Mabulu. That's a 67 African Soul. $20. Secret Sky King, or excuse me, it's Sky King Secret Sauce. 1976 white label promo, $10. Straight Southern Rock, a UK Capricorns label compilation, $8.50 on that. Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits, a 1960 press, $17.50. $17.50 on that one. That's a gatefold and original, real 1960. That's been reissued in multiple formats. Kiss has a bid for $55, and Cheap Trick is with Matthew Sherrick at $40. All right, now we have Sledgehammer. This is Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel Sledgehammer. And I'm also going to add to it, I thought I had something else here, maybe. trying to bundle some of these 80s hit songs together here. Let's do, I thought I had, yeah, here we go. Let's do this one and then also this one. Let's do 3 here together. We're going to do Sledgehammer, Ebony and Ivory, and I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. And those 3 are going to be sold for a $10 starting bid, okay? So Sledgehammer, Paul McCartney, and REO Speedwagon. I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. Those 3 sold. You can just put $45, $10 start. Cheap Tricks at $42 and Kiss is at $60. Also, we have Yes, Yes Songs. That's $20. Conway Twitty sold to William David Meadows. There for a minute, I thought you were bidding on Cheap Trick, but I forgot there was a Conway Twitty record in here. Oregon, Winter Light, $10 on Oregon. Wow, Yes Songs in the half-off bin. And it has the book, just $20, a triple LP. Kerry Livgren, he was in a band called Kansas. That's now $10. No condition notes on that. Also, Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life. $7.50 on Marshall Tucker. Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Randy Newman is $7.50. Don Nix and God We Trust. That is $17.50. Chase, a quad press, $8.50. Status Quo Live, a 2 LP, $15. Ed Riviera gets Yes. That's sold to Ed Riviera. And John Kay, a white label promo, for $12.50. Now, I'm not going to go back through that crate again for 2 reasons. 1, we need to move on to something else. 2, there's way too much stuff left in there. The only thing I'm going to do is give a final call for somebody that was maybe waiting to see something, or if you want to ask about something, because I'm about to count these and offer these as a bundle deal. I'm ready to send these to a new home. They're about to get really, really cheap if somebody wants a wide variety of music as a bundle lot. This might be something you want to pay attention to when I price these out. That's literally a whole crate of records that we went through at half off, and that's still what's left. Sounds like I got to do some bundling to get these sold, okay? I'm okay with doing that. I'm okay with doing that because we've got to get this crate full over here that I'm working on, and we got to get to some more. Otherwise, the CD people's going to get restless, okay? I promise them the latest we get started on CDs is midnight. We're only a half hour away before we start our CD blitz, and that will give us an hour and a half to do a CD blitz. We still got an hour of Kiss auctions because some of these are still getting bids. We're now at $65 with Gerald Whitworth, and that means Steve McGee, you're out. And that also means Cheap Tricks, a final call to Matthew Sherrick for $45. Those 3 singles do not have a bid yet. I'm looking for a $10 start. I don't know of any lower crates that we could do half off. Nothing with any modern sealed stuff, at least anytime not soon. Sorry, Jim B. Try another day. Maybe go fix you a cup of coffee and come back, and maybe I'll change my mind. Totally up to you, okay? Where's my Facebook Messenger at? Here it is. Okay. All right. Let's go back over here. Now, the first question is what quad record? Chase. Price, $8.50. Leslie Lickwine wants the Shadowfax. Renaissance. This was $5. Prologue, no condition notes. And then Shadowfax was back here. That's sold to Leslie Wickline. Kiss is sold. Gerald Whitworth, $65. Scott, you just missed it. What Cheap Trick? Sold to Matthew Sherrick for $45. Let's try to do a tremendous bundle here. It's going to be pretty pricey just based on quantity, but I'm going to get them down to where somebody has to buy them for sure. Okay? And then Patrick Lear on Renaissance for $5. John Cale title. Okay? This is the point where I go start trying to hunt stuff for people. John Cale, I don't remember reading that. Sure there's a John Cale in here? Where did you see that at? I will do one more flip. No John Cale in here. There's John K from Steppenwolf. That's $12.50. Yeah, there's no John Cale in here. Okay. Fell asleep. It's getting late. People's falling asleep. Deals are flying through the cracks. Next auction is Panty Raid. Kiss Panty Raid. Kiss Panty Raid. This is on multicolor splatter, live in California, Cow Palace, 1977. It's made to look like a vintage trademark of quality bootleg. $65 start. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. This is a half-off crate. There's one coveted rule. Half off, no more, no less. $7.50. Emerson, Lake and Palmer works, and that is sold to Nathan Carter for $10. All right, I'm going to start counting these, except for Marshall Tucker, because I have a feeling Todd's going to want to buy that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, whoa, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. 48 records. Wow, I don't know if I've ever bundled that many in a crate like this before. 48. And we're going to sell them to somebody right now. Hope y'all ready. There's 48. 48 records. There's 48 records in there. 48 records in there. And here's the price. You buy everything that's in here. Okay? $155. $155 divided by 48. That is $3.22. And we're never going to show these again. They're going to go to somebody's house. It's going to show up in a box. All you got to do is say bundle or sold. These three singles did not get a bid. Sledgehammer, Ebony and Ivory, and Can't Fight This Feeling, all three of those for $10. Kiss has two bids for $65. I may not continue the show if we don't sell this bundle. And then Todd, let me know if you want Marshall Tucker for $7.50. I might have to start making threats, okay? I mean, what's $155 to somebody out there watching? That's nothing. You can't even go to McDonald's for that nowadays. You go through McDonald's or something. I mean, you're talking about, it's like a couple Big Macs. You're staring at $200, $300. And that don't even get you the fries. John Kaiser says, I'll take them. What a deal. Those are gone. There's some great titles in there. I mean, I just feel like I've already went through them a couple times, maybe even a couple of those twice for half off. So obviously nobody here want anything else. That's it. Okay. Scott Williams, what is the Marshall Tucker? It's a new life. That's the only thing left for $7.50. I'm going to put sticky notes around here. John Kaiser, 48 record bundle, $155. He's got quite the bundle there. Whoa. Done. Kiss is still getting bids. Wow. Probably could have saved some of those for the discount flip crates in the mornings. That's okay. I could have got a lot more out of them. However, they're all now sold to John Kaiser. Some of these that don't sell on the half off, I got a pile over here, and I've got multiple. This bundle, whoever's watching, is going to have to go into another crate. And that's where a lot of the $6.99 stuff comes from. So I probably could have got, if I would have waited, probably twice as much for those minimum. If I would have just spaced them out in some discount crates, or just filmed that whole crate for $6.99 each and post it in the group, we would have sold almost everything in there at $6.99 easily. Easily. But we're here moving stuff in volume right now. Those are sold. All to John Kaiser. Okay? I'm probably not going to do that many for that cheap again. Especially as easy as we sell stuff now in those videos. Oh my gosh. Thank you, John Kaiser. Kiss is Panty Raid. It's on splatter vinyl. Numbered to 127. It's at $80 right now. Nobody wants Marshall Tucker, right? The half-off crates have one coveted rule. I don't break it. I don't care if it's 50 cents less or somebody's offering me $100 more. It's always been half off, no more, no less. That was originally 15. If anybody wants a 750. If not, I'll make it the next record in the next crate. Now, this crate, I think, is... Let me try to find an older one that we hadn't seen in a while. That seemed like that was almost too recent. Or maybe I'd already shown some of those or something. I don't know. That wasn't that great of a one. So let me see if I can find something else over here. And let me do some switcherooing. That was a coveted rule. The half-off bins are no more, no less. Let's do this one. Yeah, let's do this one. Put those there. There was too much packed in this crate. I couldn't flip through it good. There we go. Don't worry. I think the only thing I pulled out was some Mannheim steamrollers. I've been seeing those a lot. So every once in a while, I'll have a meeting with everybody here, and they'll be like, what's selling? What do we need to increase the price of? What kind of needs to maybe not be priced and be auctioned? And every once in a while, I'll have an artist for John or Paul or Laura, but mostly John. I'll say, John, don't mark this artist anymore. Like, take them out of rotation. Nobody's buying them. It doesn't matter how cheap it gets. And I used to sell a bunch of it, but you know, an artist that's hit rock bottom, and if somebody wants these, you can turn around their fortune. Otherwise, they're going to stop getting cleaned and priced. And that's Mannheim Steamroller. I can't remember the last time we sold one of these. I also can't remember the last time I've shown a crate that didn't have one in there. John must be working through an F box from a big hoard, because these are everywhere. They had to have been popular back in the day. I bet we have hundreds of them collectively throughout this building. They're $7.50 a piece if anybody wants them. Okay. Over here is Kiss 6870, 7580. Kiss is at 85. Okay? Kiss is at $85 of Buddy Cordova. J.D. Conklin, you're out. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Okay? Next. Here's what we're going to do. Another half-off crate, no more, no less. No takers on the poor Mannheim Steamrollers. Or Mannheim Steamroller Fresh Air. Oh my gosh, I'd like to know how much those albums sold. Or really, they probably didn't sell that much. They probably manufactured a bunch of them. There's a big difference. They could, or registered sales. They might have been in cutout bins back in the day. Do they have saw marks on them? 45s. Well, our streak died. Nobody bought these. Our streak died. Somebody's just wanting one. I try to keep these together. Sledgehammer, Ebony and Ivory. The reason I do lots is so we have a minimum price. So $10 for Sledgehammer, Ebony and Ivory, and REO. My streak died and I stopped putting them up. Nobody bought 3 of what I thought were better singles for $10. Kiss is at 90. We're waiting for Buddy Cordova. First thing we have in here is The Who, The Kids Are All Right. A great compilation. $20. It has a book with it. $20 on that. Instead of paying $7 for REO Speedwagon, Noah, just go ahead and buy all 3 of them for $10. You don't like Ebony and Ivory? Are you telling me you don't like Sledgehammer? What in the world? Stampeders, Sweet City Woman, $10 on the Stampeders. Over here, an Old Love Affair, Hank Thompson, classic country, $5 on that. We have The Best of Bread. There they are for $7.50. I love fresh Publix bread. Al Stewart, It's the Year of the Cat. Al Stewart is $9. And Todd Rundgren, Todd, with poster, a 2LP, $17.50. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $90. J.D. Conklin for $90. Now, our next one is this one right here. We have this right here. We have Vivant 2, Lussuani, Switzerland, November 15th, 1983. I don't know if I said all that correctly. It does have a tour book with it. This is an unofficial with book and insert Switzerland, 1983, a $65 start. William Meadows on the Stampeders. Michael Rudolph wants Sledgehammer. Noah wants Can't Fight This Feeling. I guess I'll just start putting them up for $7 starts instead of lots of 3. I figured that would work better so y'all would get more for cheaper, but evidently not. Evidently not. So there's that. Some people refuse to buy a bundle because they don't want extra stuff they don't want. Somebody told me that. They're like, Chad, I don't want those extra records. Like, I'll pay $10 for one, and please do not send me those other 2 because I do not want them. And I'm like, wow, okay. I guess we can do that. And then, yeah, Noah just said the same thing. They just don't want them. I'll take them. I'll take one for 10. Do something with those other ones. We have over here Kiss is at 65. Kiss is at 65. Chicago 16 is $5. Chicago 16, $5. Brewer and Shipley Weeds. We have Brewer and Shipley for $10. Kiss has bids for 65, 75, 70. We have Crimson and Clover, Topanga Canyon Orchestra. On the uni label, this is $10. $10 on those. That was the only Peter Gabriel. Nope. So we got those. This somebody, man, $10. Just somebody's got to say, I'll take them 3 for $10, Chad. $10. Chicago is $5. Josie Sinkbell. Also, we have Ian Thomas Long. This is Ian Thomas Long Way. Sorry, $5 on that. And God Bless Tommy Tim. This is a 68 Pittman, $17.50. God Bless Tiny Tim, $17.50 over here. Leo Kottke Balance. Leo Kottke is $7.50. And I hear the trumpets blow, the tokens. The tokens is $7.50. I'll take the 45s and give Noah Oreo. There you go, Noah. You got yourself a free Oreo Speedwagon. These 2 are sold for $10. Paul McCartney, Stevie Wonder, Sledgehammer. Give those 2 to John Durden for $10. And give this one to Noah for $0. All right, now Kiss is at 80. We also have Mercy, Only Love Can Make You Happy. That is $10. And we have Sergio Mendes. Sergio Mendes is $6.50. Leo Kottke Ice Water, $7.50 for Leo Kottke. All right, let's see what else we have over here. The next singles I had, let's see here. We got, let's do that one. Here we got these 2. All right, so we got Pat Benatar, Shadows of the Night, and Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Picture sleeves, those are going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. And those are now up for bid. Pat Benatar, 2 picture sleeves there. $7 start on that. The last bid on Kiss was $90, now $100. Also, we have Elton John Blue Moves. That is $12.50. The nightcaps go to the line. The nightcaps is $5. Berlin Love Life. Berlin is $12.50. And Kenny G Duotones. Kenny G is $10. Dixie Dregs, What If? Dixie Dregs is $5. Kiss is now at $95. Now it's at $100. Final call to get them bid on those 2 Pat Benatars for whatever I said. I think I said 7. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be a copy of something. You probably would have thought, you've got to be kidding me, Chad, a copy of something? And I said, yes. And we're not talking about the Beatles song. We're talking about Deep Purple, Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple. And that is over here. We have Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, a 1980 USOG VG++, a $15 start on Deep Purple. Kiss has 2 bids for $110 and $110. We got Jake with the Family Jewels. Jake is $7.50. Also Chicago, and this one's $10. And that is Chicago 567. A double LP on that one, no condition notes for $10. We got Chad and Jeremy, Before and After. Chad and Jeremy is $5. Generator is plugged up and ready to go. And then over here we got Historical Figures and Ancient Heads, $17.50. Dregs if VG Plus or better. Dregs was no condition notes, $5. Last bid on Kiss was $120. Now it's at $125. Nobody bid on Pat Benatar until right now. Jim Davis gets both of them for $7. Sold to Jim Davis for $7. We got Moby Grape 69. Moby Grape is $15. And Grazing in the Grass, Trombones Unlimited, that's now $7.50. All right, and now the rest of these, let's see here. Let's do, okay, earlier we did a lot of like forced survivors. Here is The Search Is Over, High on You, and Another Rocky Burning Heart. Let's do those two survivors, those three survivors, a $10 start. Okay, Survivor, $10 start. Those three, okay? Those are now up for bid. Final call on Deep Purple. Kiss is at $130. Patrick Lear on Moby Grape. That is sold. Patrick Lear on Moby Grape. Thank you. Old Frog, Smiley Burnett. That's in Shrink. $5 over here. That's on Star Day. That's definitely an older Star Day label. $5 on that. Crimson and Clover Price with the Topacanga Chorale Orchestra. Right back here, that was a price of $10. $10 on that. And then over here, we got Lone Justice, $7.50. And 123 Red Light, $7.50. 1910 Fruit Gum. Robert Warner on Smiley Burnett. That is sold to Robert Warner. Where do you find the year and pressing of an LP record? That can be found in the dead wax of the vinyl. So you got to have a reference number, the dead wax matrix, and you put that in the Discogs and it will tell you what it is. Sometimes it can get a little confusing with some confusion, but typically you can figure it out pretty easily after punching in those numbers. All right, Kiss is at $140 with Patrick Mathis. Berlin, no Berlin. We had Lone Justice. Lone Justice was $7.50. This is Symphonic Rock, The Next World. That's a 73 promo for $12.50. Healing, Todd Rundgren. That was $10 for Todd Rundgren. And Buffalo Springfield, $17.50. A Gatefold 2LP, nice. Neil Young, Stephen Stills, Jim Messina, $17.50. Nobody bid on the three survivors. Those can be bought for a $10 buy it now. A $10 buy it now on Survivor. Nobody bid on Deep Purple. That can be bought for a $15 buy it now. Deep Purple's available. Also, we have West Blues and Wang, Why Don't Ya? $9. Rycooter, Bop Till You Drop. Rycooter was $10. And Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs. Dixie Dregs was $5. Painter features the hit West Coast Woman. Painter is a 73 white label promo. That is $13.50. And there's another Dregs, or did I just show that? Yeah. There was a Berlin, okay? Berlin, I might have went too far then. Berlin, or I didn't go back far enough. There it is, Love Life. Berlin is $12.50, yes. And then Dylan Stewart on Buffalo Springfield. Dylan, have you bought from us before? Let me know either way, yes or no. Or yes, I bought, or no, I'm a first-time buyer. This is Kiss, live in Switzerland, 1983. It is an unofficial, and we want to know a track listing. Patrick Mathis has it for $140. It's up to JD. The Kiss, let's see, it might be hard to get to because it has this Obi on the back, but I will try my best. And we have Creatures of the Night, Detroit Rock City, Cold Gin, Fits Like a Glove, Firehouse, Paul Stanley solo, Exciter, War Machine, Gimme More, Vinnie Vincent solo, Gene Simmons solo, I Love It Loud, I Still Love You, Eric Carr solo, Young and Wasted, Love Gun, Black Diamond, Lick It Up, and Rock and Roll All Night. Dylan's a first-time buyer. I thought so. Welcome, Dylan, to Collectco. Make sure you message our page. I need your email address and mailing address. Please go ahead and send that over as a Facebook message to the Collectco business page. Welcome, and glad to have you on. You have now found the greatest place on earth to buy records, and you can watch every night. It's $8 unlimited shipping. We're going to invoice you on Monday. In the meantime, you can buy as much as you want to, and it's only going to be $8. You will not get an invoice from us until a week from today, Monday, a week from today. Kiss has a new bid for $150. Dregs is sold to Dale Sanders. Thank you on that. There's only two no bids. Queen is $7, A Kind of Magic, Queen. And, of course, the three survivors. And then over here was Deep Purple. And Deep Purple didn't get a bid, and it's $15. That's available if anybody wants it, okay? Kiss at $150, they're still bidding. We got John Hunter, More Than Meets the Eye. John Hunter is $5. Also, Iron Butterfly, Scorching Beauty, $9. And we have Dance, Dance, Dance. That is a 3 LP compilation, $15. That's true. You could also look at a label. Typically, copyrights on a record, though, aren't that helpful. The copyright date on the back, they help sometimes, but on modern pressings, it's just a bunch of bogus. Plus, there are records that are being made right now that say like 2018. I'm not saying this one, but like if you scan, I'll give you a good example, Kiss records. So if you scan, I'm talking about a Kiss record that was made this year at a pressing plant. They call it a 2014. That's what they call it, a 2014. That is the current, it's almost like a series they're doing. You know, it's not really the year it was made. And that can make people really confused on these modern records. Because like Kiss records that were made at a factory this year say 2014. And they say it on the jacket, and they'll say it on Discogs. And there's no way to actually tell it was made in 2025. So that really confuses people when they start looking up records. It's like Psycho Circus. The current imprint version of Psycho Circus is still technically not really the first version, but still the OG release year. And that really confuses a lot of people. So, but also if you know labels on older stuff, like y'all see me look at Atlantic stuff. Sorry, I had to tie my shoe and my knee popped out of place, so that didn't feel too good. But y'all see me look at Atlantic labels. I'll go look at a label and I can look at digits. Of course, I'm doing it every single day, all day here. So I've gotten pretty good at looking at labels and knowing years. If not, then there's a problem because I'm here every single night doing it for, it's usually 8 hours a night. So, and then Paul, John, and Laura are also pros. But yeah, it's usually the mastering gear. So it's very confusing sometimes. So, but there are some modern records and sometimes you can't really tell what year they were made. You know, it's just like your dollar bills. Your dollar bills say series 2000 whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean the year it was made. Okay, Kiss is at 150. And he gave, I saw him bidding on stuff here. There you go. Hey, it's Coletco. We have right here, this is a Warner Brothers comp. It's called, I didn't know they still made records like this. It's one of those compilations. This one has Seals and Croft, Bonnie Raitt, Leo Sayer, Van Morrison's on here, Fleetwood Mac, $11.50. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $150. Let's get another one going. Thank you, J.D. We still got more to go. The next one here is this one here. It looks pretty sweet. Take a look at this. Convention Hall, New Jersey, 1975, Asbury Park, with poster, original under sleeve, and this is a $65 start green vinyl. Green vinyl. This is Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker, $17.50. There is a name written on the back, Joe Stackman. Hooker and Heat, $17.50. Ciascio on the comp, thank you on that. Also, Jake and the Family Jewels, a 1970 press, that's $10. Kenny G, G-Force. Kenny G is $10. Also, Manaheim Steamroller, Saving the Wildlife. Manaheim is $7.50. Jay and the Techniques, Lost and Found, that is $12.50. Love, Lost and Found. Leo Kottke again, this is $7.50. Next Kiss auction is up for bid, Convention Hall, and Scott Williams is in. We have Sergio Mendes for $7.50. And then let's go ahead and put up another single. This one's worthy of one by itself. The Stray Cats. Unfortunately, though, ooh, this one's got some marks on it. We might put this in a bundle, actually. It's got a feelable mark right there. That's why I take a peek at them, but I hadn't really got a chance to examine these. Here was some others I was going to bundle with it. So 45, big 45 bundle auction coming. Stray Cats, St. Elmo's Fire, Styx, Tiffany, Tina Turner. Tina Turner for Mad Max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do Blake Edwards 10. Ravel's Bolero soundtrack. Also Rick Astley. And Rick Astley, It Would Take a Strong Man, and She Wants Me to Dance with Me. She wants to dance with me. Not Never Gonna Give You Up, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. And let's do what am I gonna say? Let's do Steve Winwood. There you go. Steve Winwood. 1045 is a $10 start. 1045 is a $10 start, okay? 1045 is a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Bid away. Bid away. Next thing over here, Kiss is at $65.65. Kiss 75. Next is Ian Thomas, and this is $5. Also, The Who Quadrophenia. The Who is $17.50. Quadrophenia, $17.50 on that. Wow, somebody needs to grab that. And then Mitch Ryder is $5. Okay, Mitch Ryder $5. Kiss. So we opened at 65, then another 65. Kiss 75. And the last bid was Patrick Masses. That means Scott Williams, you're out. What movie can make Riss Adley Never Give You? And then what are the Mannheim Steamroll albums you mentioned before this crate? And now the singles have a bunch of bids. I actually just laid them right back here behind me. These are $7.50 each. Fresh Air 2 and Fresh Air 4. I mean, I've usually sell these. Sometimes right out of new arrivals for sticker. Sometimes maybe in the best offers. We do bundles. Sometimes in the half off. Sometimes in the $6.99. But just here lately, we've had an abundance, and I've just seen them. Seems like everywhere. So I was kind of making fun of them. But they're nice, beautiful, clean copies if you want them. Both, it's essentially buy one, get one free. And thank you, Todd Saw. As always. All right, we got information from Dylan Stewart. Welcome, Dylan Stewart. I see your messages right over here. Welcome. I just put on some Burt's Bees. Now my lips are burning. I got in my Tahoe this morning. I immediately started sweating. My thermostat said, my thermometer, whatever, said 109 degrees. It probably was that inside of my vehicle. It's probably hotter than that. And I looked in the mirror and I looked like a zombie because I've only slept for a few hours, maybe 4. And my lips were chapped. I was severely dehydrated. Steve Riley, hey, you saved Fresh Air. You saved them. I'm going to tell John to leave them in the bins. Keep marking them. We sold them. It took a discount. Eric Van Leuven on the quad. Great album. Love, Rain Over Me. Nice. That is sold to Eric Van Leuven. The singles are at $20. Kiss is at $85. We have the 45s in the bundle. Is Steve Winwood, Rick Astley, the song from the movie 10, Tina Turner, Mad Max, Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do With It, Tiffany, Styx, St. Elmo's Fire, and Stray Cats, but Stray Cats had some pretty nasty marks on it. I was about to put that one up by itself for a $7 start. I bundled them. There's 10, and the high bid's 22. Anybody else? Should we try to bundle these? Man, there's a lot of stuff in here. Maybe let me just see what I can't believe didn't sell. Let me try to turn on my best salesman before some of the great... Well, first, right off the bat, this is essentially a Who's Greatest Hits. My Generation, I Can't Explain, Happy Jack, I Can See for Miles, and Miles, Magic Bus, Long Live Rock, Anyway, Anyhow, Anywhere, Young Man Blues, My Wife, Baba O'Reilly, a quick one, Tommy Can... Okay, so right here it gets into basically the Tommy stuff, and then it ends out with My Generation and Won't Get Fooled Again. It's a soundtrack to a movie. It has the book with it, and right now the price is $20. It's got a biography of The Who. It's got pictures, Keith Moon. We're talking Pete Townsend. We're talking John Entwistle. We're talking The Who. And Todd saw, yes, I want it. There we go. The kids are all right. That's so to Todd. Now, next in here, we still got Hank Thompson. It was $5. The Best of Bread, $7.50. A gatefold jacket. The gatefold jacket. I just want to make it with you. I will give you everything I own. Baby, I'm a one. It don't matter to me. Mother Freedom. So many great songs. It's the gatefold jacket edition. It has the little sparkles on the cover. The true OGs had the sparkles on the cover. See that right there? It's got like sparkles embedded into the cover. That is $7.50. And then Bob, or is that for bread, Stephen? One of the two. Bob or bread. If not, Todd gets bread. And then who was the last bidder on Kiss? Patrick Mathis at 85. He outbid Scott Williams. Scott, I have not heard back from you. The 45s are with Chris Frazier for 22, and we're about to sell those. Also, Al Stewart, a classic. This is Year of the Cat, $9 with, no, that's not an original inner sleeve. It's a vintage, very cool Atlantic sleeve, and that's a clean copy. A little bit of cover staining over here. We're talking Al Stewart, folks. Bread, B.O.B., Best of Bread, so does Steven. Todd was next, then Michael Church. Still got Hank Thompson. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. It's a great album. I can't tell you much about Hank Thompson there. Lord Greenville is on there. I feel like there's one more really good song on here. Lord Greenville, Year of the Cat. One that may be a standout that y'all would know. Todd Rundgren. This is called Todd. It's a 2 LP and it has a poster. It is $17.50. Very clean. That's Todd Rundgren. Also in here we had Brew and Shipley Weeds. It was $10. Ian Thomas was $5. Tiny Tim, Tiptoe Through the Tulips. Reprise Records, a 68 OG Pittman, $17.50. Kiss is sold, and this is sold to Patrick Mathis for $85. This lot of 10 singles are sold for $22 to Chris Frazier, and now we need what? Another Kiss auction. And this time we got Kiss. If you could have guessed it, you would have won $1 million. This is Orpheum Theater. This is live in Boston, Massachusetts, 1975. A $55 start. Also, Leo Kottke Balance, $7.50. The Token, $7.50. This is an original studio album. They were known for the big hit song, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. It's not on here, but one I don't see as often from them. $7.50 on that. Mercy. You usually see this with a reissue jacket. The very popular, the most common is a reissue jacket. This is the original cover with the band actually here on the front. And this is Mercy. They had a 60s deep cut, kind of a one-hit wonder. Only Love Can Make You Happy. That is the original pressing there. $10 on that. No condition notes. And you can give me the 1045, give the rest. You can give me the 1045 and give the rest of the 45s to Josie. First of all, Alonzo said he would do 12 on Deep Purple. That is sold. By the way, CD time is right around the corner. You can give me the 1045 and the rest 10. What was 10? 10? Oh, this right here with the poster. You just want this one. You just want this one here with the poster jacket, huh? Oh, boy. Oh, man. And now, over here, the rest of these, Josie, you can have these. You can have these. Josie, he's going to give you these other 9 for free. Sell these to Josie for $0 and just charge him for that one, okay? I think they can do that. This is a half off bin. The price I'm saying are the half off prices. Edwin Blom says he wants Mercy. Thank you on that. We have Sergio Mendez. This guy, I don't know if y'all know this, he has a cult following. He also kind of looks like Elon Musk there. He's got a little Elon Musk thing going on there. This is $6.50. He does have a cult following in South America. He can't even walk down the street. Also, Leo Kottke Ice Water, $7.50. $7.50. And then over here we have 10 is 11. Do what now? And then Elton John Blue Moves. This is a double LP, an original studio album from Elton John, $12.50 there. Also, we have the Nightcaps, Go to the Line. The Nightcaps is $5, the Nightcaps. Kenny G Duotones. Kenny G is $10. Kenny G, $10. A legend, folks. Jake and the Family Jewels, $7.50. Kiss is at $60. Here are some more singles. Robin Gibb, Sean Cassidy, Sheena Easton, Wendy and Lisa, Vanessa Williams, Neil Diamond, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do the Osmonds. And let's go ahead and put the USA for Africa in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10 start on those. And these will be the last 4, and I'll do something with those next, okay? There are 10 for a $10 start. Kiss is still getting bids. It's at 65. Next, in here is Chicago. That's now $10. Chicago 5, 6, 7. $10 on Chicago. Chad and Jeremy, before and after. $5 on Chad and Jeremy. Also, Canned Heat, historical figures and ancient heads. $17.50 on Canned Heat. This is a half off bin. Grazing in the Grass, Trombones Unite. So obviously some kind of cover music on trombones. So they're doing Grazing in the Grass and Since You've Been Gone, Moni Moni, and they're doing all that set to trombone music. $7.50. The singles have a bid for $10. Kiss is at $70 with Buddy Cordova. We have Crimson and Clover. That's $10. That's not Tommy James and the Shondells. That's the Topanga Canyon Orchestra. 1, 2, 3, The Red Light. That's $7.50. Lone Justice still available for $7.50. Symphonic Rock, The Next World. That is $12.50. Adam Bernardi wants the trombone. Chuck Haley, you were second on Mercy. Somebody's already got that. Also, another Todd Rundgren original studio album. This one's called Healing. That is $10. Wes Bruce and Lang. That's Jack Bruce. Leslie West from a band called Mountain. Lang, that's on drums. Corey Lang, Corky Lang doing the drumming on that one. Ry Cooter is $10. Bop Until You Drop. Painter features the hit West Coast Woman, a white label promo for $13.50. The singles are about to sell the Josie for $10, 10 for 10, 10 for 10. And then over here we got Kiss has a new bid for $75. Buddy Cordova, You're Out. Berlin Love Life is $12.50. John Hunter, More Than Meets the Eye. That's a gold stamp promo for $5. Iron Butterfly is $9. Scorching Beauty. We have Dance, Dance, Dance. And this was a 4 LP, and it looks like it's all kind of all blurred together here, but it looks like a lot of the late 50s, early 60s type rock and roll. Just $15 though for 4 LPs. Hooker and Heat, wow. This is an essential. I mean, if you're into especially blues, it does have cover wear. It's always hard to find a high grade one. There's a big name written on the back. But the vinyls claim that's Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker. Adam Bernardi's going to get the Ry Cooter. All right. And then next was Jake and the Family Jewels. $10 on that. Another Kenny G, one I don't see as often. $10. Manaheim Steamroller, $7.50. We already pulled Ry Cooler. Berlin. So does Stephen Parton. Now Kiss is at $80. JD's out. Josie, you get those next 10 singles for $10. Adam Bernardi going to grab the Hooker and Heat. Thank you on that. So to Adam Bernardi. William Meadows is going to get the Dance comp. Okay. And, the other Canned Heat still left in here too, which was $17.50. That was historical figures and ancient heads. Also, we had Jay and the Techniques. They were known for their hit song, Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie. They also had a song called Strawberry Shortcake. They love their fruits and vegetables. Over here, Leo Kottke again. That's like the 5th one in the crate, $7.50. Another Sergio Mendes. This guy has a cult following in South America. I'm telling you, $7.50. There's Ian Thomas for $5 and Mitch Ryder, $5. All right. We took out another chunk out of there going back through them. Let's do another lot of 45. So back here, we had some unsold ones. We had Queen. We had the 3 Survivors. And then I'm adding Phil Collins, one of my favorites, Paul McCartney, Listen to What the Man Said. I love that song. And then this is pretty cool. Profiles in Gold. Is this Burger King? Yeah, these were given away at Burger King. A promotional from Burger King and Coca-Cola. It has Genesis, Leif Garrett, Chic, and Roberta Flack. And it's a promotional from Burger King and Coca-Cola. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, $10 start. Queen, Survivor, Phil Collins, Wings, and Paul McCartney, and then Profiles in Gold. Can I show the cock key? I can. So the first one was, this is an interesting one here. What is this one called? 6 and 12 string guitar. Okay? 6 and 12 string guitar. That's the first one. The other Leo cock key was, I exaggerated, by the way. I think there's 3 in here. There's ice water for $7.50. Ice water. I did say 7. I think there's 3. That's my exaggerations kicking in. Balance is $7.50. And yeah, that's it. It seemed like there was a lot more, but yeah, there's those 3. Okay, now the singles have bids. The Phil Collins is Don't Lose My Number, and then Groovy Kind of Love from the film Buster. Groovy Kind of Love from Buster. Anytime, any day, you can hear the people say, love is kind, and I don't know what I see. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Paul. Paul, if you're watching this, I apologize. If Paul McCartney was watching this live stream, I might have I would probably pass out. We have Brian at $12 and Juanita at $12. Maybe we'll get them to watch one night on a Beatles night. Hey, Paul, you want to tune in and give commentary? 612, balance all 3. Adam wants all 3 of Leo cock keys. Thank you. All right, what happened on Kiss? So did J.D. Conklin for $85. All right, we have how many left? There's 4 left. We're almost done. We have Kiss Reunion. The Outtakes. An unofficial German unknown year. Very little info on Discogs. There's very little info on Discogs. Laura says, I believe these may be MTV Unplugged tracks recorded at Sony Studios, New York, 1995. This was the exact day and location of MTV Unplugged and where it was recorded matches the info on Discogs. Okay. So this may be some kind of unusual format just to say it's Kiss Unplugged. Either way, it's a bootleg, unofficial. It could be rehearsals or outtakes as well. I don't know if that actually exists, but that very possibly could be outtakes and rehearsals from Kiss Unplugged. $55 start, yellow vinyl. All right? And then over here, the singles are tied. Burt Jordan, 16. Edwin Blom, you tied them. Josie, you're out. Let's try to bundle this crate. And that would be amazing if we can accomplish such. I'm going to count them. We went through it twice. I think everybody's got what they wanted. Thanks, everybody, for staying late with us on a Monday night. We still got 217 people watching. Wow. That includes Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, X. Amazing. Thanks, everybody, for sticking late with us, as usual, on a Monday. We're going to be back again tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, doing this exact same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1. I think there's 31. Okay? Everything that's left in this crate, I'm going to offer it as a bundle right now. 31 items. 31 items. The price is going to be $115. 115 divided by 31. That gets everything down to $3.70 each. Wow. Anybody want a variety box of music to arrive at your house and listen to? Then you need to say sold on the bundle. The 45s are at 18, and Kiss does have a bid with Scott Williams for $55. I'm at $115 on 31 LPs. Chad would really like a snack if I'm going to be here for another hour and 45 minutes. And let's see what else is going on over here. Oh, I know where something is. Up here I meant to show y'all. It's almost snack time. I tell you that, though. It is almost snack time. I never did eat my chips from Subway. That might be pretty good right now. Cosmic Brownies? No, not right now. No, not right now. Okay. The singles got up to $19 with Edwin Blom. Burt Jordan's out. Hey, Chad, did you get my reply? Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi said 6 ice water balance. Yeah, you got all 3 Leo Kotkeys. I got you down. Nobody on the bundle? There's been no tubular bales, no. Kiss is still getting bids. It's at $66. Kiss is at $66. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Edwin Blom gets these for $19. Kiss is with Scott Williams at 66. That's a final call. I'm almost ready to do a transition here. Give me one more second. Adam, I just pulled up your message. I don't think we ever discussed price on Flamin' Pie. I don't think we ever did a price on Flamin' Pie. Unless they were priced for the same. But here we go. Next auction. And this is sold to Scott Williams for $66. All right, nobody on the bundle. I was at 31 records for $115. So I'm assuming everybody's passing. Might be time to me dig out these CDs over here and see what's going on in CD world. And not saying I'm done with vinyl because we definitely got more auctions. But the first thing I'm about to do is see what's going on over here, okay? And let's go ahead and put up another Kiss. And this is Kiss Rock and Roll California. An unofficial. This is live at Irvine Meadows, 1996. This is number 3 of 100 on blue vinyl. And that's going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start on Kiss Rock and Roll California. I'm going to set these aside. You'll probably see some of these in a discount crate at a later date then, if no takers on the bundle. And let's get started. There's one of our last Kiss auctions, about one of 3 I have left over here. Then we've had another big night on that. Let me see if I can officially dig out this stuff over here that they've earmarked as CDs. It's pretty difficult to get to, but I can do a little fidangling and a little menangling and probably get some of this stuff out. So let me try my best. I'm going to have to do some slip sliding away and a little bit of hoodoo-booing, a little bit of shubadapa, bebop. This tub says CDs, and it is completely full of CDs. All right, I like that. Let me see if I can get back over here to this. As long whoa, that's some good CDs. We might have hit a pretty good pocket here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These are these $9.99ers here. Honestly, I have a feeling there's going to be a bunch of these sale, but I didn't know they were like this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a premium crate. This is the almost hot picture worthy CD box. Jim B just fell off his couch. Oh wow. Yeah, this is the good stuff. Holy moly. Okay, let's just remain calm, okay? Let's just remain calm. Oh, wow. All right, let's start trying to go through some of them. First, we sold an entire box of 45s. Let me take all these in here. Sight unseen auction. It would have to be pretty dang expensive because I think these are like the $15 and $20 CDs I'm about to sell for 10. But we're about to do it. I mean, you wanted CDs, you got it. The best CD land in the band here right now. I don't know why that didn't make any sense. But let's go through them. Okay. Here we go. Kiss is at $85 with Buddy Cordova. J.D. Conklin, you tied them. These are all $9.99, and you'll see why when I start showing them, okay? You ready? Anthrax Live, The Island Years. Anthrax, State of Euphoria. Anthrax, Persistence of Time. Anthrax, Sound of White Noise. Anthrax, Volume 8. Iron Maiden, A Real Live Dead One. Iron Maiden, From Fear to Eternity. Steve Harris, British Lion. Superjoint, and this one's called Something. Sepultura, Kairos. CIA, and that one's called Attitude. Bruce Dickinson, The Chemical Wedding. Bruce Dickinson, Skunk Works. Bruce Dickinson, Balls to Picasso. Iced Earth, The Dark Saga. Those are all $9.99 each. Kiss has a high bid with Glenn Butch Rhodes at $95. Oso. Wow, Oso's on. I've been waiting to see your name pop up for Kiss Night all week, all night. And then John Durden, you're first on Anthrax, okay? And there's several to pick from here. There is Volume 8. There's Sound of White Noise. He wants Sound of White Noise. And then we have Anthrax Live, sold to Gerald Whitworth. That leaves Volume 8, Persistence of Time and State of Euphoria. Oso Adventure gets both Iron Maidens. And then Noah just asked, what were they? They're sold. And that leaves Iced Earth, the Anthrax, Iced Earth, Bruce Dickinson, CIA, Sepultura, Superjoint, and Steve Harris. Okay, those are all done. Boom. Kiss is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $95. Next is Kiss Animalize. And this is in Shrink and Hype, an 84 US PRC Richmond with the original under sleeve still in shrink in VG condition, a $20 star, an OG official real Kiss album. There it is. Let's go grab another handful. All right, these are going to be shown for $9.99. I'm going to post what doesn't sell in the group. And let me grab another handful. Oh, wow. Here we go. I got to sort through some of these because some of these are bootlegs and they're probably almost auction worthy. And if not, then I'll show them here just a little bit later. But there is definitely like some bootlegs in here and they look honestly pretty rare and expensive. I'm going to price out the official. Ooh, I haven't seen that in a while. Or that. And oh man, there's some pretty cool stuff in here. I'm sure I'm letting some of this go, but that's okay. So first thing we have is Sepultura, Roar Back, Sepultura Nation, Bruce Dickinson, Accident of Birth, The Best of Pantera, Damage Plan, which is Dimebag and Vinnie Paul, and then Pantera 101 Proof, and then Overkill, and then Iron Maiden, The Dance of Death in Berlin. And that's one I let slip through. I mean, I think that's official, but I've never seen that before. So those are all $9.99. No bid on Kiss. Final call to get a bid in for $20, VG condition. Pantera first with John Durden. Do you want The Best of Pantera? Do you want Official Live 101? And then we got Iron Maiden, The Dance of Death in Berlin. We have Overkill, Hello from the Gutter, The Best of Overkill. And then we got Iron Maiden. Noah was third on Pantera. Buddy Cordova first on Iron Maiden. Then Gerald Whitworth and Oso. So we still got a double CD, Best of Overkill. We got Damage Plan. We got Bruce Dickinson, Sepultura, and Sepultura. Some of these are a little dusty. I might go grab like a wipe or something and that way, because I've already set a couple aside that were really dusty, and I want to clean some of these off. It'll save them a lot of time as well. Let me go do that right quick. And I meant to do that with some of those other ones we had from that store. It looked like some stuff that had sat on a shelf for a long time or was in like a garage or something. I bought a toy collection one time from a guy who owned a body shop, and oh my gosh, did I have to clean stuff for a long time. I was like, I'm never doing this again. He owned a tow shop and a repair, and I was like, oh my gosh. I'm going to be cleaning off, it was fire trucks and stuff like that. I bought toys, and we cleaned stuff forever. I was like, well, we can go ahead and clean some of these right now. This thing's way too damp, but it'll work. Okay. And then, so what happened here? We sold, what did we sell here? We had sold Iron Maiden to Buddy Cordova. Gerald Whitworth was second, then Oso Adventure, and then Scott Williams. And then Buddy Cordova got Overkill, yeah. I mean, they're just like some dust like right there. Makes them look a lot better. All right, we hadn't finished the Panteras yet. Yeah, and John Darren got Pantera. That's sold to John Darren, Pantera. You got it. No problem there. All right, and then, so the next Pantera claim was Michael Church. So Michael, 101 proof is still left. And Jason Kenton on Bruce Dickinson. That one there. Now, Jason, there were some Bruce Dickinsons in the other ones. I'm assuming you wanted that one, okay? So we still got those two, Sepultura and Damage Plan. All right. Which record's up for auction? Well, it was about to be a bot now. It's an 84 US PRC Richmond, original under sleeve, VG condition, shrink and hop, kiss animalize, okay? And I don't think anybody wants that Pantera as of right now. Here we go. Next auction is, or next handful of CDs are coming at you right now. A lot of cool stuff in here. A lot of cool stuff in here. Let's see what we got here. Yes. Yes. I'll let that one go, and that one, and that one, and that one. That will be a great deal, but it's going. And this one, and this one. All right, here we go. $9.99. Buddy Cordova got Pantera. Damage Plan is sold to Jason Kenton. Give me 1 second. I'll show you the other Bruce Dickinsons. We got Iced Earth, Framing Armageddon, Judas Priest Rockarola, Judas Priest Painkiller, Metalworks, Judas Priest Double Pack, 73.93, Judas Priest Juggulator, Iron Maiden Flight 666, Iron Maiden Vivio, Iron Maiden Night of the Palladium, Iced Earth, the Crucible of Man, Sepultura, and Sepultura. And those are called I Don't Know, and this one's called Alex. Those are all $9.99 each, okay? Let me go back. Let me first work on these, and I'll go back to the Bruce Dickinsons. But first, we had Sepultura. We had Iced Earth. We have Iron Maiden and Night at the Palladium. That looks borderline bootleg. I should have left that one out. Oso's first. Then I got In Vivio and Flight 666. I have a feeling Osos is going to give me all three. Judas Priest. Wow, the Judas Priest double pack. Judas Priest Painkiller sold to Noah. Noah Colwell got the Judas Priest Painkiller. Oso's got dibs on the Iron Maidens. And then Scott Oman, there are 3 Judas Priests left. 3 Judas Priests. Nobody bid on Kiss Animalize. That's a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now on that, okay? And let me get my knuckles adjusted. And then back here, the other Bruce Dickinsons from a moment ago. I had 3 Bruce Dickinsons left right here. And that was the Chemical Wedding, Skunk Works, and Balls to Picasso. Oso on the 3 Iron Maidens at $9.99 each, okay? Those are sold to Oso Adventure. Scott Oman wants the Judas Priest double pack. Anybody else want Priest, Iced Earth, or Sepulturas? They're all still available, okay? I'm going to stack those right back there. Let's get some more. Let's get this party started. Here we go. There's toys in the bottom of this thing too. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out all these right here. I was listening to Pantera on the way to work today. Cowboys from Hell. Oh, man. Whew. Man, that'll make you want to, like, go to the gym. All right, there's that. Nice. Ooh, yes, yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, here we go. These are all $9.99. First, we have Iced Earth, Days of Purgatory, Iced Earth, Something Wicked, This Way Comes, CIA, In the Red, Overkill, Coverkill, Testament, Dark Roots of Earth. Looks like a double pack. It is. Bruce Dickinson, Tattooed Millionaire, Soulfly. We have Soulfly, Conquer, Cowboys from Hell, Vulgar, Far Beyond Driven, and Great Southern Trendkill. Those are all $9.99. Next is Jason Kenton wants Balls to Picasso. So to Jason Kenton for $9.99. Matthew Sherritt gets Kiss for $20. Buddy Cordova was second. And then all these are $9.99, okay? And what Sepulturas are available? The Sepulturas that are available, as of right now, I don't know what this one says. It looks like Dante XXI. And then this one's called Alex Alex. And then earlier there was Rohrbach. And then there was Nation. And then there was Sepultura Kairos, which looks like a double pack. And then the only thing left so far tonight is Anthrax, Iced Earth, the CIAs, all the Priest from earlier, those Iced Earth, and then this stack right here, okay? It's a lot of Sepultura, and then those two Bruce Dickinson. Are the Bruce Dickinson double CDs? No. Antonio, you're first on Pantera. Just go ahead and say, I'll take all four. That would be best. So nobody on Iced Earth CIA, Overkill Testament, Bruce Dickinson, SoFly, or SoFly. I've got one more Kiss auction, and we're done with vinyl officially. The last Kiss, probably the most common record of the night, is this Kiss Resurrected Destroyer. Orange vinyl, which I think was a Walmart exclusive. It's going to go up for a $20 start. Okay? And we have, that's the last Kiss auction and probably the last piece of vinyl you're going to see tonight. And we've had another complete sellout of Kiss stuff again. Yes, again. It's all gone, everybody. It's all gone. Another complete sellout of Kiss stuff. Antonio gets all four Panteras. Those are sold to Antonio at $9.99 each. Michael Herrera on both SoFlies from the last stack. Those are sold to Michael Herrera. Thank you on that. All right, let me figure out, let me get all these turned the right way. And, ooh. Okay, nice. I'll take it. I'll let these slide. I want to make sure everybody's paying attention, okay? And the first thing is Gerald Whitworth. Kiss is a $20 start. Make sure you put 20. Sepultura Rohrbach. That's sold over here to John Durden. Antonio Villanueva also wants Anthrax, Euphoria, and 8. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to buy those. We had Volume 8 earlier tonight on vinyl. It was $44.99 for the new repressing of that. So the only Anthrax that's left is Persistence of Time. All right? And Darren wants Anthrax, State of Euphoria. Antonio just beat you to it. All right, these are all $9.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. It's a 2 CD. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. Clutch, Pure Rock Fury. That is out of print on vinyl. Probot. Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Iron Maiden, Rock in Rio. Iron Maiden, Dance of Death. Iced Earth, The Blessed and the Damned. And Iced Earth, The Glorious Burden, with like a Civil War type scene there on the front. Those are all $9.99. $9.99. Great premium hard rock and metal CDs tonight. Whoa. I wish I have more of these. We're gonna go through these. They're gonna get gone, and we're gonna wish we had them all back to sell them again. John Durden, you're first on Iron Maiden. You get dibs on a bunch. You're gonna get dibs on a bunch, okay? And then next, I think, was Oso. And I guarantee what you don't buy, Oso's going to. We got Brave New World, Rock in Rio, Dance of Death, Somewhere in Time, Peace of Mind, Live After Death, and Seventh Son. And those are all double CDs. Those last four are all double CDs. Okay, so those are pending. Kiss got a bid for 20, 28, 26, and 30. Michael Reed was first on Clutch. And then Matthew Sherrick, third on Iron Maiden. Darren Johnson got Probot. Noah, fourth on Iron Maiden. Matthew Sherrick next again. And then he wants all the double CDs, okay? So all these right here are sold to John Durden at $9.99 each. And then Oso, you have Dance of Death, Rock in Rio, and Brave New World if you want those. Totally up to Oso. And then we'll go down the line. And the only other two there was Iced Earth and Iced Earth, okay? So Kiss is at 32 with Kevin J. Reitz. 32 with Kevin J. Reitz. That's who has the high bid. All right. And let's grab another handful out of there. This tub is not completely full. You know what's in the bottom? McFarlane toys. And I'm talking good McFarlane toys. And I don't know if I'm going to show them tonight or not, but that's that's what's in the bottom of this tub. All these CDs we're laying on top of. So there's some great ones. Let me do some switching here. Okay, so Oso takes the last three Iron Maidens. Those are all sold. And those are all gone. So all the Iron Maidens sold out. Gotta be fast on these. There's a lot over here. I'm still surprised it's still left. I think Kiss is about gone. Kevin J. Reed's $32. Here we go. I have the following. Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Double CD. Fear of the Dark, double. Iron Maiden, The X Factor. Virtual 11. Testament, The Legacy. Testament, The New Order. Anthrax, Spreading the Disease. Numbers from the Beast, an all-star salute to Iron Maiden and Brave New World. Wow. $9.99. First come, first serve on those. Great deals. Iron Maiden CDs for $9.99. I'm basically paying y'all to buy these. The last auction of the night is sold to Kevin J. Reeds for $32. What a great night for vinyl. That's all gone. That's all gone. Thank you on that. All right, and then guess what? John Durden first on Iron Maiden, then Mark Stanley, then Antonio, then Jim B, then Oso Avenger, then Matthew Sherrick. All right, so the Iron Maidens are Brave New World, the All-Star Tribute, Anthrax, and so did Darren Johnson. He was first this time, and then Antonio. And then we have Testament and Testament. And then the other Iron Maidens were Virtual 11, The X Factor, The Fear of the Dark double, No Prayer double, and then Judas Priest. So that's up to John Durden. Would you do 100 on the lot of 31? Let me open up my calculator and see what my last price on that was. I said I was at 31 for 115. I will. That last entire crate of bundle is sold to John Kaiser for 100. Those are still right here next to me. And then John Durden, your dibs on those Iron Maidens, okay? And thank you. I'm putting sticky notes around them right now. Those last 31 records are sold to John Kaiser. He's coming in from the top rope, folks. He just did the People's Elbow, the Stone Cold Stunner. He said, I'll take that last bundle for 100. You got it. Thank you, John Kaiser. Thank you, John Kaiser. And now we just sold those last 31 records to him for $100. You got it. I'm trying to get them crated up over here. I think I can fit them into this last crate without having to start a new one. Thank you. Thank you. That is done. The bundle is complete. I'm going to put the last few on top, just so whoever's watching the sale. The last few is going to go on top, okay? Maybe the last 5 of his bundle. Let's go ahead and take that off the table. Let's do this right here. That's 7 full crates of vinyl sold tonight. And we were officially on a CD blitz, okay? Now, we have John Durden taking all 6 Iron Maiden CDs. And we officially have our first complete full tower of sold CDs tonight. Just look at it. Would you look at it? Our first full tower of sold CDs. Sold. Let's go ahead and get these into the operation center. They're going to come in tomorrow and be like, oh no, Chad's back on CD warfare. He's back on CD warfare. Guns are blazing. Ammunition casings all over the floor. It's been a battlefield here. And we're just getting started. All right. And then what else was left? How many iStar CDs are there? And then there was one other question about a Judas Priest, maybe? What's Judas Priest? That was Angel of Retribution. It is a dual disc. One side's a CD, one side's a DVD. Okay? And then right now, Iced Earth, there are Days of Purgatory, Something Wicked, Framing Armageddon, The Crucible of Man, The Dark Saga, The Glorious Burden, The Blessed and the Damned. There are 7 Iced Earth CDs as of this moment. Here we go. Number of the Beast, double pack. Killers, double pack. Power Slave, double pack. Live, Death on the Road. A Matter of Life and Death. Overkill, From the Underground and Below. And Anthrax double pack, 2 albums in one. Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. Iced Earth, Horror Show. Sepultura, Arise. Sepultura, Chaos AD. Sepultura, Roots. Sepultura, Blood Rooted. Sepultura, Against. All $9.99, okay? First thing is John Durden on Iron Maiden, okay? So your picks are going to be for Number of the Beast. The Obi on this one's torn, but it's still there. Number of the Beast, Killers, Power Slave, Death on the Road, Matter of Life and Death. I would love for you to say Take All. That would be great. Mark Stanley 2nd, Jim B 3rd, Antonio 4th, Robert 5th, Oso 6th, Noah 7th, and then Jim B on A. Jim B on A, and that's for Anthrax. So that's the first confirmed sale. Mark Stanley 1st on Sepultura. You got a lot to pick from, Mark. Mark Stanley, there is Arise, Chaos, Roots, Blood Rooted, and Against. And then Michael Reed was next. And then Antonio on A&T. And that was for Anthrax, so you were second. And so far, there's no claims for Overkill, Iced Earth, or Pantera. Dibs on Maidens are to John Durden for those. Okay. And then dibs on Sepultura first to Mark Stanley, then Michael Reed. John just wants the doubles. Okay. So next on Iron Maiden is Mark Stanley. Mark, do you want Death on the Road or Matter, Life, and Death, or did you say pass? Mark Stanley wants Roots, the same one Michael Reed is. That's not available on vinyl, or it's not in print on vinyl. All right, so we figured that out. There was nobody else on Sepultura. Mark Stanley also passes on these Iron Maidens. That means Jim B's next. Jim B, it's up to you. And then next is Antonio. So let me go ahead and start showing. We're going to have to go down this list now. We're going to have to go down the list. John Durden didn't do the take all. That's going to kill the flow, John. You should have went ahead and bought those last two. You killed the flow. Go with the flow, just like on Happy Gilmore. Up and down and around. Like a carousel. Up and down and around. Go with the flow. Feel the energy. Feel it. Feel it. Up, down, and around. Feel the flow. Up, down, and around. Like a carousel. You just tap it in. Just tap it in. All right. Now, first thing, Jim B found out that he could not profit from the Anthrax CD, so he's passing. So this is to Antonio Villanueva, and now he wants to pass. So that just cost me $10. And now nobody wants these last two Iron Maidens, I'm assuming. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. And so, that unless Robert or Oso, they're next. Robert Warner or Oso. Robert Warner or Oso. And nobody else wants any of those. Those being Sepultura. And then Jason Kenton on Judas Priest. Sold. Angel of Retribution. Jim B's banging on his desk right now with both fists. I honestly can't believe Jim B hadn't made a Twitch yet. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. Antonio says he'll take Anthrax. Okay, he will take Anthrax. Oso, you're next on the Iron Maidens. You're next in line. If not, Buddy Cordova says he wants them. But next in line is Oso. Okay, here we go. Overkill, Horoscope. Overkill, I Hear Black. Overkill, WFO. Overkill, Wrecking Your Neck, live. Overkill, The Killing Kind. Iron Maiden, a tribute to Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time. Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick. Rage Against the Machine. And Rob Zombie, Past, Present, and Future. Oso does want both Iron Maidens. I had a feeling that was coming, okay? And now we have in here Rob Zombie, Rage, Morbid, Iron Maiden, Overkill, Overkill. First on Iron Maiden is Mark Stanley. You've got dibs on the Kerrang Iron Maiden Tribute, Made in Heaven, or the Somewhere Back in Time. And then Noah, and then also Juanita first on Rage, Killing in the Name of. That is sold to Juanita Gagney for $9.99. Having some fun here on a Monday night. Having a lot of fun here on a Monday night. Some may say, some people may get on and be like, they may be like, boy, these people are having too much fun. Mark Stanley on Somewhere in Time, and Nathan Carter on Rob Zombie. And that's where we're at, folks. Right there. Okay, let's step back over here to this tub. And there's only one CD. No? Yeah, there's only one CD left. There's only one CD left. And I'm going to show it right now. And then I'm going to grab some more, okay? First one is Anthrax, Among the Living. $9.99. Now, there's some over here that are definitely worthy of even more than $9.99. I'll show you what they look like. I'll probably auction them Thursday metal night, maybe. And I don't know. I might be better off just showing them now. I have found out before that's not always the best scenario, but this is pretty much completely full of Iron Maiden bootlegs and double packs and stuff like that. So I think some of these are $20, $30 CDs easily. So I might price some out later. I bet some people will still buy them like Oso, but those are probably $20, $30. Let's get to another tub. We're not done. I'm just changing tubs. We've went through that one. I'll show the toys here in just 1 second. Okay? I'll show the toys here in 1 second. But yeah, I think there's some, oh yeah, easily. There could be $100 CDs in there. So I know I just let some go, but I don't have time to sell all these when we have 1 million LPs. Oh my gosh. Wow. I see some DVD cases that are autographed. Okay, I'm going to have to do some maneuvering. So let me, I'm going to need a little bit of time to dig this tub out because I've got to move some very valuable stuff. Let me lay some stuff over here where y'all can look at it while I'm transitioning, okay? I'm kind of tight for space. We literally have autographed pictures dangling on the edges of tables. That's how much space we're out of. This almost fell off. That's a drum head signed by Motorhead. And I almost just accidentally knocked this off. This is a Rush Test for Echo that's signed by Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson. So I almost literally just knocked that stuff off on the table. That will be for sale in the near future. And over here, yeah, I'm going to work on the McFarlane. That tub is going to be brought a little bit closer. Let me work these in here. Let me flip over. If I flip over these crates, they'll be better tables. Yeah, let me do that. There we go. Okay. I don't want to break anything over here. There's signed photos, drumsticks, and it's all just kind of spread out over here on this table. And I have to climb over that table to get to these CDs I'm talking about. So let me move these Slayer figures. Let me move these Rob Zombie toys. Let me move this autograph stuff of Guns N' Roses. Oh yeah, let me move this Jimmy Hoffa dead body. Mummified corpse of King Tut. Oh my gosh. Please don't fall. Okay, that was a bad idea. All right, I'm going to kick that off on the floor. Whew, there we go. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Oh, the mother load of metal. Oh, wow. Look at all this stuff. Oh, man. Jim B would have an absolute heart attack right now if he saw all this. This is like a reseller's dream right here. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. This is a reseller's dream. Holy moly. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow. This is like when Nicolas Cage walked into the treasure room. You remember they light that gunpowder? Oh, wow. It's just like, whoa. And all that starts lighting up. Everything started glowing. The treasure room. Here we go. First thing we have is... let me take this off the table. How cool is that? Whoop, I saw it. Rush. Nah, I've got a Neil Peart. I've turned down a lot of Getty and Alex stuff because I want something signed by all three of them. And of course, you get Neil Peart on there, it's like stupid expensive nowadays. But I got a signed Peart poster, and I'm good with that for right now. Okay. So, what just happened? Did my moaning go over the top? All right, what do I have here? Rage Against the Empire, Evil Empire. Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. This is Nashville Cats. Oh no, it's Nashville. And then we got Buck Cherry, the F-U-C-K album. We have the Lemmy's Happy Birthday, Uncle Something. And then we have Heaven's Cry, Primal Power Addiction. We got Scale the Summit, The Migration. We've got 3 Inches of Blood, Long Live Heavy Metal. And we have Earth Rocker, Clutch, a deluxe edition. Earth Rocker, Clutch, a deluxe edition. It's a 2-disc and CD. Okay? Harvester of sorrow. Number 10. All right. First thing is Robert Warner on NP. Nashville Cats. Robert on Lemmy. Gerald next on Nashville. Michael Reed on Clutch. Nathan next on Nashville. And then Jason next on Lemmy. So we still got 3 Inches of Blood, Scale the Summit, Heaven's Cry, Buck Cherry, and Rage Against the Machine. Rally Round the Family. Sepultura, the mediator between heaven and hands must be the heart. Hailstorm, Reanimate 2.0. Prong, Force Fed. I'm Smart and I'm Getting Smarter. Original music to enhance student learning. There you go. Rob Zombie, Regeneration Vendor, Light This City, Storm Chaser, and a sealed copy of Scale the Summit, The Migration. Those are all $9.99. $9.99. All right, let me grab a toy so we can get to these one at a time. Give me a second to look at them. Might need to wipe them down, check them, and we'll go from there, okay? Before I show them on screen. That way they're ready to go. We know what we're looking at, and et cetera, okay? And somewhere my mom already got some of this stuff out and kind of got it ready to sell. I just don't know where she did with it. It might be some of this because it looks like a lot of this is ready to go, but just saying. Let me check on this because this is some pretty cool McFarlane's, okay? So be ready to claim them whenever they come up. Be ready to claim them whenever they come up, and we're about to start getting to them, okay? Let me check on this one right quick. This is $49.99. How much you said, Chad? I said $49.99. AC/DC, Angus Young. Back to where I was at. Darren Johnson on Prong. Antonio on Rob Zombie. Watch Hailstorm. Reanimate 2.0, the covers EP. Jim B wants Scale. Gerald Whitworth said sold on AC/DC. $49.99, sold to Gerald Whitworth. Done. All right, I'll get another one ready after we show a few more CDs. Let's start right here with this handful. Maybe even some concert DVDs. Maybe not. First, Shades of Deep Purple, the original Deep Purple collection. Social Distortion, White Light, White Heat, White Trash. Also have Witchcraft, Firewood. Ghost, If You Have Ghost. Job for a Cowboy, Ruination. Big Time Rush, 24/7. AC/DC live at River Plate, amazing show. In Flames, The Sounds of a Playground Fading. Whitechapel, A New Era of Corruption, Whitechapel. Prong, The Peel Sessions. Prong, Whose Fist Is This Anyway? Prong, Rude Awakening. Prong, Scorpio Rising. Awesome cover. Judas Priest, Redeemer of Souls. Landmine Marathon, Gallows. Landmine Marathon. What a name. Landmine has taken her down. Okay. First is Scott Oman on Social Distortion. So does Scott Oman. Michael Reed wants Job for a Cowboy. I think. Yeah. Jim B on P. Okay. Prong. Jim B's about to cash in. You let me know. Hopefully you say all four. If not, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. Darren's next on Prong. Jason Kitten on Judas Priest. Darren Johnson on Landmine has taken. Next is Deep Purple, Witchcraft, Ghost, Big Time Rush, AC/DC, In Flames, and Whitechapel. Those are still available if anybody wants one. Let's go take a look at a McFarlane over here. This isn't a McFarlane. No, this is a Mecca. Still very cool. Scorpio Rising on Prong. Scorpio Rising. Wow, this one's pretty pricey. $89.99. $89.99. Brian Johnson and Angus Young. It's a NECA double pack. NECA double pack. Brian Johnson and Angus Young. $89.99 for that one. Okay. So first was Prong, the Peel Session, sold to Jim B. And then the next Prong was Darren Johnson. He wants Rude Awakening. And that leaves Whose Fist Is It Anyway and Scorpio Rising. Nice. That figure is $89.99. All right. I'm really having to pick CDs out of here. The reason it's taking so long, one, this tub is mostly DVDs, okay? Mostly concert stuff and music related, so I'm trying to honestly pick and choose the CDs out of here because it's all kind of just like tossed in a tub, not really stacked too well, and I'm having to pick and find the CDs, so that's what I'm working on. Let me see what I can do with this one. Okay, here we go. Whitechapel, this is Exile. Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin. The Cult, self-titled. The Cult, Choice of Weapon, never seen that before. Halloween, Straight Outta Hell. Deep Purple, self-titled. Iron Maiden, Matter of Life and Death. It's actually a double CD. Doomsday. Real Rare Rockabilly, 3 CD. The Underworld Regime by Of Hell. Kim Lenz and the Jaguars, Follow Me. The Cult Ceremony. Rage Against the Machine. And Whitechapel, the Somatic Defilment. Okay. Any Rammstein DVDs? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm looking at all this for the first time just like y'all are. Grog on Rockabilly. Grog was first to that one. Thank you, Grog, on Real Rare Rockabilly. That's sold to Grog. John Durden was next. Juanita, you're first on the Cult. There's actually 3 in there. So Regina or Juanita, Juanita, your dibs on that. Robert next on Rockabilly. And Scott O'Man first on Rage, which is Renegades, the Renegades of Funk. All right, so we still got Whitechapel, Kim Lenz. Oh, it looks like O.V. Hell. Doomsday, Iron Maiden. Wow, an Iron Maiden double CD that didn't get claimed. Deep Purple, Halloween, Deep Purple, and Whitechapel. Okay? And Juanita has dibs on Cult. Okay. She wants all 3. Excellent. Let me get this clean a little better right here. Okay, I'll give that another second. All 3 of these are sold. Okay, I think, I mean, I'm not going to say that that's it in that tub, but I'm going to have to dig a little bit further to find more CDs. Otherwise, I'm going to see what's in the next tub, okay? So let me go see what's in the next tub. Yeah, we're pretty much near the bottom of this thing, and there's nothing but concert DVDs. Here's a few more. Here we go. Here's a few more CDs. Yeah, there's a lot of movies. It's like pretty much a whole black tub of nothing but concert DVDs. Okay, here's a few more. Clutch, Pitchfork and Lost Needles. Clutch, self-titled. Wow, that looks nice. Clutch, Blast Tyrant, kind of a deluxe. Brian Setzer, Rockabilly Riot. Prong, or Primitive Origins. I've never seen that one before. Light This City. Huntress, Hot Rod Rockabilly, and Iron Maiden Dance of Death. All those are $9.99. And I'm going to have to work on cleaning this one up a little bit more. It doesn't look too bad, though. I think I can go ahead and show it, and then they can finish the job later in the operations room. Luckily, there's nothing wrong with the plastic or anything. And let me get a price. So this is actually a real McFarlane here. And this one's pretty dang cool. I like this one. Is it Mick or Mac? It's McFarlane. No A. And I'll do this one. Let me find a comp. Yeah, it's the same price as Angus was. $49.99 for Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix McFarlane from Woodstock. That's his Woodstock outfit. That's his Woodstock performance. McFarlane, Jimi Hendrix, $49.99. Okay, and then first we have Michael Reed on Clutch, and he wants Needles and Blast Tyrant. So these 2 here. Darren Johnson, that works out good because he wanted self-titled. And John Durden wanted Prong. And that was this one right here. Okay. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Gerald Whitworth says he'll take the Hendrix for $49.99. Okay. Let me go ahead and take these 2 figures on the table then. Levi is a big McFarlane collector, so he knows a lot about these. Glad you're watching. And there's about 3 more in the tub. They take up a lot of space in the tub, so I said it was a tub full, but a tub full is like 5 or 6 of them. They're pretty big items. And let me go, speaking of tub, let me go see if there's some more CDs. If not, then I might start marking the DVDs, okay? Yeah, I'm going to show those. But I want to make sure there's at least another batch of CDs over here. And there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 more McFarlanes that are in this tub that had the first CDs in. Oh my gosh, this is nothing but CD box sets. Megadeth, AC/DC, Rush, Queen. There's a gigantic metal-looking tin that looks like a mummy coffin. I think this is probably pretty expensive stuff. I mean, I don't mind to scan it and price it out, but this stuff here looks like it's all, yeah, I mean, that's a lot. I don't know what's underneath it. I really can't get to it. Let me see what's in this tub. This is full of Iron Maiden toys. Okay, so, oh, here's some right here. Hold the phone. I found some right here. Here we go. I got some right here ready for you. I started the feed about 5:45, so we got about a half hour, okay? Here we go. Did you get me or Darren? The prong CD went to John Durden. This prong CD, let's make sure this goes to John Durden. Okay, here's some more CDs. I did find a little crate over here that I have never shown. And first is Overkill Immortalis. And then Megadeth Extra Value CD, free for fans. Now it's $9.99. Calvera Conspiracy. Maybe is what that says. Nice. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth Euthanasia. Soulfly Self-Titled. Never seen that one before. Anthrax Music of Mass Destruction. That's definitely not on vinyl. If it is, it's super rare. Judas Priest box set sampler. Nuclear Assault live at the Hammersmith Odeon. Megadeth Cryptic Writings. Linda Gale Lewis, A Family Affair live in concert. Overkill, Wrecking Everything Live. And Overkill White Devil Armory. Nice. So, and I've got about 5 more handfuls maybe like that to do. Okay? So, we have Darren Johnson first on Calvera. That's so to Darren Johnson. Noah Colwell, you've got dibs on Megadeth. There's like a sampler and then 2 albums, Euthanasia and Countdown. Robert Warner on NA, which is Nuclear Assault. Gerald Whitworth on Up. No, there's also Megadeth Cryptic Writings. Gerald, what was Up? He might have meant Judas Priest. He did. Let's go ahead and tag that for Gerald Whitworth. And so after we figure out which Megadeth Noah wants, we still got Overkill White Devil Armory, Overkill Live, Everything, Linda Gale Lewis, Anthrax, Music of Mass Destruction, Soulfly, and Overkill. And Buddy Cordova wants we have Overkill White. You mean White Devil Armory? Okay. That is sold to Buddy Cordova. What's on the sampler? It's Megadeth, Typo Negative, Dope, Biohazard, Puya, Speak No Evil, Machine Head, Loudmouth, Drain, Soul Motor, Second Coming, Double Drive, Earth Andy, Chevelle, Full Metal, Full Devil Jacket, System of a Down, Verbena, Apartment 26, Boulder Rock, Mass Scouts of America, Flashpoint. Noah wants Cryptic Writings. So that still leaves Euthanasia and Countdown if anybody wants those. Okay. Moving right along. Let me go ahead and be grabbing the next toy out of here. That's time for that. Nice. Pretty cool here. Quick timeout. Hope everybody doesn't have anything to do the next half hour. That's about how much more longer we're going to be here. Hopefully you don't have any plans. If so, you need to cancel them. If you're booked for the next half hour, you need to be booking your trip with Coletco right here. I'll do this one for also $49.99 because I know we got some serious fans. Elvis Presley, where is Regina Tabor at? From the 68 Comeback Special. There's another one, $49.99 for Elvis, the 68 Comeback Special. Okay? And then Megadeth, the other Megadeth is sold to Antonio Villanueva. Now, before I bring over another stack, my tower is pretty tall over here, so let me go ahead and swap out. And let me do that right now. I bet Regina's already in Sleepy Town, but Regina, there's your late night score right there. All right, so 2 whole towers of CDs, figures, tons of 45 sold tonight. And the way I see it, Chubbs, we've only just begun. $49.99. It's a McFarlane. Elvis, it's available. What is this one? Aha. All right, here's another handful of compact disc. Nuclear Assault, Survive. Nuclear Assault, Something Wicked. Flogging Molly, Anthem. Overkill, this is Necroshine. Overkill, Something Else. We have Overkill, Bloodletting. Megadeth 13. Megadeth Risk. Nuclear Assault, Game Over, and The Plague, a double pack. Anthrax, Worship Music. Megadeth, That One Night, live in Buenos Aires. Megadeth, Endgame. His gospel figure. I've never seen that one before. Yeah, that is the same guitar. That's from the comeback special. That is the same one. Yep. All right, Robert, you got dibs on a bunch of Nuclear Assaults, including this double pack and the other ones here. So those titles are Something Wicked, Survive, and then the double pack has 2 classic albums, Game Over and The Plague. Robert's dibs on those. Antonio, Megadeth, you got Live and Endgame. And also Risk and 13. Maybe he'll take all of them. Noah's next. Robert Warner wants all 3 Nuclear Assaults. And that leaves Flogging Molly, Overkill, 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 and Anthrax. Okay? Those are all available. Chad needs a drink of water right quick. Regina wants to see Elvis. Okay. Here's Elvis Presley. It's a McFarlane figure, which McFarlanes are very very well made. That's from the 68 comeback special. Okay. Next stack of CDs are on the way. Here we go, folks. Imagine me and you, I do. I think you about your day and night. Something right. So, Soulfly, Primitive, Nuclear Assault, Third World Genocide, Megadeth, The System Has Failed, Megadeth, United Abominations, Overkill, Ironbound, Sealed, Overkill, Really 14, Overkill, Ironbound, Linda Gale Lewis, Hard Rockin' Woman, and Overkill, The Electric Age. Okay, and then Antonio wants 13 and Risk. So was there anybody else next on Megadeth? No, Noah wanted 13, already claimed. So those 2 Megadeths are still available. Over here we have Noah says he'll take Endgame. Antonio next on Megadeth. And this stack had United Abominations and The System Has Failed. Your pick on those. Regina does want the Elvis McFarlane. Let me go ahead and take that in here in the operations room. That's so to Regina. Thank you. I'm going to put that on top of Hendrix right here. Save me some space. All right, let me start pricing some stuff out of this tub over here. And let me work on that, okay? And he wants both Megadeths. Wow, we still got some great CDs left. I'm either going to post these tomorrow or bring them out for metal. I've never had so much metal left behind. If I would have told some people early tonight I was going to be showing metal CDs, there'd been some people late for work tomorrow to buy these. But here they are, and there's a bunch left over. There's 3 big stacks. Let me start trying to price out some of this other stuff because it could vary.
A lot of it could be $9.99. Some of these could be $49.99. I honestly don't know, but I'm going to grab a handful and let's start trying to knock some of it out and get some of it sold, okay? And I'm going to unplug this phone for a second. Actually, no. I just need my other phone over here. And I just need a good barcode scanner, and we're going to be good to go. All right, so, and I'm going to try to keep these in stacks of price so I don't forget, and y'all don't forget. And I just need to have sold turned on. And first, $9.99. AC/DC, stiff upper lip live. AC/DC, $9.99. That is $9.99. Also $9.99 is AC/DC Family Jewels. Those are $9.99. This is a good one. And let's see what this is going for now. This one is, we'll do it for $19.99. That's Aussie live at Budokan. That's $19.99. Aussie at Budokan. Okay. Alice Cooper's $9.99. Brutality Live. I remember having that Aussie DVD. I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Tom Petty, High Grass Dogs live at the Fillmore. Tom Petty. Yeah, that Aussie is fantastic. Zach Wilde, oh man. Yeah, I remember, I think I convinced my mom to buy me that like at Sam Goody. I told you I have faint memories of Sam Goody, but The Who, Tommy, and Quadrophenia live, I think I was at that tour. And then this is $19.99. Yeah, $19.99. Iron Maiden Visions of the Beast, the complete video history, 2 DVD. So those are all 9. Those 2 are 19. These are all concert or music related DVDs. We have The Who. We have Tom Petty, Alice Cooper, AC/DC, AC/DC. And then over here was Adam Bernardi on The Who for $9.99. And Iron Maiden and Ozzy are $19.99. What was the first McFarlane? It was Angus Young. The only one that hadn't sold is this one. It's a NECA. They kind of look like McFarlane's. They're Brian Johnson and Angus Young of AC/DC. That one's $89.99. And I'm about to go get another one because there's only a couple left over here. And maybe we can sell all of them. Here, I'll do this one next. Try to clean it up a little bit. I forgot these things have barcodes. I can find them a lot faster. Wow, this one's pretty pricey. It's probably the most expensive one we've had. Let me see how well it's going to clean up, though, before I determine a price. Yeah, I think all that's going to come off. Yeah. Yeah, it will. Okay, I have to work on it, though. I'll price it under what I see here, because I don't keep in mind the fees. But this one's $74.99. This is a slash $74.99. McFarlane figure. And I see some that have sold for twice that much. There's one that sold overseas for twice that much. So Buddy Cordova got Ozzy for $19.99, and Leslie got Tom Petty for $9.99. Okay. Let's see what's in here. We've got Nice. And this looks pretty cool here. Sold for 30, 30, 35, 30, 99, 99, 30, 30, 69, and 27, 25, and 20. How about 19.99? Ozzy. Don't blame me. The Tales of Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy's 19.99. That is a great price from what I just seen over here. Also, we have Lamb of God, Philadelphia for $9.99. Lamb of God's $9.99. Slayer, War at the Warfield's $9.99. Family Guy, Partial Terms of Endearment, banned from TV, $9.99. Slayer, Still Raining, $9.99. Blu-ray, Iron Maiden, at a great price of $19.99. A great price from what I just scanned. Iron Maiden Flight 666 Blu-ray. FG, Family Guy, Soda Leslie for $9.99. Buddy Cordova got Lamb of God for $9.99. Iron Maiden's $19.99. Iron Maiden Classic Albums, also $19.99. Iron Maiden stuff, always desirable. Huge fan base. Live After Death, also $19.99. And who do we have here? It's a Blu-ray of the Black Crowes. And I'll say it's also 19. I could have put a couple right here. I either put them here or here. There should be some $14.99s, but Black Crowes is sealed though. It's unopened. So Slayer is Still Raining is the copyright on the bottom's 2004. Yeah. Dave Lombardo, Cherokee, Jeff Hanneman, Tom Arar. Yeah, 2004 it looks like. The Black Crowes is Freak and Roll Into the Fog. Freak and Roll Into the Fog. Sealed Blu-ray, $19.99. Michael Reed wants Slayer for $9.99. All right, let me refresh my timer over here and see how much time we have. I don't know if we're done with CDs. I'm trying to find some in the bottom of this tub. Let me, we got about 12 minutes left. So it's whatever I can find, whatever's left in this tub. There's 12 minutes left. And let me grab all these right here. Some nice looking stuff coming up though. Okay. We'll say Motorhead is $9.99. This is sealed. It's The Who, Amazing Journey, the story of The Who, just $9.99. 2 films and a collector's booklet, and it's brand new sealed. Who. Great price. Iron Maiden, made in England, $19.99. Lemmy, 49 MFer, 51 SOB. Lemmy's $9.99. It's a great price from what I'm seeing active. They're all great prices. I'm pricing them under market over here from what I'm seeing. Iron Maiden's $19.99. Death on the Road. And then I've got Lamb of God, Terror and Hubris for $9.99. Okay? Man, these are going to get grabbed up tomorrow. Or if I post them in the group, just saying, if you're here and you got one eye open and you're thinking about something, You know, I always get asked, concert DVDs, concert DVDs, concert DVDs. Here it is. Showing them late night. Family Guy presents Blue Harvest, $9.99. This looks like a bootleg. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier World Tour in Tampa, $19.99. This is just a movie. What's this go for? True Romance, 2-disc, underrated director's cut, $9.99. Tom Petty, Running Down a Dream, also $9.99. A film by Peter Bogwick. Boy, I wish there was... I mean, I don't mind putting these in my Xbox and watching them, but I wish there was a streaming site that had all these concert movies and movie-related shows on where you could watch them. This stuff's rarely like available on streaming platforms. Yeah, I kind of want to watch this here, Running Down a Dream. I really kind of want to see this. But, man, I wish they had this stuff where you could watch it somewhere, you know. Buddy Cordova on Lamb of God for $9.99. Adam Bernardi on Family Guy for $9.99. And then Noah got Tom Petty. Leslie was next. All right, there's those. Rent them on Apple. That's how I watched Citizens Kane the other night. That's usually what I do. I rent stuff on Apple. That's when I really are ready to watch something, I'll rent it on Apple. Because I don't want to deal with ads. You know, people's like, oh, Pluto, this, that. I'm like, no, I don't want any ads. I just want to watch it high quality. I don't care to pay $4 to watch something. If it's something I really want to watch. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, what's $4? That doesn't buy you a pack of M&Ms anymore. To officially and legitimately pay to watch somebody's production, I'm okay with that. Wow, this thing looks pretty pricey. We'll do it for $19.99. Megadeth, Arsenal of Megadeth. That's $19.99. Wow, there's two coming up I've always wanted to watch. Here's the first one. I'll do it for $9.99. Welcome to My Nightmare, Alice Cooper. And then I've always wanted to watch this. Or is this the thing? No, I've watched this. This is still on Netflix. But yeah, I've watched this one. Metallica, Some Kind of Monster. $9.99. Metallica, Some Kind of Monster. Zach Wild's Black Label Society, Boozed, Bruised, and Broken Boned. $9.99 on Zach Wild. No comps active. Nuclear Assault is $19.99. Louder, Harder, Faster, it's sealed. There's no active listings. Sealed, $19.99. That's probably pretty scarce then. Metallica is sold to Robert Warner for $9.99. Buddy Cordova on Alice Cooper for $9.99. Nuclear Assault is sold to Robert for $19.99. Robert, you like Nuclear Assault? You know, I usually think of you as like a Grateful Dead garage rockabilly, you know, like deep cut 60s and Grateful Dead. You've been out here buying some Nuclear Assault tonight. Slayer, Unholy Alliance with Lamb of God, Mastodon. That's actually $19.99. It's amazing how these stacks have balanced out. I thought there'd be a bunch more $9.99. And then here is Nashville, $19.99 for Nashville Cats. Keep on effing in Paris, $19.99 on that one. Amazing. Running Down a Dream. All right, and let me refresh my timer again. So just so y'all know, the Facebook feed, and I'm going to go ahead and say this because it's going to expire maybe for some of y'all hear this or by the time I have time to say it again. Facebook is about to expire. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 56 minutes. I'm going to price these last couple toys out, or I think there's one more, maybe two, and maybe just a couple more DVDs here at the last second. That's where the show's going to end. And I want to thank everybody for watching. And thank you for tuning in. And tonight has been epic, especially finding all this stuff. I want to make sure y'all know that we're going to be back, and there's a lot more to go through for tomorrow. So you can count on us doing this again tomorrow. I don't know what kind of genres. I don't know what kind of stuff. I don't know what kind of prices. But I can promise you this. We're going to do it because it's going to be a big week for miscellaneous, etc. Wow, somebody was just talking about this. It's not McFarlane, but it's NECA. I got Kurt Cobain, and I'm willing to do this for $79.99. Kurt Cobain, $79.99. It's a NECA. It does have a little bit of a dent. Never mind, I just popped it out. But it's Kurt Cobain, a NECA figure. $79.99. Very cool. Kurt Cobain. And so I still got Slash for $79. I got AC/DC for $89, a double pack, and there's Kurt. Okay? And I am very excited. I'm very excited to go over here and eat my apple and peanut butter. I'm going to film tomorrow's videos. I've got to do some bill paying. I've got to do some sorting through some of this other stuff for tomorrow. There's probably 50 more concert DVDs. And I'm either going to have them ready tomorrow to show during the sale, or that's where we'll start tomorrow after I find some more CDs. And I did find 2 autographs that y'all didn't see. Let me go ahead and price a couple more DVDs out. I found 2 autographs. I'm always very honest about what I'm stashing over here. I found 2 autographs so far, Lamb of God and Overkill. I'll get those JSA certified and then we'll auction them. But that's pretty cool. Lamb of God and Overkill. So I stashed away 2 autographs. That's 2 I found so far. Now, y'all might want to check these booklets, okay? Check these booklets. Check these booklets. Because there could be autographs. This guy had a lot of autographs. This is the same guy. I've got all these autographs. The filter poster, the Motorhead. So he definitely obtained and bought autographs. So when you get these, open up the booklets and check them, okay? Because a lot of times people open the booklets, they sign those, and they get put back in CD cases, and they get forgotten about. I think I have a few seconds to price a few more DVDs. That way we've got to the bottom. Here's another CD. See, I told y'all. There's some stuff down here at the bottom. There's another CD. And there's some cool tchotchkes here. Ooh, look at this Metallica Death Magnetic Coffin. That's pretty cool. Y'all remember that? It's sealed. And then here is this. All right, so let me price out. Here's a couple CDs. We've got Apache with Link Ray and Clutch Earth Rocker. Okay, those are 2 more for $9.99. So Clutch Earth Rocker and Apache Link Ray. So we've got, we're about to do a JSA submission. I've got about 1,000 autographs I'm about to have authenticated again. So hope everybody's ready. I'm about to have about 1,000 autographs certified. I'm trying to get everybody's mailed in. I have some people that have some really cool stuff that I'm trying to buy, and I'm making sure it all gets mailed in, and we have it here in time. We've got Motorhead Stage Fright. That's $19.99. Motorhead Stage Fright. And then over here, I have... oh man, this is what got me started. This is what got me into this band. $19.99, the Led Zeppelin DVD set. There is no telling how many times I've watched this. And every time I watched it, I was hoping that I would find more. I was like, is there some kind of secret folder? Some kind of secret extra concerts in there? That's Led Zeppelin, 1999. That is a must-have there. All right, let's go back to the top. And next thing we have is John Durden on Link Ray. That's sold for $9.99 to John Durden. And then we have Gerald Whitworth wants the... Gerald Whitworth got the Kurt Cobain for $79.99. Thank you, Gerald. Let's go ahead and put that in here. Kurt Cobain is sold to Gerald. Appreciate that. Let's put that right there. Thank you. And we also have, there was another claim over here. We have Grog was next on Link Ray. How much is Kurt? It's already sold. Darren Johnson got Clutch for $9.99. Grog got Led Zeppelin for $19.99. And Adam Bernardi was next. All right, Adam Bernardi was next on that. So Grog, you got Zeppelin. Man, that Royal Albert Hall concert's amazing. Alice Cooper's $19.99. Prime Cuts, the Alice Cooper story. And the last thing I have here to show you, is this. And this is also $19.99. Motorhead, the best of Motorhead DVD. And if Juanita wants Kurt, let her get it. Okay, Gerald just say, no, Gerald, I really can't afford it this week, but thank you. Gerald, the Kurt Cobain's yours, unless other noted later. Okay, and Slash and AC/DC, all this stuff. Wow, there's some great stuff here. Amazing stuff. So thanks everybody for watching. I'm going to sign off there. Y'all have been incredible. Incredible. Thank you. And we got a lot of autographs ready for this week. For those that are definitely interested in that stuff, I've got a whole bunch over here that I've been pulling out from last night. Don't forget about all the Iron Maiden bootlegs. I may sell those tomorrow at auction, or we might save them for Thursday night metal night. But the show must go on. Oh, that was a great neck adjustment. Thanks, everybody. And time for me to end this job, and I'm going to start my other one. And that's doing part 2 here after hours at Coletco. So thank y'all. Thanks for staying late with me. And we have enough miscellaneous stuff. We're going to be doing it like this every night. Hopefully we have CDs. Those go really fast and we can sell a lot of them. That's obviously what I want. I'm eventually going to run out, though, and then we'll be back to square one like we were a week ago, where I'm like, well, I really don't have any, but I'll try my best, okay? Now everybody can go to bed, rest up. I'll be back about 5:30 tomorrow. Thank you, and see you then. I am officially ending the stream right now. Good night.